Amanda Afifi, Nicole Hutchison, and Kevin M. Jackson, Jr. Amanda Afifi, Nicole Hutchison, you're Mr. Jackson. Ma'am, are you Nicole Hutchison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I show you registered as Nicole Hutchison, be testifying on behalf of yourself, be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
I show you registered as Kevin M. Jackson, Jr., testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Hutchison, you may begin.
Hello, Chairman and Committee. My name is Nicole Hutchison from Joshua in Johnson County, and I am here tonight, to oppose House Bill 3. As a Texas resident and parent, I already have school choice. This is nothing new. Parents have the right to choose their child's education, but some may not have funds for all options available. Government subsidies do not equal constitutional rights. You know, here's an example. There are several very fine, very expensive Italian over and under shotguns I really want, but I cannot afford. I'm positive the gold inlays, detailed engravings, and special trigger will ensure I harvest my dove limit September 1st. Should I expect my neighbor to buy one for me simply because the option is available? No. I have concerns about HB3. Spending billions to create new programs is not conservative, especially when Texas has a budget surplus and public schools are underfunded. HB3 is not written like the proposition was promised, where voters' tax dollars would follow the child. It is unclear if illegals and foreign exchange students are eligible for these vouchers. There is no choice if the comptroller has an approved vendor list. Bigger government and wasteful spending are not what your constituents want. A survey revealed 70% of Texans oppose vouchers. The comptroller is the judge and the jury. It makes the rules, approves the vendors, and is allowed to accept bribes in the forms of gifts and donations. My husband and I are public school graduates, but we have witnessed the decline. Increased class sizes, perverted agendas, dangerous decisions, a lack of discipline, excessive use of technology and tablets, and detrimental assessments. Our 5th grade son is an AB honor roll student who consistently scores 2 levels above in math and reading.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
Won district robotics competition and was chosen by his principal to be a buddy at the Special Olympics. But we are pulling him out of Joshua ISD to forge an educational path at home that includes biblical values and high-level lessons tailored to his strengths and interests. I urge you to reconsider this voucher program because my son and future grandchildren depend on it.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Kevin Jackson. I'm a parent of 2 daughters in public schools. My wife is a public school teacher. I'm a former special education teacher and currently serve as the educational diagnostician in various Texas public schools in Central Texas. In my role, I evaluate students for special education services related to dyslexia, autism, intellectual disabilities, and other specific learning disabilities. I'm here today to voice my opposition to House Bill 3, specifically Section 29-316-15, which states that a parent of a child not enrolled in a public school or open enrollment charter school may request an evaluation to determine the child's eligibility for special education services, and the district or school must conduct the evaluation. There are several concerns with this provision. One, evaluations may not always be necessary. There are circumstances where an evaluation request may not be appropriate. Yet the bill mandates that the school conduct one regardlessness. Two, the bill's timeline contradicts with federal law. The bill requires evaluations to be completed within 45 calendar days of receiving a request for an evaluation, which contradicts federal law under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that mandates evaluations be completed within 45 school days, not calendar days. Three, child fine, which is related to special education, is already in place, which is part of IDEA, ensures that any child with a suspected disability from birth through age 21 is identified, located, and evaluated if they require special education services. Also in Texas, there's the Texas Legal Framework, which lays out both state and federal laws regarding special education eligibility and evaluation requirements. If a student is suspected of having a disability that requires special education services, they must already be referred for an evaluation under existing law. There are early childhood centers already provide support. Currently, early childhood centers collaborate with parents to ensure
Wrap up your
children
testimony, please.
are evaluated, particularly those from birth to 3 years old. The bill does not provide any additional benefit in this regard. For those reasons, I urge the committee not to pass HB3 out of committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Okay, thank you very much for being here.
Great, thank you very much.
Amanda Afifi. Amanda Afifi. We're going to show Amanda Afifi on behalf of the Texas Association of School Psychologists and herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Daphne Hoffacker, Lori Solis, and Heather Bland Ho. Robert Norris, Herb Krasner, and Jeannie Lehman Lopez, you'll be on deck.
Do we have to be in the right order? I don't know. No? Okay. You're okay. I thought I was called.
All right. I'm going to show you registered, as Daphne Hoffacker, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I show you registered as Lori Solis, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's
sir.
me. That's me.
Wait, are you Lori Solis?
Yes.
No way.
There's two of them?
I'm Lori Solis.
You're not Heather Bland.
Well, that's great.
Well,
Well,
how
I
about
would think I would
how
be
about
next
Lori
to
Solis
my
from
friend and I
How about Lori
registered at the same time.
That
Lor-
helps explain
Lori
a
Solis
lot.
from Burleson?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right. I
That's-
was like, great name. That explains the second chair.
Yeah. That is twice today.
I know.
I'm buying a scratch off on the way home before we ban the
should
lottery.
too.
I could win. I feel lucky.
Oh, my heavens. Who was the third then?
There's Carl's behind.
Huh? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Heather Bland Ho. Heather Bland Ho. Okay. All right, we're gonna show Heather Bland Ho on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. So we will begin here. And let me make. Okay, so you are Lori Solis. I'll show you registered as Lori Solis, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you will be testifying against the bill.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Okay. All right. Ms. Hoffacker, we'll let you begin.
Hey, y'all. My name's Daphne Hoffacker. I'm a Texas mom. Last week you got happy Daphne. Today you get grumpy Daphne. And one of the reasons I'm a mom. I love the idea of parental empowerment, but I also think about this, like the bigger picture. What is happening here? When in the neighborhood that I live in, the people who live there tend to buy a house and live next to their parents. And so they're my age, they have kids my age, and they all went to school together. They all went to school together. They got off the buses together. They went to Timmy's house for popsicle. They went to Mark's house to play. And that doesn't happen anymore. Because in my neighborhood, those people, who grew up together, they're still connected, their children are separated in charter schools and private schools and through school choice all over our district. And what happens is we're worried about our kids, right? We're worried about them being isolated. We're worried about too much time online. But when they are not in schools, when we don't have a system that keeps our communities and our schools together, our kids are going home and they're getting on devices to connect to their friends. Their friends are not in their neighborhood. This is what school choice and this, division, giving me $10,000 and then sending me off into the wilderness with my dyslexic kid doesn't feel safe. It doesn't feel like community. This is not the world that I grew up in. I grew up where we were all going to the same schools. We had like 3 Catholic kids who went to the Catholic school in every neighborhood, but the rest of us all went to the same. I went to school with Jim and Tammy Faye Baker's children. They went to school in my public school. I don't know if you know who they are, but they became very well-known celebrity religious people. And they had their kids in public school. We all went to school together, and I'm asking you, what are we doing? We need to be doubling down on community. We need to be letting our kids grow up together and not separating them out this way. So I'm asking you to put this aside. Put the money into the public schools where all of our kids are going together. Focus again, we talked about charter school proliferation. Charter schools are not bringing back their good stuff back to our public schools, which is why they're
Wrap
here.
up your testimony. I was
Wrapping
literally
it
not
up.
looking
I'm telling
at that
you,
bill. Sorry, Daphne.
please. No, I
was
get it.
thinking about Jim and Tammy Faye.
I totally. Jim and Tammy Faye, if you want to know about their kids, I can tell you, I went to school with them. I played softball in their fields. We need to do a better job as leaders of saying community is absolutely essential to the well-being of all of us. And so stop the voucher stuff, stop separating our kids, stop the charter school, focus on our public schools, focus on community right now, when our kids are struggling with mental health issues. They need to be with their friends more than ever, and we cannot allow leaders to separate us.
Wrap
we
it
need
up,
to be
wrap it
together.
up. Gotcha.
Wrapping up.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
right.
Yes, if you don't mind, please
Thank you,
do
Ms.
not let this
Hoffacker.
out of committee. Thank you. Our kids are too important.
Thank you. Miss Solis.
Sorry, you can have that now.
Representative Buckley and the Public Education Committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice a fraction of my concerns today. My name is Lori Solis. I was born and raised in the great state of Texas. I live in Burleson under the representation of Helen Kerwin in District 58. I am in Joshua ISD, not the private education of all the testimonies that y'all have been hearing today. I am a God-fearing Christian woman who serves full-time at church because even though I'm highly educated, serving and being a wife and mom are my greatest accomplishments. I am a proud mom of 2 young men, one who serves in our U.S. Marine Corps, hoorah, and one who works but fishes every chance he gets. He was in SPED in 504, and our public education system did an amazing job to get him through where he needed to do. And I attended many ARD meetings and am very equipped and knowledgeable in that as well. I also have many bonus children and 2 God kids that are near and dear to my heart and spend multiple days a week with me in Granbury ISD. I have been extremely involved in my children's education and even served 3 years on the high school campus improvement committee. Please consider voting no with the masses of your constituents who are not for ESAs and HB3. This has become a bipartisan thing, and to me that's huge in Texas especially. Just look at the root cause of the failures, and I think we can improve a lot. Public and private schools were never designed to be mutually exclusive with the government. We as parents already have a school choice, and watering down the private sector to eventually have government overreach is not acceptable, especially for a conservative state. Homeschool is a way for parents to govern their children in education when public and private aren't for them. These funds would place government reach into the
Wrap up your
programs.
testimony, please.
Pardon? Oh, okay. I also believe it is gross negligence to utilize 5% or approximately $50 million in the first year for advertising schools to go and program. If they are that good, then I believe people will line up for them. Or there also are a lot of other avenues that we can market for a much cheaper price. I also, in
Please
my
complete
innate
your testimony,
beliefs,
please.
I do not approve of my tax dollars being used in those ways for different things that could be approved through private education. I respectively urge the committee to oppose HB3. Since funds are temporary for this binary, it will deplete our public sector. When a child leaves, funds do leave, which teachers will have to leave.
Please wrap up your testimony. You're way over your time limit. Please wrap up your testimony. All right.
Blessings, yeah.
Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Chair calls Robert Norris, Herb Krasner, and Jeannie Lehman Lopez. Herb went home? Okay. Okay, we're going to show Herb Krasner on behalf of himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. All right, I'll show you registered as Jeannie Lehman Lopez, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I show you registered as Robert Norris on behalf of Grandparents for Public Schools and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you for staying late, and I promise I won't waste your time. I moved to Texas 5 years ago from Indiana, and I've heard so much about the success of the program there, but I never saw it. In 2011, the legislature made the same promises I hear many of you making now. This is going to be a small program. It's going to prioritize those who aren't getting their needs met in public schools. And let me tell you, that is not how it works in reality. In the heart of Indianapolis, as someone who was part of the prioritized population, I couldn't find a private school that accepted vouchers. They don't want to participate in the program. My daughter was left with no choice, still in her F-rated middle school, which only declined as the program expanded. Despite what you're being told by those who stand to profit from the passage of vouchers, Indiana schools are closing left and right, and scores are lower than ever. Why are you following in the footsteps of bad policy? You know they're now working on bills to raise property taxes in Indiana. My Texas property taxes went up 21% this year. How much more are these ESAs going to cost me? $1 billion now, $3 billion next session, then $6 billion? I don't have it to give. My education costs went through the roof within 3 years of vouchers passing in Indiana. I spent thousands so my daughter could play sports in public schools, hundreds on book fees for public schools. Our district lost transportation services. We lost high-level AP classes. We lost our IB program. We lost foreign languages, and our facilities were crumbling. I was paying more and more for less and less. Where is the choice? How are you going to protect our Texas public schools as vouchers grow? Is what happened to my daughter now going to happen to my 2 sons? I don't see any protections for our Texas public schools in HB3. Is there a plan? Things are already terrible here, and if our schools decline the way they did in Indiana, there will be nothing left. If that isn't your intent, then I urge you to fix this bill before voting it out of committee. I still remember the names of all the Indiana legislators who sold out our schools, and if this bill passes, there will be millions of Texans who will remember your names. Don't let the fall of Texas public schools be your legacy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Norris.
Hi, I'm Robert Norris. I'm the founder and lead of Grandparents for Public Schools. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that gives grandparents and grandfriends a way to advocate for public schools and students. As public school supporters, we are opposed to the House Bill 3 voucher program because it shifts money away from Texas public schools, which, as you heard last Thursday, need a significant increase in state funding. As a grandparent, I'm worried about the public education my grandkids will receive if a voucher program is created. My grandkids attend an elementary school in the Austin School District. My concern is that the district's finances will be adversely affected by the voucher program. To the extent that students leave Austin Public Schools for private schools, the district's recapture payment to the state will increase because recapture is a function of property wealth per student. This could have a significant impact. In fact, roughly half of AISD's local revenue already goes to the state because of the way recapture works. And as Representative Hinojosa has pointed out, AISD's recapture payment will be over $800 million this school year. And it's estimated that the school district will lose about $6 million at a conservative estimate in fiscal 2027 if House Bill 3 is enacted. Also, it really makes no sense that private schools won't have to follow the same rules as public schools and will not be as accountable to taxpayers as public schools are. Lastly, I want to paraphrase conservative Republican Senator Robert Nichols in his opposition statement related to the voucher bill, Senate Bill 2. A voucher program is not fair to the children and parents of Texas. There will be little oversight of how public funds are spent. It will create constitutional questions about the separation of church and state,
Wrap up your testimony, please.
and it will hurt public schools, lead to class segregation, and is not fiscally conservative. Please do not create a harmful voucher program in Texas. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Sergio Plaza, Paula Broadway, and Rosie Perez. All right, ma'am, what's your name?
I'm Paula Broadway.
Well, hi, Paula. Hold on just one second. Sergio Plaza. Okay, yeah. Okay, we're gonna, well, let's see here. Let's see if we can find anybody else. Rosie Perez? Rosie Perez. Roy Knight? There we go. Terry Kosabud? Yes. Okay, we're going to show Sergio Plaza on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Got it? All right, we're going to show Rosie Perez on behalf of the West Texas Alliance and herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. And all right, I'm going to show you registered as Paula Broadway on behalf of, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you registered as Roy Knight, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to show you registered as Terry Kosabud on behalf of Grandparents for Public Schools and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct? All right, you may begin.
Oh, okay. Okay, I have three things I'd like to talk about today, so I'll make it very quick. One is that a poll was published yesterday that was taken of Texans who are likely to vote in the midterms, and it just reads this way. Despite Governor Abbott's campaign in support of vouchers, only 50% of base Republicans support them. Vouchers are opposed by majorities of every major demographic group, including Hispanics and Black voters, and voters from every region of the state. Notably, 70% of public school parents oppose vouchers, and 85% report that $10,000 would not be enough for them to afford private school tuition for their child. That's first. Second, you know, we heard a lot about different states and what they were doing. Well, some states, during their discussions like we're having right now, decided to kill their voucher bills. Illinois was not one of those. Instead, Illinois implemented a voucher system in Illinois, and a couple years later shut it down. And the reason that Illinois gave for shutting down its voucher program was as follows. Illinois discontinued its school voucher program known as Invest in Kids, primarily due to concerns about the program diverting public funds to private schools, a lack of accountability and oversight, and the perception that it has disproportionately benefited white students rather than the intended low-income population, leading to criticism from education groups and a push to prioritize funding for public schools instead. Now, my last comment is what Representative Hinojosa has been doing for the last several minutes, and that is asking people, their district, how much money would go. Well, I took Representative Leo Wilson's district, and I showed that all of the ISDs in your district are in the red, and you're going to lose another at least $3 million if this
Please
program
wrap up your
goes through.
testimony.
I'm done.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Knight.
Yes, sir. I'm Roy Knight from Lufkin, Texas. 40-year retired school man, finished as the superintendent of schools in Lufkin, Texas, and had that man right there as my board president in multiple years. You two served as a school board member, I'm assuming probably president at some point in time. I'm too old and too tired to waste many words here. This bill is a skunk that we're trying to pass off as a kitty cat. Now, I've got to tell you guys, the quote of the day was, "We want the money, but I don't want you dictating terms." What a load of garbage. This bill is being forwarded, justified, built on two fallacies. One is that suddenly private schools entering into the picture will cause school teachers to be more competitive. We've been competitive with our neighbors for years. Shoemake High School's been competitive with Colleen Ellison, who's been competitive with Colleen High. Lufkin's been competitive with Hudson, every other school in our county. So that's a fallacy. And I'll tell you, it pisses teachers off when they hear that, because that implies they hadn't been working hard until suddenly the private schools came into the picture. This bill provides the opportunity for more waste, fraud, and abuse than any bill that's ever come through. The thing that baffles me the most is you as a body have created a hole in the financial roof of public schools, and now we want to go out and buy a 60-inch flat screen TV. I don't get it. We do not want our schools to do anything but be accountable to you as a public. You went to the mat. You went to the mat on A through F to ensure that parents understood. Mr. Dutton, I have the answer to your question about how you ensure that private schools are up to snuff and how you identify low performing if you're interested. I'll quit right there.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Broadway.
Yes, hi, I'm Paula Broadway. I'm a longtime homeschool mom and a homeschool advocate, and I have some serious concerns about this bill, including the cost and efficiency. 3 quick points. 1, stop the misrepresentation. House Bill 3 does not give parents the right to dictate the educational needs of their children. We already have that. Anybody can do that. They just have to be willing to do it. The legislature can only give money, and that money always has strings and regulations attached. And those regulations get in the way of a parent's right to direct the education of their children. School choice is incompatible with the current level of autonomy homeschooling provides. Number 2, with the comptroller's office being able to determine what is and what is not an approved educational expense, this bill only narrows the options for Texas homeschooling parents. Hence, school choice is incompatible with independent homeschooling. And number 3, this bill creates this oxymoronic new category of government-controlled homeschooler. The bill also separates homeschooling away from private education, and that is incompatible with LEAPer. Bottom line here, money from government subsidies does not produce empowerment. That money is entrapment. Freedom is what truly empowers families. You need to leave homeschooling out of this bill, period. You can focus on those forms of education that are already regulated through the government and the private accreditation agencies. I mean, they've already got people in their business. Just leave homeschooling out of this bill. We're doing just fine. $2,000 is a lot of money, but it's not worth giving up all our freedom for. I mean, we have true, absolute, beautiful, pure freedom. We don't really have to answer to anybody, and we want to keep it that way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? I bet Representative Ashby.
Yeah, well, first off, Coach Knight, good to see you. Members, if you've ever wanted to see a champion for public education, this guy right here is top of the heap. Roy, I appreciate you and Janet. I saw her back there. Thank y'all for being here all day, and just thank you for your lifetime service for Lufkin and all the public schools that you serve. One little fact to bring some seriousness to this discussion. If you were ever looking for the best track and field coach in Texas, an 800-meter specialist right here, Roy Knight, I tell you what.
Well, Trent, it didn't hurt that I had a 6'7" Ashby
He's doing okay.
influence in there, who is now a star at Texas A&M on their track team, and for the record, set 2 PRs this year in 800 meters, and one that helped win the SEC championship this year as well.
Well, thank you, Coach. Anyway, I do have a serious question for you, and I know that you have a lot of concerns with this bill.
Yes, sir.
But for sake of brevity and the time of night it is, if you could give us one recommendation on
Yes,
how
sir.
we could improve this bill, in your opinion, what would be the one thing you would change about it?
That's easy enough. Get off of this norm reference test being that is the most Rudy-Poot achievement test you can call for, is a norm reference test. Give a criterion reference test, then. It doesn't have to be STAR. There are multiple ones out there, but then it shows you the actual progress a student made based on required criteria from one grade level to the next. Then you can identify underperforming private schools. It's dangerous to their reputations. So if you did only one thing, require a criterion reference test and not a norm. For those who are unaware, a norm reference test means you're compared to everybody else who took a test that year. Somebody's going to be in the 95th percentile, somebody's going to be in the 25th percentile. Nobody knows how much they improve from one year to the next because of that. That'd be my first and foremost.
Thank you, Roy. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that. And lastly, y'all seen my friend Superintendent Knight here. Can you imagine serving on the school board with him and trying to tell him that he had a bad idea? Let me tell you.
I'd call that a team of 8.
It was a true team of 8. And if you ever want to meet a true Lufkin Panther, this is one sitting in front of you. Roy, thank you. Your friendship means a lot. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you, Trent.
Members, any more questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here. Chair calls Cassie Webb, Laura Martinez, and Oliver Tejeda. And ma'am, what is your name?
My name is Cassie Webb.
Okay, so you're Cassie Webb. Laura Martinez. Laura Martinez. Oliver Tejeda, or Tejeda? Oliver Tejeda? Okay, we're going to show Laura Martinez on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Oliver Tejeda? We're going to show Oliver Tejeda on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Yeah, let's give it a couple more. Chair calls Crystal Main. Crystal Main. Chair calls Jackie Benestante. Jackie Benestante. Are you Crystal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jackie Benestante. Okay, we're going to show Jackie Benestante, Executive Director on behalf of the Autism Society of Texas, and herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. One more. Sharon Reynolds. Sharon Reynolds. We're going to show Sharon Reynolds on behalf of herself, registered on the bill but not testifying. Tom Sagana. Tom Sagana. Okay, we're going to show Tom Sagana on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. We'll do one more. Cyril Mickler. Cyril Wickler. We're going to show Cyril Mickler on behalf of the League of Women Voters, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Mary Elizabeth Castle. Mary Elizabeth Castle. I think we have a winner. All right. All right, I'm going to show you registered as Cassie Webb, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you registered as Mary Elizabeth Castle, Director of Government Relations, testifying on behalf of Texas Values Action. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you registered as Crystal Main on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct? All right, Ms. Main, you may begin.
My name is Crystal Main, and I am against this bill. And I am not paid, as someone made a comment that we were all paid to be here. I am not paid, and I have read the bill. I am a conservative, and I initially, many years ago, thought vouchers might be a good idea. After looking at the unintended consequences of those, I am no longer for them. Also, most of the homeschoolers I know are not for them. I am on the THSC mailing list. They do not represent me. I got on it when I went to a convention probably 20 years ago. So they do not represent me. We already have options. My daughter was homeschooled for a period of time. She also went to a private school at one point. She went to a charter school at one point, and she went to public school. All during these times, I was a single mom working 2 jobs, and I managed to homeschool her and put her in private schools when necessary. This bill will affect even those who do not take the funds. Even as homeschoolers who do not take this money, it will have unintended consequences on them as well, just like universal health care has affected the whole healthcare industry. You are using taxpayer money. You are not using government money. This is taxpayer money. This is my money that I do not want spent on this, and yet I will be forced to pay for it in taxes, just like universal health care. It doesn't provide choice because we already have that, and in fact, it limits it because it only allows approved vendors. Textbooks, it says no out-of-state vendors and materials. Well, a lot of textbooks come from out of state. Bob Jones, Abeka, and many, many others come from out of state. Am I not going to be able to purchase those? It creates a new bureaucracy, a whole new bureaucracy. As Republicans, we want limited government. We want less government, not more. Homeschool equals
Please
private.
wrap up your testimony.
Equals private school, and I did not see anywhere in the bill that distinguished that, and maybe I missed it, but it says that private schools have to be accredited, and yet homeschools are private schools. So where in there does it make the exception for homeschools not having to be accredited?
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Castle.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values Action, and I'm testifying in favor of HB3. It's time to make a diversity of education options available to all students. That includes traditional public schools, charter schools, or homeschools, and even private schools. But better education options should not be a luxury. And while making sure that each child is successful and well-educated has been central to the conversation, speaking about a child's success has drawn a lot of sensitivity regarding the performance and outcomes of public schools and public school teachers. And proponents of diversifying educational opportunity may have at times been, critical to the state of affairs of public education when the sum of the parts is not always representative of each individual school district and city. Much can be deciphered about the performance of public schools at the appropriate time when the legislature has discussions with our Texas Education Commissioner. However, an important element of this bill today and the conversation surrounding ESAs that is often left out and has been left out a lot today is the parent's fundamental right to raise and educate their child as they see fit. It has long been argued that parents' fundamental rights are guaranteed by the 14th Amendment, which is why many states, including Texas, have considered passing a Parents' Bill of Rights. Each parent knows their child. They know their child's abilities and limitations, their likes and dislikes, their life experiences and lack thereof, and much more. A parent should have the option to choose what is best for their child. That could be a public school, but that is not always the case. Money should not be a barrier if a parent needs a different option for their child. Please consider HB3. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Webb.
My name is Cassie Webb. I'm testifying against House Bill 3, and pardon the hangriness and the tiredness, but I'm on 1 hour of sleep, and I decided at 1 a.m. to buy a ticket from DFW area to come down because I couldn't not say this. I appreciate you all. I really do. This is a thankless job. You all serve my 3 public school children. You serve millions more. And this is an opportunity for good accountability to be a good friend to good leaders. So thank you for your time. I want to start by saying that House Bill 3 is an improvement. Thank you, Dr. Buckley. I like the diagnostics. I like that you took steps to test barriers to school choice. But when we get to D, income that is at or above 500% of the poverty line, this is the do not resuscitate order for school choice. This is, I feel like, where the bill gives up. And we just transfer more privilege. We heap and we dump privilege on the privileged instead of being forced to pause, check diagnostics again, make recommendations for why this bill isn't working, or recommit to public schools. We instead give up. And as someone who is privileged, please strike out Group D. Affordability is not my barrier to choice. Take me off your list. I decline the invitation. Don't waste your taxpayer money on me. True low-income families also pay these taxes. I couldn't take an ESA as someone of Category D. I couldn't take an ESA in good conscience. This does nothing for choice if you include this portion. Dr. Buckley, you would never oversupplement your livestock. It's just your money gets wasted out the back end, right? You wouldn't do that. What kind of ROI is in subsidizing private school tuition for the wealthy? I'm a conservative. This is not the conservative way. This is where school choice states have messed up, but Texas is a maverick, not a copycat. The Texas Ethics Commission, I have papers. The government's out-of-state donations are the only way I can make sense of this contradiction of it's limited, but it's universal, right? I understand that lawmakers want to put 10 commandments in every public classroom across Texas. How about this commandment, though? Deuteronomy 16:19, you shall not accept a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of the righteous. I've seen too many pictures of the governor in your offices. I've seen the mailers are just gross, and I'm sorry y'all have been bullied. I'm sorry.
Chairman.
Either make it a bill that increases school choice, or leave it be as a fiscally liberal entitlement.
All right. Oh, wrap up your testimony. There's a question for you. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Chairman Frank.
It's not a question. It's a statement. I've been for school choice for 12 years, and I'm getting tired of having people. I mean, we talked about what testimony should be and shouldn't be. Casting aspersions or telling me why I'm supporting something is not okay, and it's not just you. There have been a number of people doing that.
I don't have your papers. I have the governor's
for a lot
papers.
of times. I mean, but there's been this implication that people have been bullied to it. Schoolcraft has let us know that he has been for it for a long, long time. There's a lot of people and a lot of reasons that people think parents want options. Is it perfect? That's fine. But to imply that those of us up here are such wusses that whatever the governor wants to do is what we're going to do is kind of demeaning. You said you appreciate us and then kind of insulted and acted like we're not making these decisions ourselves. So.
Then I shouldn't make it a blanket statement, but I do know that it is happening with some of the representatives, and I want to speak for them.
Okay.
I do have the governor's Texas Ethics Commission papers. I have seen with my own eyes the pictures of the uncomfortable-looking conversations going on, and the mailers are nasty, and I'm tired of the text messages. You all just work on making real change for kids, and we'll work on making campaign finance reform happen.
All right.
We can
Members,
do
any more
better.
questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Chair calls Anita Knight, Sarah Ivory, and Jacob Gross. Anita Knight, Sarah Ivory, and Jacob Gross.
Sarah's gone.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show Anita Knight on behalf of the AAUW Texas and herself registered against the bill but not testifying. Sarah Ivory.
Sarah's not here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta go through this. I'm gonna show Sarah Ivory on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Jacob Gross. Jacob Gross. I'm gonna show Jacob Gross on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Gail Ash. Chair calls Gail Ash. Angelina Temez. Gail Ash. I'm going to show Gail Ash on behalf of herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Is it more? Okay. Stephen Mackey. Okay. All right. Let's do one more. See if we can get one more up there. Excuse me, Sophia Murto. Chair calls Sophia Murto. Okay, I'm going to show you registered as Sophia Murto. Did I get that right? Yeah, pretty close. Okay. I'm going to show you registered as Sophia Murto on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct? I have you show you registered as Angelina Temez. Testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you registered as Stephen Mackey. Testifying on behalf of Blanco ISS and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Blanco ISD.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Do I have your permission to change that?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll get that changed. All right. Ms. Murto, you may begin.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sophia. I'm a born and raised Texan. We have heard a number of stories from people who are trying to fill the gaps left by underfunded public schools. People keep trying to frame this as a low-quality public schools versus specialized private schools. This is actually an issue of funding, which is totally moot because of the constitutional mandate of this body, but I'll get to that. First, I'm going to tell you how well public schools work when they get a lot of funding. I can personally speak to the difference between a well-funded public school, a religious private school, and a less well-funded public school. My parents bought a house when I was young in an affluent suburb that guaranteed me attendance at a public school well-funded by high property tax dollars. When I struggled with the class sizes, my parents paid for a private Christian school, and my mother drove me across town every day. The school did not offer buses. Most families cannot drive their kids to private school during working hours, especially in this economy. After a year of private school, I went back to the public school in my neighborhood. I attended public schools that were well-funded, where I had friends who spoke multiple languages from different countries who practiced different religions. AP and IB classes were available, and I was able to test in a college-level curriculum in high school. This is a system that already works. In my senior year, we moved, and I went to a more typical public school. It offered me the same curriculum I received in my earlier years and less college readiness. This gave me firsthand experience of how readiness for higher education varies widely based on public school funding. The clear solution is just to fund the system that already works. Vouchers are an insult to working families who cannot afford the logistics and cost of private schools. HB3 is also blatantly unconstitutional. The constitutional mandate of this body is to offer free public education. Texas Constitution Article 7 states that it shall be the duty of the legislature to establish and make suitable provision for the support and maintenance of an efficient system of free public schools. Our Constitution says nothing about funneling my tax dollars to private companies who are not held to the same civil rights and educational standards as public schools. It is also unconstitutional to give my tax dollars to religiously affiliated schools. Article 1, Section 6 guarantees freedom of religion. It also prevents appropriation of public funds or property for sectarian purposes. Finally, I've been listening all day. Can't believe I'm still awake, and I have yet to hear any significant discussion of how this bill would affect rural families. I encourage you to properly invest in teacher salaries and school funding. I don't appreciate having to come down here and remind y'all of the mandate of your body and remind y'all that we have a system that already works and you just have to fund it.
Thank you for your testimony. Hold up just one second. John Ash, Ken Moore, and Callie Kumalots, you'll be on deck. All right, Ms. Tamez, you may begin.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Angelina Tamez, and I am here at 12 a.m. to testify my support in HB3 because in my experience, this could be a game changer for Hispanic families like my own. When I was a sophomore in high school, I walked into my class thinking it was going to be a regular agenda. Take notes, listen to the lecture. However, this time, my teacher decided to do this assignment where she posted statistics on the walls. It was for us to be forced to encounter the truth of our educational system. Two of these statistics said 7% of Rio Grande Valley students are considered college ready based on their ACT and SAT scores. 7%. And a third of your region's working age residents never completed high school. Our teacher explained that the intent of this assignment was to motivate us to breaking the stigma. However, when my mother asked what I learned that evening, I told her I learned that I had a much greater chance at educational failure compared to the rest of the nation, solely based on the school district I attended. So, like the amazing mother I have, she began researching local private schools to get me out of my class. However, they cost. And with 2 toddlers in the home, groceries and gasoline were priority. And like so many South Texas residents, my quality education didn't make the budget. In the RGV, 90% of us are Hispanic, and so many of us are first-generation college and high school graduates like myself. Our abuelos, our parents, make numerous sacrifices to give us the American dream, yet so often the public school system fails to meet us there. Therefore, in a community where poverty is high and test scores are low, school choice, HB3, would allow us the opportunity of the American dream, a fighting chance, and a future where our zip code no longer dictates our destiny. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Mackey, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Mackey, and I serve on the Board of Trustees in Blanco ISD in Blanco, Texas. We're a rural district, and I am here to testify against House Bill 3. In Blanco, we hold traditional values, and we work hard to raise our kids to be great Texans. Our students are involved. They serve in the community, go to college, join the military, and enter the workforce. Yet, we are fiscally responsible, and we're a conservative community. And yet, like many districts across the state, we are facing a growing budget deficit. This year, our board passed a $1.2 million deficit budget, and since 2019, we have submitted $5.5 million in recapture payments. This is not sustainable. In Blanco, we are not against competition, and we're not afraid of vouchers. But we are opposed to expanding the size and role of government to create a third education system, one with varying standards of accountability, less transparency, and the ultimate choice to accept or deny a student at their discretion, when the first education system that serves without discrimination to 5.5 million students across the state of Texas remains underfunded. House Bill 3 provides mechanisms to help parents deal with rising costs and inflation in private school tuition, but it does nothing to address the rising costs and inflation in public schools. In fact, it pulls potential funds away from public schools and fails to include a hold harmless cause for public schools affected by this bill. Since 2019, inflation has increased by 22%, effectively having schools operate with $1,340 less today per student than they did in 2019. Further, House Bill 3 doesn't serve rural communities like Blanco. Rural districts face real challenges in attracting and keeping teachers. Subsidizing private schools won't fix that. What will is raising the small and mid-sized district allotment multiplier from 0.004 to 0.0065. And for a district like Blanco, that could be absolutely game-changing funding for our district. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Did someone? Okay. All right. Thank you all for being here. Chair calls John Ash, Ken Moore, and Callie Kumalots. Did I get close on your last name?
Yes, it's Kumalots.
Kumalots, all right. Ken Moore. Ken Moore. We're going to show Ken Moore on behalf of himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. John Ash. We'll show John Ash on behalf of himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Annette Martinez. We're going to show Annette Martinez on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Calvin Tillman. Oh, okay. There we go. Did I do that, Martina? Okay, I did. All right. Just making sure. All right. Can you? Yes, clear those out, please. Okay, I'm going to show you registered as Callie Kumalats, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Show you registered as Calvin Tillman. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Ms. Kumalats, you may begin. 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Callie Kumlotz, a former public school teacher, current education nonprofit professional, and a mom to a toddler with another on the way. I'm also a lifelong Texan. I was born and raised in the Texas Panhandle, went to College Station, and now I live in Austin. I'm in opposition to House Bill 3. I've seen firsthand how a quality public education can change lives, yet teachers today face growing demands without the necessary support or funding. Education savings accounts and vouchers would only worsen this crisis, diverting critical resources from millions of public school students to benefit a much smaller group in private schools, institutions with no obligation to serve all students, no curriculum oversight, and the right to deny admission for any reason. Public funds should remain in public schools where they serve the entire community. Rather than taking from the many to benefit the few, why not invest in what truly helps families? Affordable early childcare options that set kids up for long-term success. The vast majority of parents, educators, and caregivers want you to listen to your constituents and to fund public schools. I'm asking you to vote in opposition of the bill moving forward. I hope to see an education system that supports all children, including my own, by strengthening and investing in public schools, not undermining them. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Tillman.
All right, thank you. My name is Calvin Tillman. I live in Valley View, Texas. I'm representing myself in opposition to HB3 in its current form. So I am the homeschool dad of 2 sons. Both of them have graduated high school, one's in college, and I have a 12-year-old daughter that's in the 7th grade that's also homeschooled. So homeschooling was legally recognized in Texas in 1994, and it's currently not regulated by the state of Texas. So without government intervention, homeschool has been allowed to thrive and grow with approximately 3.1 million homeschool students in 2021 and 2022 in the United States. In the U.S., taxpayers spend an average of $16,500 per pupil annually. In public schools, Texas numbers just under $14,000. So the math on that, the 3.1 million homeschool students in 21 and 22 represent a savings of over $51 billion for taxpayers. Texas taxpayers currently spend nothing on the vast majority of homeschool students, while homeschool families spend an average of only $600 per student annually for their education. So that's only an average. So you could homeschool your child for less if you were more creative. So according to the National Home Education Research Institute, the home educated typically score 15 to 25 percentile points above public school students on standardized academic achievement tests. Educated students typically score above average on SAT and ACT tests that colleges consider for admission. Homeschool students are also increasingly being actively recruited by college. So as you can tell, homeschoolers are thriving without government intervention. HB3 provides unnecessary strings and funding for a system that is working It is rare that government intervention makes any program better.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
So I'm struggling to see how House Bill 3 would improve the education of homeschool students. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, we appreciate y'all being here. Chair calls, let me get this right, Kia Zempinski? Did I get even close?
No, but it's okay. It's Shapinsky.
Shapinsky.
Yes, sir.
It says a number 1 at the end. Can I take that off?
Go ahead, yeah.
I
That's
figured
not
it
on my
wasn't.
birth certificate, so yeah.
Well, I just wasn't sure. Is it Kia?
Kia, you're right.
Kia
Shapinsky.
Shapinsky.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Lexi Stolfus. Lexi Stoltzfus. We're going to show Lexi Stoltzfus on behalf of ACE Scholarships and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Martha Salazar Zamora. All right. Yeah. Amber Feller Landrum. Okay. We're going to, Lexi Stoltzfus. I didn't. Did you mark it? Okay, I did it. All right, sorry. It's getting late. All right, I'm going to show you registered as Kia Chapinski. Testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Against.
Okay. Have your permission to change it?
Please do.
Okay.
I insist on it.
I show you registered as Martha Salazar Zamora on behalf of, testifying on behalf of Tomball ISD and the Texas Association of School Administrators.
Yes, sir,
And you'll
on
be
behalf of
testifying
TASA.
against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I show you registered as Amber Feller Landrum, trustee, Round Rock ISD, testifying on behalf of Round Rock ISD trustee and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill.
That is correct.
All right. Well, Ms. Chapinski, you can begin.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is obviously Kia Shapinsky, as we've discovered, and I am a mother of 4 lovely children based out of Hutto. I'm here today because I care deeply about the future of our public education system, and I respectfully urge the committee to oppose the ESA, or school voucher program. While we all agree that public schools need improvement, diverting funds to private school is not the answer. This program would strip resources from public schools while funneling taxpayer dollars into private institutions that aren't held to the same accountability standards. Public education is the foundation of opportunity for all children, regardless of background or income. But this voucher program threatens to weaken that foundation in several key ways. 1, it'll drain public school funding. Texas public schools are funded per student. So when a student leaves, their funding follows, reducing resources for remaining students. 2, it undermines the teacher retirement security. The teacher retirement system is funded by public school employees and the state. If teachers leave for private schools, which don't contribute to the TRS, the system weakens, leading to higher costs or reduced benefits. 3, it primarily benefits the wealthier families. In Florida, after HB1 was passed in 2023, 87% of voucher recipients were already in private schools. This is a subsidy for families who can already afford private tuition, while rural and low-income families who have fewer private school options are left footing the bill. And 4, it has failed to improve student outcomes. Studies from Louisiana, Indiana, and Ohio show that students using vouchers often perform worse than their public school peers, with academic declines comparable to or worse than the COVID-19 learning loss. Instead of diverting funds to private schools, we should
Wrap up your
focus on the
testimony,
real
please.
solutions that strengthen public education by increasing funding to reduce class sizes and improve resources, ensuring fair teacher pay and benefits to retain high-quality educators, and expanding proven programs such as early childhood education and mental health services. The future of all of our children depends on a strong, well-funded public school education system. Please stand with the Texas students, families, and educators by opposing this bill.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Dr. Salazar Zamora.
Well, I have changed this from good morning to good evening back to good morning. So, good morning, Chairman Buckley and members of the Public Education Committee. My name is Martha Salazar Zamora, and I am the very proud superintendent of the Tomball Independent School District and the current president of the Texas Association of School Administrators. TASA appreciates the dedication and hard work of this committee and your commitment to public education in this state. As TASA president, I am here today to respectfully oppose HB3. The membership of TASA has long opposed programs like vouchers. While we may disagree with matters related to ESAs, I know we all want what is best for the school children of Texas, even when we disagree on how to accomplish that goal. Some of the concerns we have include, we believe any school that accepts tax dollars must accept all children living within the ISD boundaries, including all special education children and students with behavioral issues. Otherwise, this is not about parental choice. It is really about a private school choice to pick which kids it is willing to educate. In addition, TASA believes that any school accepting public money must follow the same accountability standards as public schools. Campus and district A through F ratings are the state's way of reporting to citizens how their schools are performing with their tax dollars. State exam results can have negative financial implications for school districts whose students do not meet the stringent state standards. Students of any entity using taxpayer funds should be expected to demonstrate mastery of these same TEKS-based standards. We also believe that any school taking tax dollars should follow the same transparency laws that all ISDs are expected to follow. Transparency keeps taxpayers apprised of school business and helps prevent fraud, waste, and of course, abuse. In addition, wrapping up, ISDs have elected school trustees who meet in public and are directly accountable to local taxpayers in the operation of their schools and the academic growth of their students. We believe entities receiving tax dollars should adhere to the same laws as public school systems regarding financial transparency. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the committee today. I thank you for your time and your careful consideration of all of my comments that have been made on behalf of TASA.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Landrum.
Yes, thank you. My name is Amber Feller Landrum, and I am a trustee with the Round Rock Independent School District, and I'm testifying against House Bill 3. I could sit here and tell you all the facts and figures as to why ESAs are inequitable, but you've heard so much of that today, I think I'd rather tell you a story about Mitchell. This is Mitchell. He's a 15-year-old freshman in high school. He also has Down syndrome. He has been enrolled in my district for 12 years, and you can name just about any special education service, and he's probably received it during his tenure with us. In other words, as Representative Leo Wilson said much earlier today, he's very expensive to educate. There is not a private school, or even a charter school for that matter, in the greater Austin area that would take Mitchell and enroll him. How do I know this? Because I'm also Mitchell's mom. And there was a time when I looked for alternatives to public education and was crushed to find out that there were none for him. Feel free to ask me about questions about my search for private schools. Thank God I stuck with public education, because while the journey hasn't been perfect or even smooth, Mitchell has just passed his OSHA safety certification in his high school CTE construction class this spring. He'll graduate in a few years, and he'll be a productive member of society with a career thanks to public education. Please think about Mitchell and the hundreds of thousands of other students in special education or otherwise who have zero options for private school, no matter how much ESA money you throw at them. Please remember that children are not red or blue. It is your responsibility to invest and develop a robust public education system that benefits all kids, because all kids matter or no kids matter. And by the way, I didn't leave you a printed copy of my testimony, but I am leaving you each with a copy of Mitchell for you to take back and put on your desk to think about Mitchell and those kids like him. And please don't throw my kid away.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Talarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question. Just want to thank you, trustee, for being here. I wouldn't be on this dais if it wasn't for Round Rock ISD. So thank you for your service to our school district.
Well, I do want to say, as a fellow elected official, thank you for listening to your constituents. It's long, it's hard. I know you're all exhausted, but it's your constituents' voices that you have to represent. So thank you for listening to all of us here today, and I think there's still many more to come, but thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any more questions? Representative Schoolcraft.
I have a question for the committee real quick. Can each and every one of you identify like what her son looks like? Because I
Hold up.
watched a lot of your heads looking
Hold up.
down. Can you tell me what her son looks like if she doesn't show you?
Miss
right now?
Zamora.
Hey, hold
Miss.
Ma'am. Ms. Chapinski, hold up.
Shapinski.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Representative Schoolcraft.
And Ms. Zamora, I want to compliment you on something. Yes, your use of language. I've been cringing all day and all evening and all morning hearing the word vouchers. Your testimony used the words ESAs. You know, the word voucher is nowhere in this bill. And there's a big difference between a voucher and an ESA, and I appreciate you being careful with your language. Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, thank you very much for your testimony.
You would ask me. I was hoping you would ask me, Representative Frank, why I was looking at alternatives.
All right, Representative Frank, do you want to ask did you want to ask a question? Okay, go ahead.
All right, I'll ask the question that you want me to ask, which is why were you looking at alternatives? And I'm sure is because you weren't getting what you wanted. And I think the one thing I would say, because I do think
Wait,
about...
are you going to ask me or are you going to answer for me?
I am going to ask, you asked me to
Okay.
ask you a question, so
And
I'm at
I
least
said I
going to
was
say a
hoping
little
you would.
commentary, and I will let you answer. But I do think of young boys and girls like Mitchell that on this, and I think really if you had the opportunity to have the kind of arrangement that is proposed in Chairman Buckley's bill, there's a chance that some of those options may have availed to you that weren't then. Some of those, because those schools that take children like that do cost a lot more, and under his plan, that money is there. Is it going to work in every situation? No, but is it going to give options to some parents like in the situation that you were in? Yes. So now I will ask you the question that you asked me to ask, which is, why were you looking for something?
Because this legislature has consistently underfunded special education, and it is impossible to find staff members who are willing to work as educational assistants for less than you can make at working at Costco. And the lack of stability in the classroom and the resources that are available to children in special education are consistently underfunded. My district alone, we spent $20 million more than what the state gave us on special education this past year, in 1 year. Right. Because it's important, but it's still not enough. And so when you have the instability on kids like Mitchell and thousands other that need that stability in their daily life, and you have an educational assistant that will be there for 3 months, and then they find a job that's making, $15 an hour because we can only pay them $12 an hour, there's no stability for these kids. There's no training, there's no continuity, and it ultimately harms the children when you underfund public education.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions? All right, thank you very much for your testimony.
Tomato with the vouchers.
Chair calls Leland Murphy, Manda Havens, and Hunter Bledsoe. And what's your name?
My name?
Yes.
Well, you can call me whatever you want as long as you vote no, but my name is Leland Murphy. So
Thank you.
All right. And your name?
Hunter Bledsoe.
Hunter Bledsoe, okay. Manda Havens. Manda Havens. We're going to show Manda Havens on behalf of ACE Scholarships and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Dr. Chloe Latham Sykes. The chair calls Dr. Chloe Latham Sykes. I think I saw, there she is. All right. All right, I show you registered as Leland Murphy, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I show you registered as Hunter Bledsoe. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay, I show you registered as Dr. Chloe Latham Sykes on behalf of the Agricultural Development Research Association and yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. Hello again, committee. As has been said, my name is Leland Dale Murphy. I'm a longtime Texan and a proud product of Texas public schools, and I'm here to voice my strong opposition to HB3. Frankly, I just want to start off by saying I think it's appalling that we're here again having to discuss this and these attempts to defund and dismantle our public schools. And just letting each and every single one of you know, the public is watching, and here outside of these walls, and come election time, they will be showing up, so just keep that in mind as you consider all your votes. Thank you so much. But let me just back up and say a little bit about myself. So I grew up in a small town called Kennedale, Texas. It's nestled right between Dallas and Fort Worth in the Metroplex. In Kennedale, we didn't have much. Kennedale ISD was severely underfunded and under-resourced. And I can only imagine the additional barriers that myself and all my classmates would have had if we had even less resources and even more money taken away from public schools like mine. And I'm only here because of my public education that gave me the resources and the opportunity to, go to college, get post-high school education, and then to, come and use my degree here at the Capitol. This voucher scheme would devastate school districts like the one I came from and so many others across the state of Texas, especially, as has been mentioned multiple times, in rural districts, which a lot of you represent, at least in theory. So I just want to ask, why are we taking money away from public schools, which serve everyone, to give to private institutions that just serve a select few of people? Because truly, public schools belong to all of us, including to all of y'all. And I know there's a lot of interest pushing this, but I just urge you all to vote your conscience and to do the right thing and to vote against vouchers. So thank you so much, and I urge you all to vote no on HB3. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. All right, Hunter Bledsoe.
My name is Hunter Bledsoe, and I'm from New Braunfels in the Comal County ISD. And I'm not a paid speaker. I'm here to talk to you about facts, not alternative facts like some people like to do. I'm a former educator, and I pursued my master's in educational leadership, which with one of the only 2 programs in the state that allowed you, and this is from Oklahoma, allowed you to be certified as a principal and a superintendent without having to pursue extra coursework. So it was a very comprehensive program. I had a 4.0 grade point average in the program, so I believe I learned the material pretty well. Part of that education was an entire course on public school budget and funding. That being said, Mr. Frank, you said that you've been very insulted. Well, we're very insulted because we are continually told that you aren't giving more of our taxpayer dollars to these private schools than you are to our public schools. You are in this bill. I actually brought visual aids if I need to teach school finance to you. You say that you're going to provide funding and that funding for education and for these kids is a #1 priority, right? Well, Texas is ranked 2nd in the nation as far as wealth. We're ranked 44th in education funding. Now tell me how that jives. It doesn't. I've always been told that what your priorities are will be what you're willing to spend your money on. Well, I need to know what your priorities are. Your priorities should be public education, not sending money to private schools. We elected you to listen to your constituents and to
Wrap
work
up your
for us.
testimony, please.
I will. Not take money from billionaires to do their bidding. Texans are smarter than you give us credit for. We see through you and the money behind the bill. We say enough is enough. Fund our public schools and special education instead of giving private schools our tax dollars. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Chloe Latham-Sykes.
Good evening, Chair Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Chloe Latham-Sykes. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy at IDRA, and we oppose House Bill 3. It is necessary for us to know where students attend school, what services they receive, and how well they're doing. And in fact, aside from this bill, that is the main focus of this committee, the focus of the work of this committee. So I want to speak a little bit about one of our primary concerns, which is House Bill 3 does not account for language protections for students who speak a language other than English at home. This is protected under federal and Texas state law. The Supreme Court ruled that students must receive educational instruction in the language they understand. And if that's not English, it needs to be in their home language. And denial of that violates the equal educational opportunities that are offered to those students. And prior to those laws being in place, students who didn't speak English faced punishments, like being sent to the corner in a classroom, or worse, being paddled or slapped for speaking their home language, such as Spanish, in the classroom, or were just excluded and segregated altogether to what were considered Mexican schools, Spanish-speaking only schools across the country. There are there's real silence around bilingual education protections or language accommodations at all in House Bill 3, and there are a few sections to note. One is the section around pre-approved providers. It does not note that they must indicate their ability to provide language education or even accommodations. The section around provider autonomy exempts private schools and providers from state oversight on their admissions policies around language, their educational programs, or how they discipline or even expel students. And the annual report does not include any reporting requirements around students' academic progress and learning achievement by educational program, including language programs, or by grade or subject area, as public schools must do to at least have a comparison and a gauge of who those students are and how they're doing, which is the work of this committee. So we urge you to continue your good work to invest in public schools, aside from this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Chair calls Carl Jones, Asher Beer Faley, and Guillermo Godino. Okay. Sir, what's your name? Okay. Guillermo Godino, gotcha. Guillermo, sorry. Yeah. Carl Jones? Okay. We're going to show Carl Jones on behalf of himself, registered on the bill but not testifying. Asher Beer Faley? Asher Beer Filey. We're going to show Asher Beer Filey on behalf of themselves or himself, or I'm not sure, registered against the bill but not testifying. Let's try to find another couple. Greta Alexander. We're going to show Greta Alexander on behalf of ACE Scholarships and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. William Arnold. Okay, we're going to... Was somebody pointing at William Arnold back in the back? Oh. Yeah. William Arnold. All right, we're going to show William Arnold on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Judy Nichols. Oh, we got one. We got one. All right. Okay, I show you registered as Judy Nichols, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, thank you.
All right, and I have you registered as Guillermo Godino on behalf of MASVA school board members for Latino equity and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Nichols, you may begin.
Why, thank you. My name is Judy Nichols, and I represent employers and students. And it seems not many people here are totally thrilled with HB3, so it must be good legislation. This committee has a guiding principle, a general diffusion of knowledge being essential to the preservation and liberties and rights of the people. We know this. What about locking our children into a one-size-fits-all institution with few choices exemplifies liberties and rights? This is your primary charge. Students are as different as every flower in Tyler. No two blooms are the same. Their formative years are just as fleeting and fragile. We owe it to them to have individual educational options that innovation produces. As a frontline employer in the fast food industry, and often the first real-world job for tens of thousands of students over my 40-plus year career, I've had a front row seat to the steadily declining performance of our students. This is not just anecdotal, but well supported by the data. I find in the business I own, student employees less and less able to do basic math. They have a hard time reading instructions, poor communication skills at best, and a lack of comprehensive critical thinking skills. Competition is the impetus for innovation. If America did not have a free market system that fosters competition, the amazing innovations that Americans have delivered to mankind in our short existence would not have happened. Why would anybody believe this wouldn't be true for education? We are 44th, for crying out loud. Consider, should we always do what we've always done? Is that your proposal if you're opposed to HB3? Let's just keep doing it, see if we get something different. I'm as physically conservative as any Republican, but we truly are concerned about the lack of public and our funding schools. We'd rein in the outrageous administration costs. Superintendents making a quarter to a third of $1 million is outlandish. $50,000 a year per teachers. I know we don't want to pay them well, but the average Texan makes $38,000.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
I'm usually the only frontline employer addressing the committee, so feel free to ask any questions if you like, but I dare say if we exit polled these students, you wouldn't be thrilled with their answers.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Godino.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Guillermo Godino, and I'm testifying against HB3 on behalf of MASBA, School Board Members for Latino Equity. HB3's proposal to implement ESAs and school vouchers threaten to divert critical resources from public education. Research shows that a quality public education system is the cornerstone of strong communities and thriving economies. HB3 would further strain schools already facing significant challenges. Research from states with voucher programs reveals their damaging consequences, such as financial mismanagement and a decline in academic achievement. Despite these claims that vouchers expand opportunities, extensive research shows they harm student achievement. Studies from Indiana, Louisiana, and Ohio found students using vouchers perform significantly worse in math and reading, comparable to the learning loss from COVID-19 disruptions. In Milwaukee, where the country's oldest voucher program exists, voucher students consistently perform worse on standardized tests than their public school peers. Vouchers overwhelmingly benefit private school students who are already in private schools, rather than expanding access for low-income families. Unlike public schools, private schools receiving vouchers are not required to serve all students or meet the same transparency standards. Private schools can deny students based on disability, sexual orientation, or disciplinary history, further marginalizing vulnerable populations. In Wisconsin, nearly half of voucher schools close within a few years of opening, wasting taxpayer dollars with little oversight. Religious and for-profit institutions receiving public funds are not required to follow the same curriculum standards, leading to inconsistencies in education quality. Voucher programs, including ESAs, do not benefit public school students, maintain accountability, or prevent discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Sir, real briefly, just for the record, you're representing, is it MASBA or VA?
MASBA.
BA. Do I have your permission to change it in the record?
Yes,
Okay,
thank
thank you very much. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Chair calls Shailendra Thomas, Victoria Fajardo, and Rachel Cannon. Okay, we're going to show Shailendra Thomas on behalf of ACE and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Okay. All right, I'll show you registered as Rachel Cannon, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Against the bill.
Okay, do I have your permission to change it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'll show you registered as Rachel Cannon, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill.
Correct.
All right, I'll show you registered as Victoria Fajardo on behalf of La Union del Pueblo Entero and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that
That's
correct? All right, Ms. Cannon, you may begin.
I'm Rachel Cannon. I'm a resident of Travis County. I'm also on the board of the Autism Society of Texas. I'm a mom of an 8-year-old. He's in 3rd grade at our local public elementary school. My son is also autistic. He is a level 1, meaning that he has the lowest support needs. He he also has ADHD. So he's able to be in a mainstream class with supports that either go in or out, pulling him out of the classroom for supports. He's also gifted, and so he is kind of what they call 2E, twice exceptional. As a parent, as a special education parent, I get to partner with the teachers, the special education therapists, and the therapist, to co-create. And so we get to co-create all of his accommodations and then write those into his IEP in the ARD meeting so that there are legal protections that I can fall back on as a parent to make sure that he is being served in the way that he has a legal right to. So while we're very happy with the support the teachers in the special education department gave, we did apply it out for private schools, and I'd like to share that experience with you today. We applied to 3 private schools in the hope of finding one that could better differentiate the learning to challenge my son academically and provide the very limited support that he requires for his disabilities. The first experience was at a highly regarded K-8 school that I worked at, actually, as the director of fundraising for the school. My son was entering kindergarten. Despite the fact that I worked there and I got a 50% tuition reduction as a benefit, and that almost every single other child of an employee attended got accepted, my child was not accepted to that school.
Please wrap up your testimony. I'm sure
Okay.
you'll have a question or two.
Okay. He wasn't even afforded an interview. They told me that they just simply didn't have the resources for him. The second school was a Catholic school in Austin here that's known for being open to accepting kids like mine, and so we applied. Again, his grades got him into the school in the application phase, but the problem came when he needed to go in for the trial days. They didn't accept him and let us know that they simply did not have the resources to properly care for him. The third school was a Jewish
Okay, let's move on to the next
school.
testimony. We'll come back with a question, okay?
Okay.
Just so we can get going. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, Ms. Fajardo.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Fajardo. I am here to express my opposition to HB3. I am here not only as a civic engagement organizer with La Unión del Pueblo Entero in the Rio Grande Valley, but as an aunt to Jacob, Mia, Regina, Aisa, Elias, and Zeke, all of who attend public schools in the great state of Texas. Their success in these public schools means so much to me. The Rio Grande Valley, despite the economic challenges, has proven that public schools can thrive. 95% of the 38 districts and 10 charter systems in the Region 1 Education Center Service Center area received an A or B accountability rating by TEA, outperforming the statewide average of 87%. The region also had the highest number of campuses earning the rating. The implementation of school vouchers or education savings accounts would undermine the success by deriving crucial public funding to private schools. For example, if 3% of students in the Mission CISD leave for a private school, the district would lose over $3 million. With fewer resources, schools in these regions would struggle to maintain their current level of success and would not offer the support students need to thrive. My father, an immigrant who has served the public education system for over 25 years and won the Employee of the Year back in 2021, would be greatly affected. As an aunt who deeply cares about the future of my nieces, nephews, and all the children in the Rio Grande Valley and across the state of Texas, I urge you to reject HB3. Let's continue investing in the public schools that are helping our children succeed and ensure every child in the Rio Grande Valley and in the state of Texas have the opportunity to reach their full potential. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Representative Hinojosa.
Ms. Cannon, I'm curious to hear how your story finished off. Can you start again? I think you were in the Catholic, you couldn't find a Catholic school. Can you finish off, please?
Yes. So the third school that we tried was a private Jewish school here in Austin that claims to be open and inclusive. However, when my son attended the trial day, he got overwhelmed at everything being new and all the new students, and he ran out of the classroom. At one point, they brought him back in. At one point, he got under the desk to find a quiet spot to calm his body. So they did not accept him. They said that they didn't have the support for him, so that while he could leave, he could attend the school, they wouldn't, and if he needed to leave the classroom to calm his body in a quiet space, they would not have the support staff to be able to stand there with him. So he would be unsupervised in the hallway. That's unacceptable to me as a parent, as I'm sure it would be for your child. And so I just want you to hear, please, the real experiences that I'm having here locally as a parent of a mom, as a mom of a child, I'm tired, sorry, with pretty low support needs and an incredible intelligence. He's still having trouble getting into any private school. They simply will not take him. So I urge you, please, consider children like my son when you are considering this, because private schools have the choice. Parents like me and all the other parents of the almost 800,000 autistic kids in the state of Texas, my story is not new. It's not different. It's the regular thing that happens all the time to children like mine. So please, I urge you to vote no on this bill.
Representative Bernal.
Very quickly, I wanted to thank you for driving all the way up from the valley. I represent and grew up in San Antonio, but I was born in McAllen.
Nice.
And my uncle is a retired music teacher from PSJA. My stepmother retired from La Jolla ISD. My sister is a teacher at La Jolla ISD. My dad lived in Palmview. You know where that is? Between. Yeah.
That's where I live.
That's where you're from? All right. So Efraín Bernal, right there on the first street, right where the new HEB is.
Yeah.
And my sister Misty, or Maria Cristina, is there. Anyway, it's a very, very long drive from there to here.
Super important to us.
Yeah, so I really appreciate you guys making the trip very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Members, any more questions for this panel? I appreciate you both and your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you ask me the question, please, sir, Vice Chairman Bernal, that you asked so many people today?
Yes.
Your question is?
My overall question is.
Representative Bernal, you have a question.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, Chairman. That's okay. No, it's an important question. I feel like I kind of got the answer, but from your perspective, the question is, if there's a voucher or an ESA, and it's valued at whatever it might be, 10.5, and the cost of tuition for a private school is beyond that, and let's say it's the $30,000 one, and the cost of tuition is beyond that, should we do anything that ensures, requires, pick the word, that those receiving schools take that child? Or should they be able to say no? Or should we just say, cool, you don't want to participate, you don't get any state money, and we're only going to give money to those that are willing to take these children? What's the right play? Because I can't reconcile it just yet. And honestly, in my conversations with my colleagues, none of us can yet either. So help me out.
Please don't pass a bill that's for ESAs, A. If you do pass it, please.
I'm a hard no, I'm just saying.
Okay, good. I'm a hard no too.
Right.
But if you do pass it, you must include some protections, some of the legal protections that us as parents of children with disabilities depend on. We all know it. The moment you get that diagnosis, you immediately start searching, what do I need to do to support my child? And part of that is learning the school systems and learning what your legal rights are and learning how to stand up for it and learning how to be an advocate. I learned how to be an advocate and speak up because of my son. The other perspective that I can just share super briefly is I worked at a private school, as I mentioned, as a member of the leadership team. So I was involved in all of the leadership decisions, even during COVID, for what to prioritize. And so when the private school, they can only raise tuition about 3 to 5% every year. And so that only gives them a very finite amount of money. So if they want to, and they are competing with all the other private schools, right? And so it's similar to colleges and what we see. They have to choose what they want to spend that money on. So they could spend it on an occupational therapist or a speech therapist or an ABA provider to help children like mine, or they can find a teacher, pay for a teacher that could teach various languages to make their school multilingual, or to pay for, offer more sports or exotic trips for their 8th graders, which they chose while I was there, by the way. So these are the things that these private schools are choosing because they want their school, they want to be able to compete with the other schools that are offering these kind of programs. And parents are choosing based on these kinds of things that private schools can choose, that can offer. And so they're not going to choose all the supports that kids like mine need when they're trying to get the top, the best, and the brightest. And they can create a culture. They can curate the incoming classes for the kinds of kids that they want, which are compliant, they don't have much needs, and they're very academically bright.
Thank you so much. And let me just say this, I say I'm a hard no, but it's a hard no respectfully. And I also think that, as I've talked to people on the committee, that everyone is interested in access, what that looks like, and if the bill is to pass, I do believe that the people here are committed to creating as much access as possible, so I don't want to be flip about our position. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Chair calls Juventina Herrera, Eric Bonhard, Heidi Picoy, Eric Bonhard. Eric Bonhard. Okay, we're going to show Eric Bonhard on behalf of himself, registered on the bill but not testifying. I show you registered as Juventina Herrera.
Correct.
And you're testifying on behalf of La Union del Pueblo Entera and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I show you registered as Heidi Picoy. I knew that. Heidi Picoy, testifying on behalf of the Texas PTA, and you'll be testifying against the bill.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Picoy, you can begin.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. I am Heidi Picoy, President-elect of Texas PTA and a parent volunteer representing nearly 500,000 parents, teachers, and students. We appreciate your commitment to public education funding in HB2 and look forward to working with you to ensure schools are fully funded. Texas PTA opposes HB3. Parents are growing tired of watching our schools close, class sizes increase, and essential programs getting cut due to rising costs and underfunding. ESAs will make this worse. Texas PTA volunteers know parents are fully capable of making sound decisions for their children. In fact, this bill does not give most parents any more choice than they currently have. Middle and lower income students, even with the ESA, will still face unaffordable private school costs like transportation, participation fees, and the rural students will have little to no access to private schools. 158 out of 254 counties do not have any private schools. Additionally, public schools must meet strict accountability standards and mandates, but private schools receiving these taxpayer funds are not held to the same requirements. Private schools can deny admission based on disability status, while public schools serve all students. Many private schools lack essential services such as speech therapists, and behavior specialists. Public schools provide this service free of charge, even to non-enrolled students. Unlike public schools, private schools are not bound to IDEA. Students using ESAs lose their right to an IEP and legal protections. Instead of funding an ESA program, we urge you to invest in public education by increasing the basic allotment, automatically adjusting for inflation, and funding based on enrollment rather than attendance. The public deserves a voice. Please put ESAs to a statewide vote to gauge demand. Public schools are the backbone of our communities. Let's keep our commitment to the 5.5 million Texas public school children. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Herrera.
Okay, my name is Juventina Herrera, and I'm here on behalf of Lupe, La Unión del Pueblo Entero, formerly known as United Farm Workers. I haven't heard anyone throughout the day mention any migrant farm workers. You know, they're still out there. And while this vouchers, or I'm sorry, what's it called? ESAs. Sound like a great idea. Yeah, it's a great idea for those that already are in the private schools. I heard quite a bit of people throughout the day speaking about the students are already there. They're already paying for the tuition, and now they want more money from the state, from the taxpayers' money. I heard so many people talk about all these different private schools, religious schools, and it's great. You know, they want to practice their faith. I'm a believer myself. But what happened to separation of church and state? I mean, public schools versus private schools. My children grew up in Sullivan City, a so-called city because we didn't even have a doctor or gas station. So where were we going to find a private school to go to? We don't have a choice there. Neither does La Villa, Lifer, Rainbowville, all in the RGB.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Hinojosa.
Ms. Picoy.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate everything Texas PTAs does for our students, and I appreciate you mentioning this idea of an election. Let the voters decide on whether or not Texas wants vouchers. Is that something that you have heard other members of Texas PTA talk about?
Yes. And I'm probably going to put a little personal privilege into this, but I hear
almost 2 a.m. You deserve it.
Yes.
You're entitled.
I am very tired. As all of y'all, I registered at 7:45 a.m. So, you hear a lot about all the different polls that have gone out, right? And polls go to a specific audience that it's sent to. So you really truly cannot gauge a poll because one poll, you had 1,900 people fill it out, right? I mean, we have 5.5 million students in Texas schools. So what does 1,900 people say? That's not the majority of Texans. You have one poll that was 1,200. I just think if we're truly going to get the answer of what the majority of Texans want, we need to ask them.
Yeah, there's a latest poll that shows vouchers are not popular. People are sending that to me, right? So to your point, the polls are all over the place on this issue. And actually, this hearing gives me hope of a true issue where there is bipartisanship, and that's in opposition to the bill. I mean, I think we maybe have heard from more Republicans testify against this bill than Democrats. But so I appreciate you bringing that up.
Not a problem. And I was raised Republican. So believe me, I've explained what school choice means to my father, who is a veteran as well. So I'm an Army brat from Killeen ISD.
Sorry about that. Members, any more questions? Apologize. All right, thank you, panel. Chair calls Tom Ray, Sabrina Ball, and Osmond Moradell. What's your name, sir?
Osman.
Osmond. All right. Sabrina Ball. Sabrina Ball. We're going to show Sabrina Ball on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Tom Ray. Tom Ray. We'll show Tom Ray on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Jaime Puente. There we go. Chris Martinez. I'll show you registered as Chris Martinez on behalf of La Union del Pueblo Entera and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. I show you registered as Jaime Puente on behalf of every Texan. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I show you registered as Osmond Moradell on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Martinez, you can begin.
Good morning. I'm Chris Martinez, member of La Unión del Pueblo Entero, nonprofit organization. Today, I'm speaking to the entry committee to present my opposition against the HB3 bill, which, if carried out, will, number one, take funds away from public schools and give them to those who are already in the private system. Number two, students and teachers will lose stability due to the lack of resources to retain teaching staff. Number three, we will be paying tax that will be used for benefits that will not be equal for all our students. And number four, we already know that public schools do not have resources and that they are not at the level of private schools. Why are we not investing more in the quality of public education? I hope to take into account this and the other points that we oppose to prevent this bill from happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You may begin.
Thank you, sir. So one of the things I would like to say, and it's been pretty beautiful here all day long, watching people testify is that public education is the tie that binds us together as Texans and Americans. HB3, unfortunately, works to undo those ties by creating an unequal and ineffective third system of education that would siphon critical funds away from public education. As we know, we only have one general revenue bucket of money to spend each biennium, and it all comes from the same bucket. So you have seen the estimates of 1%, 3%, and 5%. That's our fault over at Every Texan. You're welcome. So statewide, we expect a loss to school districts to be about $2.25 billion if 5% of students leave. And you all should have received a packet with the school districts in your district listed out. And so one, I just want to call out Rockport Fulton would lose $1.2 million if only 5% of students left. And that's 150 students right now. And I know Rockport Fulton is really struggling to not pass a deficit. Humboldt ISD passed a $14.9 million deficit, and they would lose almost $20 million. And so we've heard several times today that Texans really have no chance at choice under HB3. More so, it would take critical dollars from public schools who are already starving for resources. And I just want to mention, like, I use the word voucher because just because we create a private for-profit, maybe not for-profit organization to be the middleman to handle this money does not mean that that money is not public dollars going into private education.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Osman?
Yeah, my name is Alzin Mordo, and thank you to the chair and members of this committee. I'm a graduate of Harlingen CISD Public Schools, and I'm here today as the son of a low-income family. I'm a student that you're attempting to prioritize in HB3. My family had a choice and trusted our public schools, and they delivered that American dream to this RGV first-generation student. In case y'all already forgot, Texas already has school choice. I attended an application-based public magnet in my district with a focus on healthcare. I graduated not only with my high school diploma, but also my nursing license. But more importantly, public dollars never left my public schools. These are the kind of opportunities that HB3 is promising to create when they already exist. However, HB3 just siphons public dollars away from public schools. These very schools that make these same opportunities possible. HB3 places unaccountable private vendors ahead of everyday students who rely on Texas public schools and doesn't prioritize students like me. It prioritizes an agenda that diverts public dollars away from public schools. This is not the solution. If you truly want to prioritize students, I beg this committee to vote no on HB3 and to stop wasting the few long, precious days we get of session to focus on issues that actually matter, like, I don't know, a thought, raising the basic allotment to fully fund our public schools, not just enough to survive or get by, but to fully thrive, or giving our educators and support staff the raises that they actually deserve, but making sure that they're not tied to hoops that they have to jump through. Our democracy thrives on well-funded public education, and our teachers and support staff deserve the funding and kindness that allows them to thrive. Let me say this as frankly and as simply as I can. Teachers are mad, paraprofessionals are mad, bus drivers are mad, cafeteria staff are mad, and parents are mad. Every single person is mad about this, yet it's clear that this legislature doesn't seem to be focusing on the real solutions to the crises facing our school. Let me be the one that reminds you, I am simply saying what the culture is overwhelmingly feeling, and the culture is telling you loudly, boldly, and unapologetically, no. Don't take my word, new polling data screams that just 2/3 oppose a voucher. Apologies, ESA program. Voters are watching, listening, and if this legislature won't do what must be done, then we'll find leaders who will. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for being here, appreciate it. Chair calls Lawrence Tonjes, Alyssa Sandrani, Ashley Quintana. Ma'am, I'm sorry, what's your name, ma'am?
Ashley Quintana.
Okay, Ashley Quintana. Alyssa Sandrani? Alyssa Sandrani. We're going to show Alyssa Sandrani on behalf of SEAT, Students Engaged in Advancing Texas, and herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Lawrence, Toenjes, Tonjes. Lawrence Tonjes. Yes.
I think there might only be one or two students left for the seat. So,
Is,
and one of them's named Detravion.
okay, I don't have that in front of me. Lawrence Tonjes, or Tonjes? Okay, we're going to show Lawrence Tonjes on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Bryce Lake Stanfield, Laake, I guess, Lake or Lock. Bryce Locke Stanfield. We're going to show Bryce Locke Stanfield on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Azima Sadiq. Azima Sadiq. We're going to show Azima Sadiq on behalf of students engaged in advancing Texas, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Ovidia, chair calls Ovidia Molina. All right. Chair calls Keith Costello. Keith Costello. Okay, we're going to show Keith Costello on behalf of Coram Deo Academy and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Yeah. Chair calls Garrison Shin. Garrison Shin. We're going to show Garrison Shin on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Nick Lepper, chair calls Nick Lepper. Did I get that name right?
Yes.
Lepper, all right.
First time ever.
Yeah, we're gonna show you register as Nick Lepper on behalf of Northside Baptist Academy and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We're going to show you registered as Ovidia Molina on behalf of your testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll show we show you registered as Ashley Quintana on behalf of testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lepper, you can begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Nick Lepper. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 3, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This is a transformative piece of legislation, and it does support school choice, as we've heard so many times today. It empowers parents. It ensures that every family has the opportunity to choose the best educational path for their child without the burden of prohibitive costs. Education is the foundation of our future, and every child deserves the opportunity to thrive. However, history has proven that no single school model works for every student. I have the privilege of serving as the head of school for Northside Baptist Academy. We're a small private Christian school in Nolanville, Texas, and our school is filled with families who make financial sacrifices to place their children in our school because they believe that a biblical worldview is the best investment in their children's future. Surrounding their children with educators who align with that worldview is extremely important to them. And by the way, our average tuition is about $5,300 per school year per student. Each year, I hear from additional families who desire to enroll their children in our school, but they're unable to do so simply because they cannot afford it. While we've never turned away a student or a family based solely on finances, we know that many do not apply because they see that financial barrier standing in the way of educational choice for their family. HB3 addresses this issue by offering financial support to families, ensuring that school choice isn't just an ideal, but a practical option for everyone, no matter their income level. HB3 promotes healthy competition among schools, encouraging them to innovate and better meet the needs of students. We believe that schools will strive to provide specialized programs that benefit all students, including the many that have been brought to our attention today who have special learning needs, while ensuring that families aren't left with burdensome costs. It's more than just offering school choice. It's about empowering parents, and that's why we support it.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Molina.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Ovidia Molina. I am speaking to you today having personal experiences as a student, a parent, and a teacher in our public schools. My children and I are products of our public schools. We attended schools in Houston, Fort Bend, and Alief school districts. I taught 8th grade in Alief ISD, and I am currently serving as the president of the Texas State Teachers Association, a position that allows me the opportunity to hear from educators from all over our state public schools. I am speaking today on behalf of SELF. I thank you, Chairman and committee members, for listening to us today. I'm against this bill because as a student, parent, and a teacher, I believe that public funds should stay with children in Texas public schools. Our students are the future of Texas, all of our students. We must ensure we prioritize them and their future. Governor Abbott and Lieutenant Governor Patrick claim that the legislature can fully fund public schools and send $1 billion of our tax dollars to enrich private schools. That is not true because our public schools are not fully funded now. They're woefully underfunded, and our public schools are where 90% of Texas students are educated and where the majority will continue to be educated no matter what happens this legislative session. Our students and educators need you to do more to support and fund our public schools. Currently, many of our school districts have been operating with budget deficits and have been forced to cut programs and employees and increase class sizes to the detriment of their students. The basic per student funding allotment of $6,160 hasn't increased since 2019, and inflation has eroded resources for our students' classrooms. Increasing it by only $220 isn't enough. The reality is the increase should be $1,000 or more just to cover it. We need the extra funding for teacher pay. We don't believe teachers oppose incentive or merit-based pay plans that single out only a few teachers for extra pay. I oppose vouchers and related schemes, including education savings
Wrap up
accounts,
your testimony, please.
tax credit scholarships, and for-profit virtual schools. I ask you to do the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Ms. Quintana.
Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Ashley Quintana. I'm a 7th generation Texan from Fort Worth. I'm strongly opposed to HB3. I've been a public school teacher and librarian for 18 years. My husband is a public school teacher and has been for 15 years. And we have 2 children in public school. Our children are thriving in school in a dual language program because of the amazing teachers and staff at their school. As a teacher and a parent, I've witnessed firsthand the dedication and hard work put in by teachers and staff at our schools. They're always striving to ensure their students are successful. I've also seen over the years that they have been consistently asked to do more with less. Most teachers have not seen a meaningful raise in years. Due to budget constraints, my district had to eliminate positions at schools that were extremely beneficial to students and teachers. As a result, the staff that are left are now being asked to take on more tasks. My district may have to close and combine some campuses due to lack of funding, even though some are over capacity and academically successful. These parents made a choice to send their kids to their neighborhood school, but that choice is being taken away due to funding. This bill will only make the funding crisis worse. My district is estimated to lose $6 to $29 million because of this bill. We already fund 2 school systems in Texas, traditional public schools and charter schools. We simply cannot afford to fund 3 systems when our public schools are already drastically underfunded. I believe public education is the great equalizer that can give everyone the same opportunities regardless of background. If you want to talk about choice, invest in our public schools. Getting a good education is what opens up choices and opportunities for all of our kids. Instead of creating a system of haves and have-nots, invest in the system that benefits the vast majority of the kids in this state. Please vote against HB3 and fully fund our public schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Chair calls Marshall Romero. Marshall Romero. Okay, we're going to show Marshall Romero on behalf of students engaged in advancing Texas and himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls DeTavion Daniels. All right. I'm going to give you a prize. Some of your seat guys left. But you didn't. I know. They knew what they were doing. Okay, chair calls Roseanne Franco. Roseanne Franco. Okay, we're going to show Roseanne Franco on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Hunter Payne. Chair calls Hunter Payne. We're going to show Hunter Payne on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Tricia Cave. Chair calls Sarah Levithan. Did I get it right? Yeah, I'm not seeing pronunciation. Okay.
Come on,
Language, okay. She old.
I didn't catch
got
that
all
one.
those up here.
I show you. I
Got
show
a
you.
D-line ready to go.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Let's get her done.
You should go first.
I show you registered as Tricia Cave, testifying on behalf of the Association of Texas Professional Educators, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I show you registered as Sarah
Levithan.
Levithan?
Yes, sir.
Testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I show you registered as DeTavion Daniels.
Yes, sir.
Testifying on behalf of SEAT.
Yes, sir. Students engaged
and
in
yourself.
advancing Texas. Yes.
Yeah,
Students engaged in advancing Texas.
yeah, students engaged in advancing Texas and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Cave, we'll let you begin.
Thank you. All right, Tricia Cave, ATPE. First of all, I want to acknowledge it's amazing that you guys are all still here at 2 o'clock in the morning. We are very grateful to have the opportunity to give input today and be part of this very important conversation. Call it what you will, tax credit scholarship, voucher, ESA. ATPE's members have consistently voted to oppose vouchers through our legislative program, which is member-developed and member-driven. As stated in our written testimony, our membership is bipartisan in nature, with over 70% identifying as Republican, Libertarian, or Independent. This program, just in the proposal stage, has doubled in cost from last session. This is a situation where once the genie is out of the bottle, we are not going to be able to put it back in. I just simply ask you to consider that there will be a time when this state no longer has a $24 billion surplus. What are we going to do then, and where are the cuts going to come? One recommendation, words are hard. One recommendations that we would have would be that if this program is going to happen, we must prioritize our public schools, which will continue to serve the vast majority of our 5.4 million students. And both the governor and Chairman Buckley have acknowledged will continue to serve the vast majority of the children in the state. Because we do want to be solution-oriented, we suggest that one way to allay some concerns regarding this bill would be to create a provision that would require cuts to this program before any cuts would be made to public schools. This would reinforce the statements made by those who support this program that they don't intend for this program to harm our public schools. We must protect the state's educational safety net, which is our public school system. We are not even in the situation yet where we have to make cuts as a state, and schools are already in a crisis. We heard testimony over and over during the hearings on HB2 about districts operating in deficit budgets, closing schools, laying off staff, ending programs, and giving more responsibilities to already overburdened staff with less time to get it done. Please prioritize and protect the state's educational safety net, the system of education which supports our 5.4 million Texas children, and oppose vouchers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Up next, we'll have Jenna Martin, Don Richardson, and then Kel Harpool. This time, we'll move on to Sarah Levithan.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for making it to my 2 a.m. I'm leaving if I'm not called. So, I mean, you squeaked it right in there. I appreciate it tremendously. I married a Texan 13 years ago, and now I'm here. It's very disconcerting. I'm very green to all of this. It is after 2 a.m. I am a mother of 2 young children. I am a substitute teacher at Austin ISD. I have been in kindergarten classrooms for the past 2 weeks, and I really think everybody everybody should give themselves a big hug. Because in kindergarten, that's what we do, y'all. Like, we are just taking care of the most amazing kids in Austin ISD. They are so special. They're tremendous. And what you guys are proposing with these ESAs is to take money out of our public schools that are constitutionally guaranteed in this wacky, wild state that we are in. It is in our Constitution. How incredible is that? It's spectacular. We have guaranteed all of our students the opportunity for a
a public education. That is so incredible. And what you're proposing is to take public money and put it in private institutions. If I had one of my third grade classes with the word public money, public institution, private money, private institution, and I asked them to draw a line in between, they would lead public money to public institutions, and they would lead private money to private institutions. What we are grappling with right now is a very basic concept of the fact that money that is earmarked for public education should stay there. Everybody who has been here presenting today has done a remarkable job to show you what they think they deserve, what they think their community deserves. What I think we're hearing is that some choice exists in Texas already, but the preponderance, the overwhelming majority of Texans choose our public schools. That's our choice. This bill is flawed. It should not come to the floor. And what should come instead
testimony,
is
please.
full funding for our public schools. We've already got a system. Let's fix the one we have.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, Datavion Daniels, you're up.
Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Datavion Daniels, and I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Students Engaged in Advancing Texas, also known as SEAT. We're a movement of young people demonstrating youth visibility in policymaking. Obviously, I'm here at 2 a.m. And beyond my work as an organizer, I stand before you today as a high school senior and a proud product of Texas public schools. Public schools that recently got me a full ride to the best school in our state, Rice University. Public education has shaped me, given me purpose, and equipped me with the tools to advocate for my peers. That's why I'm here today, to oppose school vouchers or ESAs, whatever you want to call them, and to urge you to reject HB3. Vouchers are a dangerous policy that drains critical funding from public schools, institutions serving millions of Texas students, especially those in rural and underserved communities. Instead of strengthening and investing in our public schools, vouchers would instead abandon them. And the reality is this: Texas already has schools that could thrive if legislators prioritize students over corporate and billionaire interests. We could ensure that every student, whether they come from families 500% below the federal poverty line or 300% above it, we could ensure that they have access to quality education. We should be focusing on improving our public institutions and not giving up on them, because each and every time when we give up on our public schools and public institutions, we give up on the teachers, the parents, and more importantly, the young people like me, who are the present and future of our state. And we've seen the consequences of chronic underfunding firsthand. Students like Samia, who's also a SEAT organizer who couldn't be here because we're here at 2 a.m., from Conroe ISD, is a national level debater. And they risk losing opportunities like that because of budget shortfalls. Alyssa, a student organizer in Cy-Fair ISD, has already seen her district cut bus routes and librarians. And students all across the state, SEAT organizers, sit in classrooms every day without functioning AC. In Sanger ISD, just north of Denton, students attend school daily.
Complete your testimony, please.
Only 4 days, yes, sir. Only 4 days a week because of budget cuts. Texas students deserve better. We deserve schools that give us opportunity to succeed no matter where we come from. I urge all of you to have a spine and vote no on HB3. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for testifying.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jenna Martin. Jenna Martin. See anybody? I think we're okay. We're going to show Jenna Martin on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Don Richardson. Chair calls Kel Harpool, excuse me. Kel Harpool. We're going to show Kel Harpool on behalf of themselves, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Let's do a couple more. Chair calls Casey Wright. All right. Chair calls Deborah Levi or Levy. Deborah Levy. We're going to show Deborah Levy on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Ray Pionzik. All right, I'll show you registered as Don Richardson on behalf of yourself, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's good to see you.
Good to see
How
you
are ya?
as well.
And we show you registered as Casey Wright on behalf of the Texas Legislative Education Equity Coalition.
Yes,
And
sir.
you'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I show you registered as Ray Pionzik on behalf of the Agricultural Teachers Association of Texas and yourself, testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you may begin.
Oh, great. Well, good morning. I left that blank when I started out this morning because I didn't know what to say, good morning, good evening, afternoon, whatever it is. But thank you again for all of you that are still here with us. I've testified at many different times of the day and night and now morning, and sometimes there's not very many of you left. Again, as he stated, my name is Ray Pionzik, and I represent over 2,600 ag science teachers in Texas. I am against this bill and any bill that would give dollars to private schools and not public schools without true reported accountability that says they can't receive funds in the future because they don't meet standards like we do in public schools. Our career and technology teachers guide students to learn valuable work skills such as work ethic, speaking skills, teamwork, integrity, cooperation, and dedication to completing a job. I ask what this bill does for training our workforce and developing our workforce in our state. I Googled what private schools in Texas offer career and technical education. The search said 5, and we heard of one of them this evening was St. Peter's Catholic School. I also know about 10 other private schools that offer ag science classes, but that's not going to help our workforce. Why not put this money into making sure our workforce is properly prepared through career and technology education? It is hard for me as a public school teacher or a retired public school teacher for 30 years to watch our state erode our public schools by not taking their constitutional duty with seriousness. It appears that all this bill might need is just a couple more of the officers say this bill is not good for my constituents and it will hurt our public schools. Also, as a member of TRS, it was hard to listen the other day in testimony when the head of TRS said a reduction of 1% would lead to TRS not being actuarially sound. There was also a committee 2 years ago that studied problems for our teachers and retaining them. This bill and no other bills are really working on correcting those problems that were found during that study. Why did I teach 30 years and now sit here and watch my representatives allow that program to fail? Too many teachers rely on it. It seems very few on this committee are listening to their constituents like they should. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Wright.
Yes. Chairman Buckley and Vice Chairman Bernal, thank you so much. My name is Casey Wright, and I am a former public school teacher and a current IDRA Education Policy Fellow. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Legislative Education Equity Coalition against House Bill 3. This is a coalition of 38 organizations and individuals with the mission of improving the quality of public education for all students. TLEG strongly opposes House Bill 3 because research shows that voucher systems across the country are ineffective for students and divert necessary public funding away from public schools. As a former public school teacher myself, I've witnessed firsthand the supports that our students need, and I do not believe that education savings accounts will help. Each school that I've worked with has wanted to do more to increase opportunities for students, but have been held back with the increase in inflation and the turnover of staff. Our public schools need help, and this legislature needs to help them. This voucher program would be a step in the wrong direction. Voucher programs are expensive, and the proposed budget would designate $1 billion to be invested in this program. While across the state, school districts are operating at a budget deficit and having to close schools and cut resources. To be clear, any investment in a voucher system will ultimately undermine any efforts this legislature makes to fund public education. Instead of vouchers, this body needs to prioritize how much public schools need right now in order to catch up with inflation, the needs of our students, and the goals for our state. It will be very difficult to balance a voucher system and to balance a large investment into our public schools, because we know that vouchers put pressure on our state budget and reduces districts' funding through attendance funding. TLEG also opposes this because we believe that taxpayer dollars would ultimately fund discrimination in private schools. Private schools not only get to cherry pick the students that they accept, but they
Wrap
do
up
not
your
have to
testimony,
follow
please.
any federal or anti-discrimination laws. TLEG recommends keeping public dollars in public schools and focusing on legislation that will keep investments in the basic allotment and improving special populations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Richardson, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to Chairman Buckley, Co-Chair Bernal, and to the members of the Education Committee. I say thank you for hosting us. My name is Dawn Richardson. I am a 39-year retired educator. I am a product of private schools, but my daughters are products of KISD. Very proud of that, very proud of that. And so I'm speaking on the bill because I had a few questions and I wanted to address those. Dr. Buckley, you said in your town hall that when your children were little, you and your wife decided to take your children from the school district in which you lived to Killeen ISD and stated that you wished every parent had the same choice. They could if we could fund our public schools where that wouldn't be an issue of kids going from district to district. Why are you not fighting for more funding for KISD, which is operating with a $15.5 million deficit, instead of championing vouchers so that every parent can have that choice? You call the move a good choice for your family. Shouldn't every child in Bell County and Texas have the choice of public schools to attend? Why is the state allowing districts to operate in the red if education is a top priority? We talked about, someone mentioned that Illinois was getting rid of their program. Will we write something in this bill to sunset this program if we show that in a couple of years it's not working? KISD, for example, is going to lose over $7,300 of funding for each student that leaves our district to attend a private school. Now, there are 75,000 students in Bell County and 2,500 in private schools. 3/4 of our county does not have access to any type of private school, so how are vouchers going to benefit them? You know, we've sat here and we've talked about public schools, but we haven't talked about
Wrap up your
how
testimony,
great
please.
our
We're at the
public
2-minute limit.
schools are. Because our public schools are not just educating individual students, they're educating our police, our firemen, our doctors, our nurses. They're educating our replacements. Shouldn't we be putting the money to where the most of those people are going to be educated? I thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. It's good to see you.
Same here.
Dawn, I'll call you Dawn. You can call me Brad. It's good to see you. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here.
Good morning.
Chair calls Becky Bullard, Marcus Emanuel, and Betsy Singleton. Chair calls Becky Bullard. Okay, we're going to show Becky Bullard on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Marcus Emanuel, chair calls Marcus Emanuel. We're going to show Marcus Emanuel on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Betsy Singleton. Betsy Singleton, we're going to show Betsy Singleton on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Okay. Alan Liu. Alan Liu. Did I get that right?
Yes, and could I ask if I swap with a colleague? So I'll go when she signed up, and no? Is that not possible?
No.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Catherine Vargas. Catherine Vargas. We'll show Catherine Vargas on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Carolyn Shirley. Carolyn Shirley. We're going to show Carolyn Shirley on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Antonio Ingram. Antonio Ingram. All right. Dwight Harris. I see him. All right, we've got 3. Okay, I'll show you registered as Alan Liu on behalf of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
I show you registered as Antonio Ingram on behalf of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as Dwight Harris on behalf of Texas Federation of Teachers and yourself.
That's correct.
Testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Mr. Harris, would you like to begin?
Sure.
All right. 2 minutes.
I thought you were going to wait and make me go last or something or other. No, I'm just teasing. I'm glad to be here, and I'm going to try to make this as quick as I possibly can. I don't have a whole lot of notes and things because I know y'all have been, we've all been here a long time, so I'm going to try to hurry this up. You've already heard everything you need to hear. You've heard from people who have kids in school, teachers. So I'm not going to tell you anything new.
Pull the mic down a little bit.
Not going to tell you anything new, but I'm going to focus on a couple of things that you've heard more than once tonight. Number one, fix the system that you're supposed to have. You know, the Constitution says you're supposed to have a public system that is sufficient to educate all the kids in this state. Well, fix that system. It's broke. I'm not going to try to tell you how it got broke, what the problems are with it. You know what the problems are. You know what you got to do to fix it. But that should be the number one focus of what you're trying to do is fix public education. You're not responsible for homeschoolers. You're not responsible for who send their kid to private schools. They can do that if they want to. But you, the Texas legislature, you're not responsible for that. The only system you're responsible for, according to the Constitution, is the one that you put in place, which is a public school education. You know why those founding fathers put that in there? Because they want to make sure every kid in this state would be able to get educated. And they put it in your hands to put together a system that would do that. You haven't done that. And I'm saying you, I don't mean to point out individual people up here. I'm saying you as a legislature, y'all haven't done that. And to the extent that you all, y'all are starting point here tonight. To the extent that you all can help fix it, don't pass this bill, okay? And then go back and get your colleagues to understand that all of you got to work together and come up with a system that works, because all of our kids are at risk unless you fix this system. You're not going to fix this system by sending money to private schools or giving it to parents and saying, no, go pick yourself something else, okay? So that's what I wanted to focus on, is get the system fixed. And it's been broken for a long time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Yeah.
Mr. Ingram.
Thank you, Chair Buckley. My name is Antonio Ingram. I serve as a senior counsel with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, and I'm here to oppose House Bill 3. You see, I'm concerned about the use of public funds to send Black children to private schools who are not required to follow federal civil rights laws. As you know, public schools receiving federal funding must adhere to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of race, color, and national origin in programs and activities receiving federal financial assistance. Title VI provides an important obligation for schools to cultivate educational environments free from racial discrimination. Unfortunately, Title VI does not apply to private schools who do not receive federal funding. As a civil rights lawyer, I have represented Black students in Texas who have experienced severe racial discrimination at school. Fortunately, my Black clients attended public schools in Texas and could invoke Title VI. However, what if my Black clients had attended private schools in Texas using state funding under House Bill 3? Despite experiencing racial discrimination, my clients could not have invoked the protection of Title VI. I have deep concerns about the choice House Bill 3 gives Black families. Black families would have an impossible choice, I would argue: send their children to a private school without Title VI protection from racial discrimination, or send their children to now even more underfunded public schools. Please vote no on House Bill 3. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Liu.
Great. Good evening. My name is Alan Liu. I serve as a policy counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. I am also a resident of Texas and a father of a beautiful 1-year-old now, who I hope will learn in well-resourced, diverse, and inclusive schools here in Texas. LDF strongly opposes House B3 in part because it deepens racial segregation in Texas. 70 years after Brown versus Board of Education was decided, many of Texas's schools remain racially segregated. Private schools are mostly attended by white students who can afford it, and most Black Texans attend public schools. At the same time, a wide majority of Black and Latino public school students are economically disadvantaged, while white students are not. So House Bill 3's voucher program, which will siphon public money from public schools, will disparately harm Black Latino students in the schools that serve them. These dynamics, coupled with the fact that poor and Latino students are less likely to apply and even be accepted into private schools, will have the effect of concentrating Black and Latino students in public schools and wealthy white students in private schools. And as a result, public schools will have less experienced teachers, less well-paid teachers, less teachers who teach their expertise of study, more teacher turnover, less textbooks for class and books in libraries, less heating in the winter, less cooling in the summer, less extracurriculars and sports programs, a lack of advanced curriculum, including AP courses and language programs, less parent-driven fundraising, less pipeline and connections to college. For Black and Latino students, it will mean more discipline and police in schools. So LDF strongly urges an unfavorable vote for House Bill 3 because it'll worsen racial segregation in Texas and disparately harm Black and Latino students in schools. And I welcome questions on the history of segregation in the United States and in Texas to sort of demonstrate the history of public school choice and the connection to this bill here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Leo Wilson.
I'm reading Title VI right now. It does apply to private schools. Why do you say it does not?
They have to be the recipient of federal funding.
Okay.
So for private schools, the recipient of federal funding, but it is my understanding that this bill would apply to all private schools, not only ones who are receiving federal funding.
Okay. So you're saying that it says it's under the status of the 5013C, that's the federal tax exemption, that's what you're saying? That
501c3 status does not equal being a recipient of federal funding based on Title VI.
Right, okay,
So you can be a 501c3 and not be a recipient of federal funding, and therefore not be obligated to comply with Title VI.
it says even if the school is religiously affiliated and if it claims a tax exempt status, it applies.
That is not my understanding of Title VI.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
What are you reading?
I'm reading the interpretation of Federal District Judge Richard Bennett's decision.
As you know, district court judges do not set precedent. That's usually circuit and appellate judges.
Okay, well, that's how he interpreted it, so.
And that's not binding on the Fifth Circuit, which is where we currently sit.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thanks.
Chair calls Amanda Zarowski. Chair calls Courtney Gore and Jock Weber. You got 'em. Wow. You get 'em all? Okay. All right, I show you registered as, is it Jacques Weber?
Yes.
On behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I show you registered as Courtney Gore. Testifying on behalf of Republicans for Public Education and yourself, testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
And I show you registered as Amanda Zarowski, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weber, you can begin.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jacques Weber. I'm the proud head of school at Dallas International School in Dallas, Texas, a sixth-generation Texan who has served in schools across Houston, Austin, and Dallas. I'm here today with passion and purpose to speak in strong support of House Bill 3. Dallas International School is a secular, co-educational institution serving students aged 2 through 18. We offer a rigorous academic program taught in 5 languages, inspiring students to become multilingual citizens and pursue a lifelong journey of discovery and action. Accredited internationally and regionally by the Independent Schools Association of the Southwest, we serve families from around the world. That said, the majority of our students come from mission and values-driven, values-aligned Texan families in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. At DIS, our belief is simple. Teaching students to communicate across languages and cultures is essential. In a world of increasing division, our mission is to build bridges. We teach students that differences are opportunities, not threats. While cultivating writers, scientists, artists, athletes, and thinkers, we prepare students to thrive in a global world and to contribute to the advancement of humanity. Diversity of thought, culture, and socioeconomic background is foundational to our existence. We strive to maximize access through low tuition and generous financial aid. Yet some families, deeply aligned with our mission and values, still find our program financially out of reach. Watching families walk away from life-changing opportunities due to cost is heartbreaking. We are a Texas nonprofit governed by a volunteer board of trustees committed to financial responsibility and transparency. Every dollar is invested back into our students and teachers. Our finances are audited annually. We offer support for diverse learning needs, accelerated programs for exceptional students, and world-class faculty development. What's more, we benchmark student growth rigorously, including comparisons to Texas Public Schools STAR tests. As a sixth-generation Texan, I know that Texas's strength lies in educating its children. If we want our state to lead and prosper globally, we must invest in diverse, high-quality educational opportunities. HB3 empowers parents and guardians, and it expands access to schools like mine, ensuring that more Texas families can choose the right to education for their children. This is about the future of Texas. It's about choice, opportunity, ensuring every child has access to an education that can change their life. I urge you, for students, families, and the future of Texas, please vote for House Bill 3. Thank you for your time, your commitment to education, and your support of the bill.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Gore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for the opportunity to speak tonight and hanging in there the wee hours of the morning with the rest of us. My name is Courtney Gore. I am from Granbury, Texas, where I also serve as board president on the local school board of Granbury ISD. My testimony tonight is going to be a little different. I'm going to share my personal story with you and what I've experienced over the last 4 years. When you hear about billionaires working to dismantle public education in Texas, I'm here to tell you it is absolutely true. I've seen what they want to do to our schools and have been speaking out about it ever since. I was once part of a local group that recruited me to run for school board that had ties to these billionaires. And once elected, I was told my job was to push their agenda. However, I saw the great things happening in our Texas public schools, and I refused to be complicit. This bill moves that agenda of dismantling our public education system forward, and our kids will be the ones who pay the price. I am asking you to hold the line and not be complicit in this agenda either. Our duty is to provide a free, efficient system of public education. Ultimately, this ESA program is the legislator admitting that they failed in their constitutional duty to public education in Texas and the 5.5 million children that we serve. In Texas, we fix it not by growing government bureaucracy, but with intentional, principled governance. I would encourage you to uphold your constitutional duty to public education and create good governance policies that will improve public education and keep public funds in public schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Zarowski?
Thank you and good morning. My name is Amanda Zarowski, and I've lived here in Austin for over a decade. Before I adopted the Lone Star State as my home, I lived in Indiana, where I taught middle school and high school English and journalism, and I coached varsity soccer. In my second year of teaching, Indiana's voucher bill passed to catastrophic effect. Indiana's bill has been debated at great length today and yesterday, but I'd like to share what it was like to teach under it as both a private and public school teacher. As a private school teacher, I saw no improvements to my school, to my classroom, nor to my students. The only benefit I saw was to my students' parents, who were reimbursed for tuition they were already easily able to pay for out of pocket. As a public school teacher, I saw even worse effects. I taught in a classroom without air conditioning, but with a map that still depicted East and West Germany. My colleagues fled the state and sometimes the profession for other opportunities where they could make a living wage. My students, cramped and delirious with heat, struggled to focus on the content of the lesson. And semester after semester, I feared the extracurriculars I oversaw, which enriched my students' lives and minds, would be on the long list of programs no longer offered due to budget cuts. It's been mentioned that we need to improve public education in this state, and while I agree that there's no silver bullet, let's start with this. The worst way to fix public education is to defund it. This bill will not help Texas students, and it will not help Texas teachers. Our already strained public schools will suffer, more school doors will close,
More teachers will leave the state, classrooms will become even more crowded, and taxpayers will be forced to pay as wealthy private school parents reap the benefits. It pains me to say this, but please look to Indiana as an example of what not to do. And do not pass this bill. My heart breaks for the future of education in Texas and our children who deserve better. Please do not fail them.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Alex Mead, Angie Botto, and Tracy Fisher. Okay. All right, we're going to show Angie Botto, registered on behalf of Public Schools First McKinney and herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Do one more. Chair calls Chelsea Breimer. All right, I show you registered as Chelsea Breimer, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I show you registered as Tracy Fisher, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as Alex Mead, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll testify against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Breimer, you may begin.
Thank you. You've heard it, but you'll hear it again. Members of the committee, I believe you've already made up your minds on how you'll vote on HB3, and it's clear you don't care about what your constituents want. You're pushing another voucher scheme that benefits a few while leaving the rest behind. It's not about parental choice. It's not about school choice. It's about a small group of billionaires pushing their agenda to make money off of our children's education. Most of this legislature will vote based on where the money tells them to go. But let me remind you, it's our money. It's taxpayer money. That's what's at stake. And we want to spend it on our public schools, not hand it over to private institutions that don't have to serve all students. Private schools pick and choose who they accept, and they are not required to accommodate students with disabilities. Whew. And while you push this voucher scheme, the Attorney General is actively fighting to strip away protections for students with disabilities under Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. You are endangering the rights of our most vulnerable students and undermining the access to quality education. If you truly cared about the people of this state, you would not waste our time and our tax dollars on another voucher scam. You would invest those resources into public schools, the schools that serve all students regardless of background, ability, or need. You would ensure teachers get raises they deserve so they can make a living wage, have one job, and continue providing the education our children deserve. Chairman Buckley has seen firsthand how Texans are opposed to the idea of education savings accounts by being booed off at least 2 stages. Let us vote on the issue if you do not believe that this is what we want. We want our public schools funded. We don't want educational savings accounts, voucher schemes, and we are yelling at you, begging you to vote no on HB3. I do appreciate y'all expressing your pro-choice views, though. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Fisher.
Yes, hi. My name is Tracy Fisher. I'm here as a grandparent, a former school board president, and taxpayer. I'm speaking for myself. We don't need to look to other states to predict what will happen with universal vouchers and ESAs. We had 30 years of schools choosing in Texas, and we have seen what happens when we prioritize a parallel system over the one that serves all kids. Some charters are good schools, but the unlimited expansion of poor charters drains public schools. Of late, some have moved out of urban areas, and many have moved into suburban, high-performing school districts. Sorry, I'm old, and I had to use this because I lost, well, anyway, it's a long story. Okay. Like Coppell, Allen, McKinney, and Plano, without any elected official approval or community need. Taxpayer dollars are used for marketing for private preschools instead of funding in their classrooms. Charters already receive on average $1,100 more per student than traditional public schools. If ISDs got that same funding, we wouldn't be closing schools right now. We'd be raising teacher pay and improving student outcomes. In Coppell, an A-rated district, low-performing charter schools now divert $6 million annually, contributing to Coppell's current $8.7 million deficit budget. Statewide charter expansion cost taxpayers $4.4 billion for only 423,000 students, tracking until recently with statewide recapture payments. A larger vouchers program will cost Coppell, oh my gosh, this stinks. A large voucher program would cost Coppell ISD $5.5 million in its first year alone, forcing deeper cuts and another school closure. It took 30 years for charters to grow into a $4.4
Wrap up your
billion
testimony, please.
ESAs, as presented, will double that in only 3 years. Texas public schools serve 5.6 million students. The real cost is to our kids. Briefly, as a charter parent, I saw students fall behind and move back to their public schools behind. It's still happening today. What is the point of expanding a duplicative system again? I urge you to oppose this bill.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Mead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. Alex Mead for myself against the bill. As I was thinking about what I would say tonight, I was reminded of my time here 3 sessions ago as a legislative aide in the Texas House. And I came away from that experience with a deep love for this institution, not because of its politics, with which I often disagree, but for what I've seen this House be and what I know you can be: independent and undaunted. Over the past few years, a few rich guys have spent a lot of money. And I actually agree with Representative Schoolcraft that they have every right to come here and advocate for their interests. But think about how much money they're spending and how they're spending it by going after your colleagues. They're not trying to just persuade you. They're trying to intimidate you. I'm not trying to offend Representative Frank or anyone else on this dais, anyone else in this room. I don't know what's motivated each of your opinions on this bill, and I'm not going to try to guess. All I'm saying is that when we see these interests using these frankly desperate tactics to push this bill, we ought to at least think about whether what they're doing is in the best interests of all Texans. We've heard from countless people tonight about how this bill will devastate our public schools, leaving them without funding and talent. Representative Tallarico pointed out the wealthiest families in Texas can already afford private schools with or without this bill. My parents kept me in public school, and what I needed as an autistic learner in Texas was not a voucher and was not a private school. It was a well-funded and well-staffed public school. I worry that if we pass this bill, legions of Texas school children won't have the same chance that I did to grow and thrive. Members, on some occasions, I've seen this House be
Please wrap up your
cowardly,
testimony.
but on others, I've seen you be fearless in defense of your principles. And that's why I'm still confident that within each of you is the courage to put your districts first.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Schoolcraft.
Ms. Breimer, would you please list for me the names of these billionaires and explain to me exactly how they are going to benefit from this?
There's Jeff Yass. There's 2 others that I don't have written down on this paper. But
Okay, that's fine if you don't know. How are they specifically going to benefit from this legislation?
well, you've already been heard that the one on the East Coast has his hands in, I think it's called Odyssey. That is one of the preferred vendors.
I've heard that. Can you please tell me where you can show me where he actually is interested in Odyssey?
The internet can. I currently cannot.
Well,
it's a simple Google.
Okay, that's fine. I'll look for your email in the morning telling me where you find it. I don't think you're going to find it.
All right,
But, okay, the other 2.
But
let's.
You have to ask yourself, why
hold-
would they be
Hold up just a minute.
donating so much money?
Let's keep everything around the bill.
Yeah.
It's got Buckley at the top. It doesn't have Yaz or anybody else. So let's just keep, this is superfluous to what we're talking about. Talk about the content of the bill, and you're
I'm
done with
just
the
answering,
testimony?
or
Yeah.
not doing a
Yeah.
good job answering his question,
Okay.
but he's
All
on
right.
the ask.
Are there any more questions for this panel? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Kerry Griffith. Chair calls Kenneth Heydrich. And Chair calls Amy Fennell, or Fennell, I believe Fennell. Okay. Ma'am, what's your name? I'm sorry?
Amy Fennell.
Okay, hi, Amy. All right, Kerry Griffith? Oh, she's not here? Okay. We're going to show Kerry Griffith on behalf of the Texas State Teachers Association, registered against the bill but not testifying. Kenneth Heydrich, Dr. Kenneth Heydrich. We'll show Dr. Kenneth Heydrich on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Give me another number. Chair calls Craig Kerr. Craig Kerr. We'll show Craig Kerr on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Anthony Cambaloris. Chair calls Suzanne Bell Snyder. All right, I'll show you registered as Amy Fennell, testifying on behalf of Republicans for Public Education and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as Anthony Cambaloris, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm show you registered as Suzanne Bell Snyder, testifying on behalf of Republicans for Public Education and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Fennell, you may begin.
My name's Amy Fennell. I am a lifelong Republican and president of Republicans for Public Education. And I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 3 because it fails to protect parental rights. This bill has been marketed as one designed to empower parents and protect their rights, but the devil is in the details. Upon reading the bill, I discovered that the vendors and the state's rights are given legal precedence over parents. Section 29.373 gives the comptroller authority in program administration, but limits recourse for participants. If a parent disagrees with an administrative decision made by the comptroller or the EOA selected by the comptroller, they have to appeal that decision to the comptroller. Any decision made by the comptroller is considered final. So there's no pass-through recourse with the comptroller. So let's say that the parent decides, okay, I'm going to contest this. I should not have been denied this. It's a violation of my constitutional rights. Okay, so they decide to file suit against the state. Section 29.374 grants the vendor the right to defend the program, which means the parent has to go up against the state and the vendor. So how exactly does that protect parents? Then it gets worse. Let's say the parent somehow manages to fight off both the state and the vendor, wins their lawsuit. The last sentence of Section 8 on page 50 of the bill explicitly states that the bill does not permit the recovery of attorney's fees against the state, regardless of the outcome of this case. The prohibition on awarding attorney's
Wrap up your
fees
testimony,
protects
please.
the state's financial interests. This bill should be killed because it protects the states, not parent. The bill has been touted as one that protects parental rights, but that simply is not true. Instead, this bill acts as a boot bearing
Please
down
wrap
on
up your
parents,
testimony.
choking out their rights. Kill this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Cambalaris.
Good morning, good evening. Thank you all for being here and so engaged still. Hello, my name is Anthony Nicholas Cambalaris. I'm a director of engineering for a Texas-based business with a simple business model. Hire Texans to help Texans, which enable us to hire more Texans. We work throughout the state, from the most affluent cities to the lowest neighborhoods, lowest income neighborhoods. I've been trained that if you invest in your community will return that investment. This model relies on our community of Texans being educated and employable, no matter the region or financial situation. I'm not here on behalf of my employer, but I strongly believe in their charter. I'm here to implore you all to not only vote no on HB3, but also seek ways to increase investment in our public school systems. As a part of my preparation today, I sought to answer one question. Does a state's public school ranking correlate with its per pupil spending, which luckily came up earlier today? Based on the publicly available data, which hopefully you all have better than I could find, but based on the publicly available data, government websites, third-party companies, the answer seems to be yes. I gathered the overall education rank and spending rank for each state, determined the Pearson correlation coefficient between them. The school's rank and its per pupil spending has a strong positive relationship with its Pearson correlation coefficient being 0.74. Go from -1 to +1. This value signifies that there is a correlation between per pupil spending and the quality of education provided by a state. In the rankings I found, again, close, but I've heard different numbers throughout the day. Texas was ranked 38th in the nation in education, while being ranked 43rd in our per pupil spending. With this in mind, I believe we should find ways to increase our per pupil spending within each school, rather than diverting spending and pulling money out of existing public schools. By voting no for HB3, you are saying yes to investing in all young Texans so that no child is left behind.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Bell-Snyder, excuse me.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm Suzanne Bell-Snyder, and I am from the Texas Panhandle. I think I drove the furthest, 550 miles, so to be here today and testify, or stay here all night to testify. But there hasn't been enough conversation about rural Texas today, in my opinion. This ESA voucher education battle is integral to the future of rural Texas, and I really am imploring you to take very seriously what you're doing with this bill. I actually worked for Senator Shapiro back in the early 90s, or late 90s, I guess, a long time ago, 25 years ago, and worked on some of the voucher bills proposals at that time. Vouchers were always about no child left behind. You mentioned it. That was the plan for a voucher program. And unfortunately, with this proposal that's on the table, rural kids in particular, which is my passion, are going to get left behind. We don't appropriately fund roads. We don't appropriately fund water issues in the state. Those things all impact rural Texas more than anything. And so I'm just really asking you, especially those of you who sit in rural districts like Mr. Ashby. I know this is a tough decision, but we're really looking for champions, and we need people to really stand up for rural Texas. We'll be with you this time. We didn't realize what the consequences were going to be, but I promise you we're here for you if you'll stand up for us. Sam Houston said it. I forgot the quote now because it's, 3 in the morning, but do right and risk consequences. And we're just here to say that those of you that are rural members, we've got your back if you'll stand up for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, Representative Schoolcraft.
Ms. Fennell.
Yes.
I'm looking at something that just really kind of stuns me. It's a tweet. It's a picture of you in this room. It says, "Lord help me. Representative Terry Leo Wilson won't shut up. The more she talks, the more the average IQ in this room drops."
And that has to do with the bill how?
Well, just
We're
curious,
here to
did you,
discuss-
I mean,
We're
it has
here
to do with the
discuss the
credibility of
bill.
your testimony. That would be
Representative
it.
Schoolcraft,
Mhm.
this is about the bill.
Yes, it is, and it's about your testimony and the credibility of your testimony.
Yeah, Mr. No. All right. Any other questions? Thank you, panel. Appreciate you.
Didn't you have a question? I thought,
Pardon me, Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've also seen tweets of that style from our governor, so I guess that's the new standard.
Some of us.
I wanted to ask you about parental rights because I'm also very concerned.
The governor's not on this
bill.
panel.
You have to be recognized by the chairman. I know you're a new freshman, but that's how this works. Mr. I know you're a constituent in my district, so thank you for being here. You know, I wanted to talk about this issue of parental rights, which I think all three of you brought up. In the bill, I think I'm looking at section 29.365, and it says that the vendor can't provide a refund to any parent for any circumstances under this bill, which I just find alarming. Because if there is some instance where the parent is underserved, or the parent isn't getting their needs met, or the parent is a victim of fraud or malfeasance, this bill doesn't provide any recourse for them to get a refund for that abuse. Is that how you understand this? And how could we fix this part of the bill to at least make sure that we're providing some accountability for parents to get their money back if they're a victim of fraud or abuse?
well, that particular section of the bill, so vendors will get paid, or, schools will be paid quarterly. So it's one of those situations where if it's, if it's just halfway through the school year, they can't get that money back. But what it's been explained to me is that, the state won't continue giving them more money. But the part of the bill that concerns me the most is the fact that vendors are allowed to participate in a civil lawsuit that a parent will file, may file against the bill. Now, I understand that it's not uncommon. It can be viewed as an efficient way to do business where, if you've got a partner that's going to be affected by a lawsuit, that they can file to become part of that lawsuit. However, this skips straight to the front of the line. And for to have to stand up to the vendor, and the biggest vendor in all this is the EAOs. It's not the schools. The EAOs that's where the big money is. A whole industry is being created through ESAs. But that part right there.
The EAO, just for everyone who's not, this is the Educational Assistance Organization.
Yes. Okay. But here, at the fact that a parent can't get their attorney fees back, regardless of the outcome, if they win or if they lose, it doesn't matter. It's final. The bill waives that. I mean, it prohibits that. So it makes it too cost prohibitive for a parent to seek recourse. There's no path of recourse if something goes wrong. And that does not protect the parent's rights. This is supposed to be parent empowerment. But the vendors, and it's mainly the EAOs that benefit the most. How can you change this? I mean, this is your bill, Chairman Buckley. Did you realize that this was part of the bill, that parents have no path of recourse?
So you're for the bill if that language is changed?
Oh, there are multiple reasons that I'm against the bill, but this specifically.
Oops, something went out there. Yeah.
But this part specifically is the most concerning because it's going to trap. Parents are going to be trapped. They're going to feel helpless whenever this bill has promised just the opposite. Because I've heard testimony from different people saying, well, I don't have any options. The school's just not servicing my needs. My child has special needs, and I haven't been able to get satisfied. I don't feel that my child is being taken care of in this monopoly of a school, and they have felt trapped by that. But this right here, and there's actually more rights that are secured in the education code than what are secured in this bill. But this part, this specific part, Section 8, is it's, like I said, it's going to be a boot on the throat of parents to choke out their rights. So
Certainly not the intent.
not the intent, but in black and white, need to really look at this.
That's why we have committee hearings.
Yes.
At
Have you
3
considered?
in the morning.
Have you, I know. Have you considered that portion of the bill?
We've considered all portions of the bill. That's why we're having a hearing.
Well, what would you say to that?
Oops, excuse me.
Well, that last,
We'll continue to go through the process on the bill. All right.
okay.
Well,
Thank you very
just
much.
Just wanted to thank y'all. I know it's late and we're all feeling testy, but I do want to thank my constituent for being here. And Ms. Bell Snyder, thank you for driving 500 miles to be here.
I know. Do I win a
We
prize?
appreciate it.
What's
Thank
my
you, Mr.
prize?
Chairman.
Yeah, I'll take a coffee.
Thank you, panel. All right, let's go. All right, that's right. Okay. Chair calls Louis Malfaro, Emily Amps, and Rebecca Davenport. Ma'am, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Emily
All right, Emily Amps.
Yeah, that's me.
Louis Malfaro. Louis Malfaro. We'll show Louis Malfaro on behalf of Austin Voices for Education and Youth and himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Rebecca Davenport. Rebecca Davenport. We'll show Rebecca Davenport on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Idonna Griffith. Idonna Griffith. The chair calls Idonna Griffith. We'll show Idonna Griffith on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Barbara Bergman. Barbara Bergman. We'll show Barbara Bergman on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Matt Gaventa. Matt Gaventa. We'll show Matt Gaventa on behalf of Texas Impact and himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Russ Johnson. Picked one up. There we go. Let's do one more.
I've got staying power.
Charles Luke.
Me too.
Charles Luke. We'll show Charles Luke on behalf of the Coalition for Public Schools and himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. David Lopez, the chair calls David Lopez. All right, we'll show you registered as Russ Johnson, Lorena ISD trustee, but you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, have you registered as David, or show you registered as David Lopez, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I have you registered as Emily Amps on behalf of Texas, testifying on behalf of Texas AFL-CIO and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Johnson, we'll let you begin.
Okay. I know it has been a long day. We're getting close to 2 days that we've been doing this, and so I appreciate your patience and your steadfastness listening to all of our comments. My name is Russ Johnson, and I am testifying on behalf of myself. I'm honored to serve Lorena ISD, a small rural district just south of Waco in Central Texas. I'm a trustee for the 1,850 students our staff, parents, and community tirelessly support each day. We're A-rated, and we have a 100% graduation rate, yet we know we're not perfect. But I want to go a different direction. I want to tell you a personal story about one of my daughters. Early in my daughter Lindsay's high school years, she struggled. And my family became convinced that a small Christian private school would be the quick fix for her struggles. We told ourselves the problem was public education. We tried the private route only to find it was actually worse for her. So much so that we brought her back within a few weeks. That experience taught us that public education wasn't the issue. Yes, it's not perfect, but neither was the alternative. Ultimately, Lindsay graduated from the very public school we initially doubted, receiving a strong education along the way. And having gone through that experience with my own child, it makes me wonder if some of the rhetoric is the grass is greener on the other side, and there's this allure that because it's a private school that we put it on this pedestal that it's better than public education. And I can tell you that it is not better than public education. My wife and I have 7 daughters, each with unique educational needs, and my wife recently retired as an elementary school principal after serving public education for 30 years. We've seen firsthand that public schools aren't broken, just not perfect. Instead of funding alternatives, let's double down. Wrapping up. Let's double down and invest in public education. All public education students deserve our attention, not just some. Public schools serve about 90% of Texas children, so let's give them the resources, support, and positive momentum they need to keep improving. And I'll close with this. There was a joke, if you will, about wouldn't it be nice if TEA marketed public education? And as I've sat here for going on 20 some odd hours, I got to thinking, that's not a bad idea. You know, you see social media and it's just swarmed with all this us versus them, and I think that we're creating some long-lasting harm for the hundreds of thousands of teachers that serve these 5.5 million students every day. We've got to shift the rhetoric to promoting and supporting and telling the good stories that are happening every single day across this state in Texas public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Lopez, 2 minutes.
Hello, Chair Buckley and members of the committee. My name is David Lopez, and I am a Teach for America Houston alumnus, a former English teacher, a former school administrator, a small business owner, and the Northbrook High School PTA treasurer, and a current candidate for the Spring Branch ISD School Board. I've dedicated my career to public education. I'm here today to strongly oppose House Bill 3. The core issue with this bill is that it fails to address the real problem, that Texas public schools are underfunded. Supporters of this bill have raised concerns about the state of education, but rather than solving the root cause, House Bill 3 would divert public funds to private schools. Research from Dr. Ruth Lopez Turley at the Kinder Institute shows that 73% of Texas school districts are underfunded, with 1.8 million students attending schools classified as severely underfunded. In the Houston area, this includes districts like Aldine, Alief, Pasadena, and my own, Spring Branch ISD. Instead of funneling money away from public schools, we should be increasing the basic allotment to close these funding gaps. Contrary to some misinformation shared earlier in this hearing, studies have repeatedly shown that properly funded schools lead to better student outcomes, yet Texas continues to fall short. I have seen this impact of underfunding firsthand. The students and families I served in Spring Branch rely on their public schools for high-quality teachers, bilingual education, special ed services, and college readiness programs. I think about a mother who told me she would do anything to get her son into college. She depended on his public school for AP courses, extracurriculars, and the special ed support he needed. A private school would not have taken him. An ESA would not have helped him, but fully funding his public school would have. The push for vouchers has clearly divided Texans, but in Spring Branch, opposition to vouchers has united us. Parents, teachers, and community members, conservative, liberal, and independents, agree that public funds should stay in public schools. Para muchas familias en mi comunidad, la educación pública no es una opción, es la única opción. No podemos quitarles esa oportunidad y darles falsas promesas. Nuestras escuelas necesitan más recursos, no menos. I urge you to reject House Bill 3 and instead focus on increasing the basic allotment to ensure every child in Texas has access to a well-funded public school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Amps.
Yes, my name is Emily Amps, and I'm here today representing the Texas AFL-CIO and our 240,000 plus affiliated members across the state. But I'm also here as a mom opposed to HB3, a mom who wants to tell you about how school choice has positively impacted my child. And of course, when I use the term school choice, I think it's what most Texans think of as school choice. Early on, my husband and I knew that we wanted our son to be in a dual language program. In kindergarten, we transferred him into a neighboring public school district and into a Title I school with wall-to-wall Spanish dual language instruction. We made this choice because we knew the benefits beyond bilingualism. We knew that learning 2 languages would help him understand math concepts and develop strong critical thinking skills, improve his focus and memory, and foster a lifetime curiosity about languages and cultures. My son is now a 13-year-old 7th grader and attends a public school Green Tech Academy, also outside of our home district, also because of public school choice. Here's my bragging moment. I'm glad my kid's not here because he would be so embarrassed, but thank goodness this is on video. My son has near perfect grades, including a 101 in high school level algebra. He excels in computer science, language arts, and social studies. Thanks to his green tech teachers, he can tell you about purple martin migration, how to make a robot move with a few lines of code, and the difference between a lopper and a pruner. What makes me the most proud, though, is that this kid has an incredible curiosity about the world and interest in learning languages. In fact, he's on day 405, a Duolingo streak, learning French completely on his own accord. And I'd like to take credit for all this, but I can't.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
Sure. It's because of his incredible and innovative programs like Green Tech and Dual Language and his incredible teachers. That's why he's thriving. And I know time is short and we're all tired. God knows I am. So to wrap up, I thank you for letting me brag about my kid. And I ask you to please do the right thing and do what most Texans want you to do. Vote against vouchers and fund our public schools. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Appreciate y'all staying up late or early, whatever it is.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thanks for coming down. Okay, chair calls Katie Ornelas. Katie Ornelas. Chair calls Sarah McMurrah. Sarah McMurrah. Okay. Chair calls Lauren Simpson. Lauren Simpson. Oh, there she is. There we go. Okay. Okay. Ma'am, your name, I'm sorry?
Sarah McMurrah.
You're Sarah McMurrah.
Yes, sir.
And you're Lauren?
Lauren, yes.
Lauren Simpson. Katie Ornelas? Katie Ornelas. We're going to show Katie Ornelas on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. One more. Chair calls Catherine Ledbetter Cho. Catherine Ledbetter Cho. We're going to show Catherine Ledbetter Cho on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Steve Swanson. Steve Swanson. We're going to show Steve Swanson on behalf of himself, registered on the bill but not testifying. There we go. Chair calls George Borrego. There we go. We filled it up. It's become a mission. I show you registered as Sarah McMurrah, testified on behalf of Arlington ISD and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I show you registered as Lauren Simpson, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
I show you registered as George Borrego, testifying on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Ms. McMurrah, we'll let you start.
Thank you for your time, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Sarah McMurrow. I'm the proud Vice President of the Arlington ISD Board of Trustees, and I'm an elementary educator in my 17th year. I'm here to speak to you in opposition of House Bill 3. In Arlington ISD, we know about school choice. We proudly offer universal STEM-based pre-K for all 4-year-olds, dual language and fine arts academies, P-Tech programs, early college high schools, and multiple career pathways. These programs are open to all children in our community, even those beyond district boundaries. Our children deserve access to these choices, but diversion of public funds from public schools would threaten their sustainability, taking away school choice. House Bill 3 fails to create a leveled playing field for all schools. The bill mentions a norm reference testing requirement on ESA-eligible private schools, yet a separate House Bill 4 is now proposing that we will assess our public school students even more frequently and by different standards. This would move the goalpost on public school performance once again and have the potential to confuse parents who are truly seeking the best educational offering for their child. House Bill 3 proposes no curriculum oversight on private institutions, yet public schools will remain bound by state-adopted standards. The bill does not require private institutions to serve students with special needs appropriately and effectively. A higher ESA amount for students with special needs would not guarantee the accommodations they would need to learn and thrive. Finally, private institutions would still have the ultimate authority to choose the families they would accept, not the other way around. As you all discussed about 15 hours ago, this is the 6th hearing on ESAs in just 2 years. The majority of Texans still oppose ESAs, so we ask that you listen to your constituents once again this session. ESAs will hurt the state budget, our local communities, and our future. Instead, we ask that you increase the basic allotment
Wrap up your testimony, please.
to keep choices that are accessible to all students intact. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Simpson.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Lauren Simpson. I live in McKinney, and Congressman Leach, we are neighbors. My child's school, Naomi Press Elementary, is in your district. I took a very early flight yesterday morning because on Friday afternoon, McKinney ISD sent out an email, which I have provided, to parents outlining substantial cuts to programs and staffing for the upcoming school year as a result of the budget deficit. I am furious about this email, but let me be very clear. I am not furious with McKinney ISD. The administrators, teachers, and other professionals at the district level and at Press show up for my kid every day. They are being forced to make impossible decisions for one very simple reason. McKinney ISD and countless other districts, just like it across the state, are not sufficiently funded. I am here because I am furious that desperately needed funding for my kid's school district has been far too low for years and is currently tied up in the politics of this bill. And y'all spent a lot of time this morning talking about how this bill is another tool or another choice for parents like me. The misinformation is rampant and it has real consequences, as outlined in the emails from MISD. Texas public schools are not the most funded they have ever been, and this is not about school choice. Public schools are being starved, and when you combine insufficient funding with increased expenditures, budget deficits occur. The state has been starving public schools for years and is now blaming the schools for the inevitable consequences of these actions. Parents don't need another tool when y'all are actively taking a hammer to education. It's clear that the state of Texas is trying to make a public school look like the worst choice because public schools like McKinney ISD are not failing. They're not funded. Texas public schools have not failed because the people working in them at places like Naomi Press Elementary refuse to let them fail. And it's misleading to say that you're giving parents a choice by passing this bill. You're robbing parents like me of our right to a state-funded education for our children and then saying we can choose an alternative instead.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Borrego.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is George Brego. I'm the Education Policy Director at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and I am testifying in strong support of HB3. I want to get back to the focus of what this bill does. And this bill and who it focuses its support on, and that is those families who need a lifeline the most. So instead of doing my normal stick of presenting data and statistics, I want to go and talk about the stories of two parents, Wendy and Anthony Cisneros, two hardworking parents on San Antonio's west side. As any San Antonian will tell you, the west side is steeped in cultural pride, but it's a community that struggles with educational challenges. Consider the high school to which the Cisneros family was zoned to. Only 26% of the students were on grade level for reading, and only 9% were proficient in math. Yet, Anthony and Wendy decided not to let those odds define their children's future. They sought out a public school that aligned with their values and had a very high curriculum. But tragedy struck when Anthony passed away unexpectedly. No longer able to afford the tuition on a single income for her two children, Wendy was forced to sell her home, putting her children's future ahead of all other considerations. No parent should have to make that choice, and that's why HB3 matters. It is a lifeline for students and families on San Antonio's west side, in Segundo Barrio, in El Paso, where I'm from, and in cities like Dallas and Houston. Alongside with that, there are several, as Representative Schoolcraft has mentioned, there's over 187 studies that I'm glad he's going to share with the rest of the committees that talk about the positive effects on racial integration, income integration, parent satisfaction, educational attainment, and many more on school choice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, I believe Chairman Leach has a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Chair calls Kathy Sweeney. Kathy Sweeney. We'll show Kathy Sweeney on behalf, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Meredith Bradley. Meredith Bradley. We'll show, oh, sorry. You're Miss Bradley? Yes. Okay. Chair calls Stephen Gallington. Stephen Gallington. We'll show Stephen Gallington registered on behalf of Texas AFT and himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Adele Nelson. All right, one more. Chair calls Christina Das. DAS. Chair calls Christina Das. We'll show Christina Das on behalf of the NAACP LDF, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Courtney Perry. Courtney Perry. Okay. We'll show Courtney Perry on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Dita Nayogi. Dita Nayogi. We'll show Dita Nayogi on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Sabrina Gonzalez Saucedo. All right, I'll show you registered as Meredith Bradley, testifying on behalf of yourself and testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as Adele Nelson, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I show you registered as Sabrina Gonzalez Saucedo on behalf of the ARC of Texas, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, you may begin.
Okay, awesome. Good evening, morning, Chair Buckley and members of the committee. Thank you for sticking with us. I know that it's extremely late early. My name is Sabrina Gonzalez Saucedo, and I am the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for the ARC of Texas, testifying against HB3. The ARC of Texas opposes HB3 due to its negative impact on students with disabilities specifically. These concerns are detailed in the press release before you, which we signed on to with our disability rights partners back in the 88th legislative session. Among the many concerns, the loss of critical legal protections for students and families is particularly significant. Therefore, we urge the committee to consider the following recommendations. First, we recommend that private schools receiving ESA funds be required to comply with IDEA, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and Title II of the ADA. These laws are essential to ensure that students with disabilities receive the services, accommodations, and protections they are entitled to under federal law. Without these protections, students may face discrimination, exclusion, and lack of necessary support. I will also note that similar requirements have been incorporated into programs across the nation, including Wisconsin's Special Needs Scholarship Program and Ohio's John Peterson Special Needs Scholarship Program, both of which require private schools to implement a child's most recent IEP. Additionally, we recommend that families receive clear, comprehensive, and accessible information about how an ESA program will impact their child's education. While HB3 requires a special education notice, we believe it should be expanded to fully explain the loss of IDEA rights and other federal protections when enrolling in a private school. Furthermore, private schools should be required to provide a clear description of the services they intend to offer for a child with a disability. This information is vital for parents to assess how an ESA will impact their child. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Nelson.
Hi, thank you all so much. You have insane jobs that this is normal, that you stay up until the middle of the night listening to all of us. So I'm deeply grateful, and I'm gonna try to keep my wits about me as I share something very vulnerable to try to change your hearts. You said your heart was changed by kids in your district, and I'd like to change your heart with my story, my son's story. I'm Adele Nelson. I am a proud Texas mom, and I would like to share my family's experience of transferring my son to a different school because of his special education needs. When my son Arthur was in 2nd grade, our small neighborhood public school began struggling not only to educate him, but not to harm him as they responded to his behaviors. My husband and I determined that we needed to change schools. We looked at public schools in our district, in a neighboring district, as well as private schools that were inclusion and learning disability oriented. The private schools require what are called shadow visits to consider a child for admission in addition to an application fee. These visits were very negative experiences for our son, which I can speak about if you would like. But here is what I want to underline. The principal at the best inclusion-oriented private school we considered said to us, "If this is the behavior your son is exhibiting, we are not equipped to support him." That was very hard to hear at the time. I really wanted to send my son to that school. But I continue to be eternally grateful for her honesty and that we did not change him to a school where he would be set up to fail. My son is now in 5th grade, receiving special education support at an exceptional large public elementary school with excellent trained professional educators, support staff, and administrators. They are equipped and he is thriving. He is gifted and talented, and he is awaiting word on his middle school admission, so keep your fingers crossed for him. Here is what I learned from my experience, and I say this as a person who attended elite private schools from K through PhD and was encouraged by many in my family during this experience to just get my son to a private school. The public school system is legally required to provide appropriate services to my child and every other child. The idea of using taxpayer dollars to pay private schools that are not required to federally protect children endangers them and their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Bradley.
Thank you all for being here this evening or this morning. We appreciate it. My name is Meredith Bradley. I've been on our neighborhood public school PTA board for 4 years and contribute significantly to fundraising efforts for our school. I fundraise to bridge the gap in funding our school loses every year. The fundraising feels like it should be unnecessary when there's $24 billion surplus, but here I am doing just that to ensure our school has the essentials it needs. I'm here today to express my opposition to HB3. I grew up in Plano, Texas, where I attended public school. I come from a family with a long history of educators in Texas. My great-uncle, Frank Guzik, was the principal of Skyline High School in Dallas, Texas, when it was the largest populated school in the country. President Lyndon B. Johnson even visited Skyline during my great-uncle's tenure. Frank made a significant impact on the district that Guzik Elementary School in Southeast Dallas was named after him. He was a remarkable man, educator whom I greatly admired. He instilled in me a love of education and understanding of the importance of public schools. I know he would be deeply proud to see so many testifying today to protect public education. My mother was a public school teacher. I followed in her footsteps. I even earned New Teacher of the Year. I have maintained my certification, but with the current lack of funding, living wages, it just doesn't make financial sense for my family. In addition, it's extremely risky when retirement funds for TRS are a threat. Our public schools are pillars of our neighborhoods, communities throughout Texas. Texas is the 8th largest economy in the world. We could have the most advanced public school facilities, teaching tools, and provide living wages for our teachers and staff. I've witnessed an erosion of funding with our tax dollars being held hostage in a fund that should be for public education. We've had to raise money from outside sources, afford essential resources such as reading programs, software licensing, soccer goals, refrigerators for our teachers' break room, copiers, and more. I'm not a fundraising professional for my school. I've not been hired to do that, but that's what I'm doing. HB3 will drastically reduce funding for our public schools. Programs will be cut due to the loss of funds and students, resulting in a less enriching, less engaging, and lower quality education for millions of Texas students. I urge you to oppose this bill and invest in our public schools. And lastly, I know that everyone on this committee has their thoughts on this. I just ask that the members of the committee refrain from posting on social media that this bill will be passing before the constituents in this room have even finished speaking. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, Representative Leah Wilson.
I just wanted to say something to Adele, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This just came up in my feed or whatever. It said, parents, if you leave your children a world where you never stand up, they'll inherit a world where they can't. And I know that's really hard for you, and you may be on different sides of the issue or think differently about it, but thank you for your courage and for sticking it out till 3:30 in the morning and sharing your heart with us. I know you can help. Thank you for standing up for your child.
Thank you.
Members, any more questions for this panel? All right, we appreciate you being here. The chair calls Jenny Drude. Jenny Drude. We're going to show Jenny Drude on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Michelle Williams. Michelle Williams. We'll show Michelle. Oh, sorry. Okay. Chair calls Kathleen Moore. Kathleen Moore. We're going to show Kathleen Moore on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Stuart Whitlow. The chair calls Aaron Walter. Aaron Walter. Okay, we're going to show Aaron Walter on behalf of the Texas Unitarian Universalist Justice Ministry Education Network and herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Francis Netscher. Francis Netscher, N-E-T-S-C-H-E-R. Francis Netscher. We're going to show Francis Netscher on behalf of themselves, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Brooke Hofeld. Wow. All right. I'm going to show you, we show you registered as Michelle Williams, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
There. We have you, show you registered as Stuart Whitlow, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I show you registered as Brooke Hofeld, and on behalf of Texas Advocates and yourself, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct? All right, Ms. Williams, you may begin.
Yes, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. My name is Michelle Williams. I am a veteran educator in the Houston Independent School District, and I drove up here at 4 a.m., and as you can see, it's almost 4 a.m. again. I want to share with you the story of parents and parent options for the Houston Independent School District and what the governor of Texas and the Texas Education Agency did for the parents and the students in the Houston Independent School District. They appointed, and I'm not arguing the takeover, they appointed a man who tore our school district apart. To the parents' displeasure, he took away the librarians and wants to take our salaries, raises that you're trying to give us, because he sent you a letter and said, can he take them and spend our money that you're trying to allocate for teacher raises, for experienced teachers, on other stuff in HISD. He has allowed an unelected board.
Yeah, I hear you, but
Yeah,
but
but
we're
then
on
you
the bill.
talking about,
Can
yeah, we're
can
talking about parent options. Those are the
Okay,
things that
well-
he had, and you keep saying parent options. The parents chose Houston ISD, and we had 7,400 students to flee the district. And you're saying that giving money to this private schools is going to help this. It hasn't done it now for the parents in HISD. So I'm asking you to vote no on this bill because this is not about parent options. This is about politics. It's about dismantling the public school system like you all have done to the Houston Independent School District.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Whitlow.
Yes, I'm Stuart Whitlow from Austin, Texas. I am a 35-year litigation lawyer here in the Central Texas, and maybe to some extent to make up for that, I worked very hard to establish Capital Idea, which is a award-winning job training nonprofit here in Austin that's been going for 27 years, still going strong, and it ties into education because it helps people go to ACC, increase their job skills, and become more and earn more income. And also helps them get their GAD is another function of the agency. I was here about 25 years ago. It's the only time I've testified before a committee of the House. I somehow touched the wrong nerve on some of the committee members, and then they said a few things, and I was a little more brash back in those days. I made kind of a bland, ill-advised statement, and it kind of went downhill from there. So anyway, I just want to say that I'm here in good faith, and hopefully that will not happen again. Anyway, I am, I'm a fifth generation Central Texan. My great-great-grandfather and great-great-grandmother came over from Germany in the 1880s. And of course, shortly before that, our legislature, Constitutional Convention, established the language that is so important today in Article 7 of the Constitution, guaranteeing a good public free school system. So it's been my family, we've been, ever since then, we've been public schools all the way. My father was principal of Round Rock High School. My brother and sister and I, we all went to Round Rock schools all the way through. My sons just got through going to ISD. So anyway, I wanted to just give my legal perspective on this free of charge. I hope that y'all will consider making sure that whatever bill you come up with can pass the muster of the Constitution in Article 7, because that is it's a very important thing. And I'm not saying that I'm going to make such a claim as an attorney. I will not do so. I don't even know who would. But it's sitting here and listening to all this, I just, as a litigator, I see all kind of ways that a claim could be made. I mean, the 58% going to people that are already in private schools, the 78% a couple of years after that do that.
Begin to wrap up on your legal, free legal advice. I guess I'll let you keep talking.
44th in the nation. All these things, as a litigator, it would be strong behind on the special education. Doesn't look good. And so I'm saying, I think it would be very wise to keep all that in mind as you craft this bill to make sure it can pass constitutional muster. And with all due respect, I'm really concerned from all I've heard that the system may be unconstitutional right now. And so as you're considering a basic allotment, I think that would be a very good
Thank you,
thing
sir.
to think about.
All right, appreciate your testimony. Ms. Hofeld?
Thank you for the opportunity to provide input on HB3. My name is Brooke Hofeld, and I'm co-executive director of Texas Advocates. Texas Advocates is a statewide self-advocacy organization run by and for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We work to stop the unfair treatment and advocate for more and better services for people with disabilities. HB3 is often presented as a way to give choice to students with disabilities. I want to dispel this idea by first taking away funding from school vouchers reduces resources for students who need more support. I was educated in the public school system and can't imagine where I would be today without the resources that helped me meet my needs alongside my peers. Second, vouchers promote segregation. Students with disabilities don't want to be segregated into private schools. We want to be included with our peers. I grew up in inclusive education where I thrived and made lifelong friends with both students with and without disabilities. These inclusive experiences gave me skills to succeed long after graduation. Finally, private schools are not required to provide accommodations. Without accommodations, I wouldn't have been able to learn alongside my peers and reach the success I have today. I remember the setback I experienced when the school tried to remove me from an inclusive setting, and I struggled until I was put back into the general education classroom. All students, regardless of ability, deserve a high-quality, inclusive education. Investing in public school benefits everyone, not just a few. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The chair calls Dr. Chris Weld. Chair calls Spencer Terry. Spencer Terry. We'll show Spencer Terry. Chair calls Spencer Terry, Chair calls Kathy Stein. Pick your spot.
It doesn't matter.
It's chair calls Spencer Terry. Is he here?
I have him on the phone. He'll be here in I'd say 30 seconds. He's in the building. If that's enough for you, you can start these two, and he'll be in here by then.
He better sprint. All right. Look at. Oh, he's literally sprinting. Oh wow.
Is he sprinting?
Well,
he is.
Yeah.
I'm going to slide back a little bit.
Long legs,
Yeah. All right. All right. I show you red shirt is Kathy Stein. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself,
Yes.
and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
I show you red shirt as Spencer Terry, and you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct? And
Yes,
I show
sir.
you red shirt as Dr. Chris Weld. Is that correct?
Weldy.
Weldy. Dr. Chris Weldy. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill, correct?
Yes.
All right. We'll start with Ms. Stein.
Good morning.
Morning.
I would have been better at this about, a few hours ago, but you probably would have been better at listening a few hours ago. So we'll give it a shot. How's that? My name is Kathy Stein, and I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I'm here on behalf of myself and my granddaughters who are in public school, and I am a retired teacher. Make no mistake, the ESA is the latest in a privatization scheme designed to take Texas tax dollars from public entities and give them to corporations and public entities. Our children are not widgets, and we shouldn't be treating them or managing them or educating them as if they are part of a business. They are individuals, and they should be treated individually. There was a premise, I kind of changed my speech a few times as I was listening to everything that went on today, so I may jump around a little bit, sorry. There was a premise this morning that if we lose 10 students, we lose a teacher.
Can you pull the mic
And-
closer just a little bit? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Is that better?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. And so what the problem is that, right, we're not losing a teacher or a couple of teachers or even a few teachers. We're losing whole schools. In San Antonio, we have districts losing 3 schools in the same year. We have, well, I don't know if I'm supposed to say names. There's a school district that in 2000 had 98 public schools, and now they have 70. 18 of those are run by charters. My point is, the employees in another district in San Antonio.
Make your point, please.
In 2017, they had 2,229 employees, and now they have 1,790. So we are losing schools, and it's not just losing a teacher, we're losing the bus drivers, all the other auxiliaries in lots of schools. That's 19% of staff in that district.
Okay,
So when
wrap
you're
up your
talking
testimony,
about,
please.
I'm sorry?
Wrap up your testimony, please.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, 2 minutes, and we're on the.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was so far over. Okay, well, my point, I guess, is that I don't see that this is going to be different with educational savings accounts than it is with charter schools. We're losing schools, we're going to continue to lose schools, and there goes your TRS, there goes your unemployment rate, there goes all manner
All
of
right.
things that this bill is going to hurt.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Terry.
Hi there. Just so
Go ahead.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Ramadan Mubarak. My name is Spencer Terry. I'm a junior civil engineering major at the University of Texas here at Austin, Hook 'em Horns. I'm here on my own behalf. There's a very funny trend in this legislative session where members of a party who have had near complete control, if not complete control, of this state's government since I was born, complain that its systems are broken and need to be completely replaced. Republicans have been in control of our public education system for nearly 30 years and admit that it is floundering. But instead of taking responsibility for their failures and apologizing to the many teachers, like my mother, who had to work 3 jobs to make ends meet while I was growing up, for their irresponsibility at best and their outright hatred of children at worst, they decide to cast a new scapegoat to blame for the failures of their own governance. The schools are too woke, they say. The schools are too queer, they say. The schools are too black, they say. Well, without saying it, of course. Newsflash, whatever the schools are, it's Republican governance's fault. Be it underfunded, funded, successful, failing, woke, sleep, whatever.
Yeah.
And instead of fixing it like competent adults, you've decided that it's more worth your time to strip the copper from the walls of the Capitol. It doesn't have to be this way, though. And if you want to go down the path of a better, brighter future, I have some free advice. Pay your damn teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Chris Weldy, please.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I am coming in from San Antonio, Military City, USA. I am a military brat myself. My brother is currently serving as a colonel, and I was fortunate enough for him to live in San Antonio with me for a couple of years so I could get to know my 3 nephews. My sister is retired military, as is my dad, so we go deep. I mention that because I think military students are part of the stakeholders that I want to make sure that I represent. I just recently retired after 41 years in federal service, working for Installation Management Command in San Antonio. I worked in lots of different things, but one of them was I actually had schools under me as well, and that role of the school liaison officer is a critical one for military kids. It was the number one thing that families told us was important to them when they moved, is good public schools for their children. I mean, it was top on their list. I myself am a product of public schools. I attended in my 4 years of high school, 3 different high schools or 4 different, it's late or early, 3 different high schools in 3 different countries is what I meant to say, sorry, in my 4 years of high school. So, but prior to moving to San Antonio, which is now my home, first time I ever bought a house, I lived in Europe for 29 years. So we heard a lot of people say I grew up in San Antonio. I actually chose to make San Antonio my home. I say that because I'm committed to my community. I live in the Northeast ISD. We've closed 3 schools just last month, just as an idea, just to understand impact.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
Strongly in opposition to this bill. We know what we need to do to have quality education. I'm an educator, so we pay teachers, we put good support systems in place, and so I ask that you do that. The one thing I want to leave with, though, that was challenge for me was just we need transparency in this process. I think it was Representative Schoolcraft. You mentioned why people called it school vouchers. It's because people don't understand what's happening. The average citizen doesn't understand what's happening. We need to be transparent with our constituents. And thank you for your time.
All right, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for being here. Chair calls Mariana Castillo, Peter Stuckman, and Javier Perez. Chair calls Mariana Castillo. Mariana Castillo. We're going to show Mariana Castillo registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Sir, are you I'm sorry, what's your name?
My name's Peter Stuckman.
You're Peter Stuckman. Okay. Javier Perez. Chair calls Javier Perez. All right, we're going to show Javier Perez registered on behalf of himself and registered against the bill but not testifying. Nicole Zunker. Nicole Zunker. We'll show Nicole Zunker on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Brady Gray. Brady Gray. We'll show Brady Gray on behalf of the Texas Family Project and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Connor Rice. Chair calls Gabriela Garcia. Gabriela Garcia. We'll show Gabriela Garcia registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Arwen Heilrain. Arwen Heilrain. All right. All right, I show you registered as Arwen Heilrain, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Show you registered as Connor Rice, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that right? Yes, sir. And show you registered as Peter Stuckman, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Heilrain.
Hi, my name is Arwen Heilerain. I'm a born and raised Texan, and I'm here to testify against HB3. I am one of the kids that this bill you say would have helped. I was raised middle class. I'm one of 7 children in my family. Between us, we went to 3 private schools and 3 public schools. When I was very young, my parents made the decision that public school was not best for me, and so they put me into a private school. The first private school that I attended, very accredited, in very good standing, let me be clear. I did not take any standardized tests. I did not receive any formal math or science education at all. I attended this school until 8th grade when I left, and I attended a new private high school. At this one, I floundered because I had never taken a standardized test and I had no formal science training. There was no accountability for that private school that failed me, and if I had not had parents who fought for me the way that they did, I would not have succeeded at that school. Let's see. Sorry, it is early. Okay, again, they were very much both accredited. I remember the day that I got my acceptance letter to the high school, I was really excited, but I also knew that that was not what mattered because my parents could not afford the $30,000 price tag that this school had and couldn't have afforded it with $10,000 extra dollars, let me be clear. It was only because that school valued low-income students, and so they gave me financial aid and supported me in that process. Parents already have school choice for the schools that already choose us. Let me be clear on that. The schools that don't choose us now won't choose us with this bill. However, I also have 2 moms, and there are schools across the state that would not accept me on the basis of that. Because private schools are not held to the same standards as public schools. They do not have to allow students the same protections as public schools do, such as Titles 4 and 6 of the Civil Rights Act, Title 9 of the Education Amendments Act, the Individuals with Disabilities Act, Title 2 of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and more. My little brother was kicked out of private school because they could not afford his accommodations. These schools are not protecting Texas kids. Please vote against this bill and protect Texas children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Rice.
Chairman Buckley, members of the committee, my name is Connor Rice. I'm a constituent of Chairman Hunter's House District 32, speaking in opposition to HB3. See, my parents didn't send me to the closest school. They sent me to the school that is best for me because school choice already exists in Texas public schools. Instead of my zone school, I attended Windsor Park Elementary, one of the top-ranked schools in Texas. Later, my parents chose Veterans Memorial High School because it best fit my needs. I'm living example of school choice in Texas already. I earned my bachelor's degree in District 32, planned to be a teacher, and then watched the 88th Texas legislative session and changed my mind. The answer, Representative Hinojosa, is Corpus Christi ISD will lose $13 million if a large voucher program passes. Let's also be clear, House Bill 3 does nothing for families in District 32. There isn't a single non-religious private school in our district. If a family in District 32 wants a non-religious education, public schools are their only choice. And you want to know what opportunity looks like in my home school district? It's Johnny Rowland, who led his team to the football state championship, earned a football scholarship, and then went to play for the St. Louis Cardinals and the New York Giants. It's also an example is Clint Gresham, who played for TCU and became a Super Bowl champion with the Seattle Seahawks. That's what public schools do. They open doors for students. And let's also be honest, that just days after our last election, outside groups were already running push polls in our districts against Chairman Hunter, trying to push a far-right challenger in his next primary because they want to bully our legislators in dismantling public education, and House Bill 3 is a part of that. And, Chairman Hunter, I hit the road at 3:15 yesterday morning to get here to see my representative represent. You have not added a single conversation to this dialogue on public education since I got here nearly 24 hours ago. This bill hurts District 32. Our best educational options are already in our public schools. We can't afford a fumble on this decision. Vote no on House Bill 3.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Stuckman.
Good morning, committee members, and thank you again for staying up this late and being as engaged as you can as possible. My name is Peter Stuckman, and I'm here on behalf of myself, and I ask for your opposition to HB3. I'm currently a student at the University of Texas at Austin, and I attended McKinney ISD public schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. And I have countless teachers to thank for shaping me the way I am today, such as my 6th grade teacher, my 6th grade history teacher, who wrote every student a letter at the end of the year, a heartfelt, sincere letter telling students what personality traits would carry them to success in their future. Just this week, McKinney ISD announced they're cutting 40 jobs in anticipation of this bill, putting the livelihood of the people that shaped my life on the line. Thousands of educators who spent their lives serving young Texans like myself will be out of a job. This bill makes no provision for private schools to rehire these teachers let go by public schools. So theoretically, private schools can just take on new students without hiring these educators that have been fired, leaving thousands without a job, negatively impacting the Texas economy. I want to touch on another subject, my hometown, McKinney, Texas, which is a socioeconomically diverse town, where some families have worked hard and become super successful, while others are still working towards the American dream. McKinney Christian Academy, a local private school, charges $18,900 a year for high schoolers to attend. At the current $10,000 outlined in this bill for students, middle and working class families in McKinney will have to fork over an extra $8,900 to go to McKinney Christian to send their kids to McKinney Christian Academy. Families that can afford to pay the extra $8,900 will send their kids there, while pulling funding away from McKinney ISD. Meanwhile, the district will have to fire more educators, worsening the education experience for those in McKinney who don't have the extra $8,900 to pay for education. For the educators who are losing their jobs, and for the families that are just trying to ensure their kids get a slice of the American dream, I urge your strong opposition to this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Julia Howrain. Okay, we'll show Julia Howrain on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Ihanua Ale Opinion. Ihanua Al Opinion. We'll show Ihanua Al Opinion on behalf of themselves, registered against the bill but not testifying. I know what you're talking about. Chair calls Cody Zell. Cody Zell. Cody Zell, we'll show Cody Zell on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Dan Barrios. Dan Barrios, we'll show Dan Barrios on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Excuse me? Oh, I missed one, sorry. Sean Philippe. Did I get that? All right. Did I say it right, Philippe? Yes. All right. Chair calls Dash Koska. Okay. Chair calls Mary Eisenberg. Mary Eisenberg. We'll show Mary Eisenberg on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Andrew Noble. All right. I have you show you registered as Sean Philippe, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct? Yes. I show you registered as Dash Koska.
Correct.
Testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I show you registered as Andrew Noble, testifying on behalf of yourself and testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sean Philippe.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sean Philippe. I'm a sociology student at the University of Texas at Austin, but more importantly, I am a graduate of Texas Public Schools. I attended Bernie ISD schools from K through 12, and it is because of the experiences that they gave me that I am able to give back to them and come here today to urge opposition to this bill. In addition to great academics, my public schools offered me incredible opportunities, such as participation in a dual language program, an incredible high school band, and one of many career programs that gave students hands-on experience in industries such as medicine, welding, and in my case, graphic design, where I was able to receive 3 Adobe certifications before even graduating high school. This is what's possible in a well-funded public schools, opportunities that cater to many different students and are available to all, no strings attached. Of course, not all districts have access to resources like this, and we need to make improvements to ensure our school system can have a quality education for all. So, what are your ideas? Oh yeah, siphon money away from public schools that serve everyone to subsidize private schools. Spend way more money to help way less people and leave the rest of us with the crumbs? I mean, come on, man. We specifically created public schools because we knew if we all pooled our money together, we could ensure education for all better than if we spread it out among a bunch of smaller schools. If we want to lift up students, how about we start by stop pushing an unpopular policy that has failed time after time after time and get up, put the work in, and make public schools more able to support a variety of needs and interests. And you know how you can start? Voting down this bill. I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Koska.
Yes, good morning. My name is Dash Koska, and I'm a music education student at UT. I oppose HB3 because it will wreck our school's extracurricular programs, especially our state's unmatched middle and high school band programs. Participation in middle school and high school band teaches our young people valuable life lessons about hard work and being part of a team that stays with them for a lifetime. Today, our young adults are struggling with loneliness, depression, and feeling detached from society. Band programs offer young people a social glue. Parents are crying out for society to give their kids purpose in life, not more budget cuts to extracurriculars. When Dave Campbell, editor of Texas Football Magazine, is crying out that school vouchers will force cuts to football in the state known for Friday Night Lights, let there be no doubt that music programs will get cut. I don't care if you're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, if you're a band kid, band parent, music educator, like I will be someday, this bill should scare you to death. And I want every single person in this room and watching this hearing to think about what voucher supporters are telling you. After governing this state and running the public school system for 2 decades, Republicans are telling you, we broke the public school system, now trust us to fix it. Last session, when we had a record surplus, how much could these guys find for a teacher pay raise? 0. How much for the basic allotment? 0. But the last time the state had a deficit in 2011, the legislature cut $5 billion from public education. You think these guys care about your kids? Give me a break. That's a bunch of garbage. The problem is not our public schools. It's people like Greg Abbott who held school funding hostage and took millions in bribes from Jeff Yass, Tim Dunn, and Ferris Wilks to pass vouchers. Conservatives love to complain about government waste, but school vouchers, they're the real waste, fraud, and abuse. HB3 will waste taxpayer money on unaccountable private schools. It will be abused by families whose kids already are enrolled in private school, making ESAs a glorified welfare program for the wealthy. And the fact that Republicans have been in charge of our schools for 30 years and want to replace the system makes it a fraud. Please. One final thing, Mr. Schoolcraft, I noticed how bothered you were earlier about the accusations from billionaires. Your largest campaign donor last year, Greg Abbott, $900,000. I wonder where that money came from. Your next highest donation, only $100,000. My question is, Mr. Schoolcraft, what are you doing in return for that money?
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your
I urge
testimony.
opposition.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That's Mr. Noble.
Thank you. Dr. Buckley and representatives, I am a music educator as well who taught for over 20 years here in Austin. I'm a product of public education from kindergarten through my master's degree at the University of Texas at Austin, and I am against this bill. We need a comprehensive education reform so that every Texan can get a good education. This bill does not do that. A good public education system is considered valuable because it provides accessible, quality education to all children, regardless of socioeconomic background, fostering a well-informed citizenry, promoting social mobility, and contributing to a strong democracy. This is a pro-business policy that's eroding the commons. It's couched in competition. It's a product of a manufactured crisis. The legislature created the public school funding crisis, and private schools seem to provide a solution. Texas is an at-will state, and this is an at-will education bill, as opposed to legally required education. It impoverishes parents. They can just be ripped off. They can be kicked out of a school. They cannot get a refund if they're not happy. This ends the freedom of homeschoolers, and it makes magnet schools and public schools would have allowed for people to have multiple experiences within a single system. Now they have to rely on a single school or maybe a couple of schools. Students can be fired. There's no guarantees to remain in a school. This is deeply upsetting to a child who needs consistency. There's no metrics for year-to-year progress. I want to end on this thought. Today, actually yesterday, we saw the president stand outside the White House and show off a car made by his favorite guy. How long before the governor of Texas stands out front of the Capitol and shows off his education system by his favorite guy?
What? Vice Chair Bernal.
It's just like it's like a singularity event where you like came back and to visit with your younger self. It's like these two bespectacled drum majors.
No, if we touch,
like
we might
these
explode.
These two music educators. Were you a drum major?
Me? Yes.
I knew. Great. All right. Thank you, guys.
Austin High School. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr.
Wait,
Chairman.
members, what? Okay.
Mr. Costa.
Hold up.
No, I just, it's not about that. It's not a response.
Oh.
Okay. He brought up.
Represents Schoolcraft. Be brief.
I'll pass.
Okay, I think it's a good idea. Members, any more questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for testifying. Okay. Members, looking at the number of remaining witnesses registered to testify and understanding that another committee will be in this hearing room, we will need to end testimony by 7 a.m. Per the committee posting, we will need to limit the number of witnesses to ensure we do not impede another committee's business. We will continue to take testimony until that time. I'd like to inform everyone that the comment portal opened when the hearing was posted on Thursday, February 27th. I'd like to inform everyone that the comment portal opened when the hearing was posted on Thursday, February 27th. I will direct the clerk to keep it open until 5 p.m. on Wednesday, which is today, for any witnesses that we do not get to today. Any Texas resident is welcome to offer their comments on the portal. Each member of the committee is able to view the comments as they were posted. The comments will be posted and available on each bill's webpage after the portal is closed. It is my intention to close testimony at 7 a.m.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Yes. Yep. Right. Yes. Yeah. Chairman Lee.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, you're going to close down public testimony here. You're going to stop public testimony at 7 a.m. Are you also closing access to the portal at 7 a.m., or will that remain open?
No, the portal will remain open until 5 p.m. today.
Okay.
Which is Wednesday.
Red, just so the public knows, we opened the portal during COVID, so that I believe that's when we did it, so the public could communicate with the committee. And I know, speaking for me, that I take what people submit via the portal very seriously. Yeah. I and my staff review it, pore over it, and so I'm confident the other members on the committee are the same.
We will continue to proceed as we are until 7 a.m. if we don't finish before that. We have 116 people left that are registered to testify, but we'll see if they're still here. So we'll continue on. Okay. Is everybody clear? Yes, sir. Everybody clear? Okay. Chair calls Katie Cho. Katie Cho. We'll show Katie Cho, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Laura Ramirez Mann. Laura Ramirez Mann. We'll show Laura Ramirez Mann, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Timothy Mann. Timothy Mann. We'll show Timothy Mann, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, and not testifying. Chair calls Heather Bailey. Heather Bailey. We'll show Heather Bailey on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Rachel Nelson. Rachel Nelson. We'll show Rachel Nelson, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, and not testifying. The chair calls Teresa Blanton. Teresa Blanton. We'll show Teresa Blanton, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Craig Placus. Craig Placus. We'll show Craig Placus, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Adelaide Baird. Chair calls Jerry Davis. Chair calls Richard Langlanais. Richard Langlanais. We'll show Richard Langlanais, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, not testifying. The chair calls Nathan Darsh. Chair calls Nathan, oh, there we go. I show you registered as Jerry Davis, testifying on behalf of the Texas Pastors Council and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I show you registered as Nathan Darsh. Say that right?
Yes.
Okay. Testifying on behalf of the Young Conservatives of Texas and yourself, be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I show you registered as Adelaide Baird, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Pastor Davis, you may begin.
Good morning, and let me just say God bless all of you for everything that you're doing. I'm honored and humbled this morning to represent more than 1,000 pastors in the Texas Pastors Council across the state of Texas, many of them in your districts. I'm also the founder of a private Christian school in its 10th year. Our children at that school are black, brown, white, Asian, and we love every one of them. And let me tell you something, they love each other. I wish you could see how much they love each other and how much they care about each other. God says in Proverbs 22:6, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he's old, he will not depart from it. I just want you to notice that God didn't give that directive to government, and he didn't give that directive to teachers' unions. He gave that command to a parent. And therefore, the parents, who also pay school taxes, have God-given rights to choose what is best for their child. Why do we have the education that we have in Texas, the failures that we have? Why do we have, sexual confusion, crime, and drugs, and individuals in this country who are racist? Somebody failed to train up a child in the way that he should go. Government schools don't teach to put God first in all that they do. We pastors believe in excellent academics, but we also know it's not intellectualism that will save a nation or a state. So I ask you to vote to give Texas children freedom of education and parents the right to choose where and who educates their child. I've seen statistics that say 72% of people from every background, color, and religion want parents to have the choice. Please vote for them to do so.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Darsh.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and representatives of the committee. My name is Nathan Darsh, and I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 3. I serve as the state chairman for the Young Conservatives of Texas, the largest nonpartisan conservative youth organization in the state. YCT's top legislative priority this session is the expansion of parental choice in education, preferably through the use of universal education savings accounts. YCT believes one size doesn't fit all, and parents, as the primary decision makers in the child's education, know their children better than anyone else. Parents of all backgrounds deserve to have options for their kids' education, and ESAs will allow parents and students to have a greater opportunity at quality education and will improve Texas education outcomes in the long term. Texas has the opportunity to take charge on universal ESAs, and although 100,000 students is modest compared to the 5.5 million public school students, we are thankful for this start of greater parental choice. I and the Young Conservatives of Texas strongly urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 3.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Baird.
My name is Addie Baird. I'm a former public school teacher and current business owner. I'm a product of a private homeschool and public school education. I'm a proud graduate of the University of Texas at Austin. I'm also the county chair for the Bell County Republican Party. Thank you, Brad Buckley, for your leadership. I'm committed to respect and decorum within our party lines and across them. Thank you to all 15 representatives for your commitment and service in this committee. I was impartial on school choice until this last fall. A friend's daughter fell through the cracks of public and charter schools. I helped Samara apply and enroll in 2nd grade at a small private school in my community. She's now reading and thriving. HB3 provides more options for ESL kids like Samara. Opposition to HB3 says that in the same breath, reduce the burden of standardized testing in public schools and simultaneously measure outcomes of students in this program by standardized testing. Attendance rates drive state funding for public schools. Public school attendance has fallen from 96 to 91% in the last 10 years. It would seem to me that students in a best suited school exhibit higher, not lower attendance. Whether you pass HB3 or not, public schools lose funding when students choose private, home, or charter schools. In many other capacities, including higher education, Texans celebrate private-public partnerships. Vote yes to equip parents and guardians of K-12 children with the tool that exists already for public school administrators to contract with private providers for education services when public options are not adequate for a student. Note, this bill equips students in rural areas to enroll in accredited online schools like PSAT Academy that we heard from earlier today and use their ESA savings account in order to overcome obstacles like access to internet. Providing more choices for more parents, for more students, only betters Texas kids.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this panel? All right.
Question.
Representative Leo Wilson.
Can't remember your name, the chairman of the party.
Baird.
Okay, sorry. Can you tell me what you think about there was a couple people that said they were Republicans and that this was a censurable issue. I mean, it's part of our party platform. How do you feel about that? Like, why
I believe that we have a primary process that exists in order to censure candidates by the vote of the public.
Okay, I mean, I'm just wondering why you would be censured for something that's in our party platform. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Representative Cunningham.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. Pastor Davis.
Yes.
What can the Christian schools offer that public and charter schools can't?
Well, one thing, we do have a Christ-centered basis from which we teach and train and care for our kids. And when we teach them how to be Christ-centered, we're teaching them to love, hope, joy, peace, all the things that they need in order to advance in their lives and advance in their relationships with others. And we can teach them, you know, how to have strong marriages, how to have children, how to adapt with those children. So it's an important aspect of education, period, and it starts when you're very, very young.
You currently have a school then, correct?
Yes, we have a school. In fact, 90% of our high schoolers are dual credit kids who, by the time they graduate from high school, will actually have their associate's degrees or be off to a great education. And we have them graduating. We've already had teachers, architects, software engineers, I mean, across the board. And so they're getting great academics, but they're also getting that spiritual impact that they really need. We are not just brains and flesh and blood. We are spirit as well, and we've got to make that connection.
Thank you, Pastor.
Absolutely.
Members, any more questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for being here. Addie, thanks for staying early. All right, be safe going home. Appreciate you coming down. Chair calls Alasia Newman. Alasia? Is it Alasia? Allegia.
Think of like allegiance.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, thank you. Never thought I'd get
Chair
it.
calls Carol Wetterauer. Carol Wetterauer. We're going to show Carol Wetterauer, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Michael Bennett. Michael Bennett. We're going to show Michael Bennett, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Jean Potter. Jean Potter. We'll show Jean Potter, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Mary Bone. Mary Bone. We'll show Mary Bone, registered on behalf of herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Lori Solis. Oh, gosh. I'm not sure that even happened. It's been so long ago.
That's the way I feel.
Yeah. Have we run across the other Andrea Chevalier? We're still? Okay, oh, wow, okay. I am so confused. Rena Clegg. Chair calls Rena Clegg. All right. We show you registered as Rena Clegg, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
I show you registered as Lori Solis,
Yes.
testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as Allegia Newman, testifying on behalf of NAKASEC or Nakasek Action Fund, Texas, and yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Ms. Clegg, we'll begin with you.
Thank you guys for still being here. My voice is shot. My phone is dead, but my spirit is here. So, my name's Rena Clegg. I've been a public school teacher in Texas for 23 years, and I am a parent of a third grader in Pflugerville ISD, and I'm here to speak against vouchers today. I'm not opposed to school choice. In fact, we already have that in Texas. My son attends his public school on an out-of-district transfer because we made that choice for him because that was what was best for him. I know this bill claims to prioritize low-income and special ed students, but the reality is that choice lies with the public school. They're not required to provide the services for students like my son, nor are they required to accept everyone who applies, and that's even if they decide to join the program as a vendor at all. In my small Southeast Texas hometown, there isn't even a private school to choose from. Teachers want more than anything to improve this current system, which is one for all students. If I thought this program would improve our system, I would be here testifying for it, but I know that it won't. States like Nebraska and Illinois have already canceled their voucher programs because they were unsuccessful and carried an enormous cost to taxpayers. We're being told that an ESA program can exist alongside a well-funded public school system. But the truth is we don't have a well-funded public school system in Texas. We're 44th. The minimal increase proposed feels like the equivalent of receiving a jeans pass for Teacher Appreciation Week at this point. It will do next to nothing to invest in our public schools in any meaningful way. Why would we start a new system that's so unpopular among Texans when we haven't delivered the basic funding that we need to improve the majority of Texas schools, which are in a deficit at this point? And one question, I know my time is about to be up, but I have yet to hear anybody talk about this. Part of our funding issues have to do with attendance because we are funded based on attendance in public school. Will the private schools also receive their funding based on their attendance of these kids or not?
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Solis.
Hi, my name is Laurie Solis. I met my lifelong partner when I was 13 at Oakcrest Middle School in San Antonio. We're proud parents to students served by PubEd. I'm also a middle school math tutor, PTA, and Booster Club member, volunteer, and leader. I'm deeply invested in this issue and want to thank you, representatives, for your hard work on the Public Ed Committee and dedication and support to our students. While I understand the intention of HB3 is to offer families more choice in education, I oppose using tax dollars to fund private institutions with selective admission processes. Public funding should support public education, ensuring access and equity for all students. This bill, as written, does not guarantee that. I rely on experts like Mr. Alamon and the experiences of the families who testified, who raised critical concerns from disability rights about fast tracking, insufficient notice, lack of protections, and other issues that need addressing. Texas has already been held liable for underserving students in special ed, and we must ensure that any changes don't further harm them. I'll reference an old proverb without specific words, but in general, it kind of says, while the intentions behind this bill may be good, they can lead to unintended negative results. Not only will the budget more than double in cost next biennium, the long-term fiscal impact could hurt the teacher retirement system. Also, introducing this mode of choice will compete for limited education funding, straining resources for our public schools and education. In my district, we sent $821 million to recapture, and 89% of our remaining budget goes towards payroll and benefits. We live in a state that has a surplus, an excessive rainy day fund, and yet most of the ISDs in Texas are operating under a deficit budget. And while we have worked hard to avoid classroom impacts, all funding that may seem unnecessary or excess have already been cut. If our goal is true choice for every family and child, this bill needs significant improvements. It's not just about short-term effects, it's about the future of public education and the students it serves. We must work together to ensure any changes benefit every child and family. This bill still needs work.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Newman.
Hi. Thank you all for being here, and I appreciate your decorum, Chairman Buckley. My name is Elijah Newman, and I'm the Senior Political Organizer for Nagasek Action Fund Texas. I appreciate those of you who have shared and listened generously today, which is a big point of my testimony, so I ask that you look at me as I speak to you. I'm here in opposition of HB3. This bill seeks to make the rich richer and likely support private interest of public servants. If you actually care about students who are disadvantaged, why aren't you doing the following? Eliminating the fourth tier, making this only available to those of lower income brackets, requiring private schools to take full financial responsibility for students with special needs, including those with limited English proficiency, and getting rid of mandatory school zone practices and more. Earlier, Dr. Schoolcraft said race wasn't an issue in this country and that we've moved past this. Sir, you are severely mistaken. If you're tired of hearing about racism, imagine how tired people are of experiencing it. I do not seek to put you on blast, nor listen to respond. I seek to understand. Even if you don't care about white versus black, the point is beyond race. The point is that there are disproportionate effects that should concern all of you. If you're wanting to benefit Texans, then why aren't you listening? Respectfully, take the money out of your ears. Additionally, unvetted testimony earlier today said tuition cost is based on the neighborhood because they want the schools to reflect the community they're in. That doesn't sound like school choice to me. This bill is also vague and doesn't explain what happens to the surplus if tuition is over that 10.5K amount. I know some of you have already made up your mind, but you're not listening to the concerns and the testimony of people, nor the data, and good amendments or edits being suggested for this bill. I suggest that if you want an ESA, you take funds from taxes on nicotine sales or the Texas lottery system, not away from public schools that you have already clearly admitted need more funding. I understand there are people in favor of ESAs that actually can't afford private schools. However, there is no accountability for private schools or the rich. You've heard the data, so make the adjustments. While I still don't support the way this bill wants to put forth ESAs, I want to hold space for the fact that there are parents that are dreaming of having an opportunity for their kids. The ones that want this with their whole heart, I assume would not want you to do this at the expense of public schools or precious other children of Texas. Again, I ask that you vote against SB3 and that those of you in favor of this bill stop and recognize it's not about you. You were hired to do a job. Please do it. Thank you
for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Sergio Plaza III. Sergio Plaza III. We'll show Sergio Plaza III, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Mandy Drogan. Mandy Drogan. We'll show Mandy Drogan, registered on behalf of TPP, Texas Public Policy Foundation, and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Cindy Castilla. Cindy Castilla. We'll show Cindy Castilla, registered on behalf of the Texas Eagle Forum and herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Literally not working. Wait, just, okay, I think it's working again. Huh? Yeah. Okay, better. Sorry, the hamsters hadn't been fed. Here we go. The chair calls Sussy Bell Gossley. All right. Chair calls Natalie Webb. Natalie Webb. We'll show Natalie Webb, registered on behalf of the University Baptist Church of Austin, Texas, and herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Aurelia Lara Vargas. Aurelia Lara Vargas. We'll show Aurelia Lara Vargas, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Those were some of our invited witnesses. Hold up. Okay. Members, hold on for just 1 second. We've got a little technical issue. Members, we're waiting on the technical folks to come by and check the system. It's not working. Members, at this time, we'll stand at ease. Committee will come back to order.
If no one's told you lately, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, all right. The chair calls Sarah Syed. The chair calls David Chapman. We'll show David Chapman registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. See if it works. The chair calls Timothy Gassaway. Timothy Gassaway. Oh, there you go. All right, I have you registered, or show you registered as Susie Bell Gossley. Testifying on behalf of yourself. Testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as Timothy Gassaway, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I show you registered as Sarah Syed, testifying on behalf of Wuri Juntos and yourself.
Uri Juntos.
Thank you very much. And you'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Gossley, we'll let you begin. 2 minutes, please.
Chairman Beckley, it's nice to have you continue to have this open forum and not close it off. I'm Susie Bell Gosley, and I'm opposed to HB3. Education is not about competition. It's really about enrichment of lives. It is not just about jobs. Education is intellectual, moral, and physical development with emphasis on critical thinking and civic responsibility. It's basic to making democracy work. You are making democracy work. And if that's one of your core values, then it will work. But it comes from the value system you have. You make democracy work. We make democracy work by standing up and speaking in public and not being afraid to work for the common good. All people have special needs, and they all need to be met. Our children have special needs, and they need to be met. The best place to do that is in public schools, because we are all together in a community where we share ourselves, our histories, all of our talents. We share them and create a better world by being together, learning together, singing together, playing sports together. All students have a human right to an education. Now is the time to get away from the corporate model. Educating our students is one of the most important things that you can do as a legislator. Please make democracy work. Vote against this bill, HB3.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Gassaway.
Yes, Chairman, excuse me, Chairman Buckley and committee. My name is Timothy Gassaway. I reside in Texas House District 87. I'm here today to oppose House Bill 3. I would like to see Texas public schools fully funded and our teachers and staff. They need to be fairly compensated. House District 87, it has 21 independent school districts. It's made up of 7 counties. 5 of those counties, one has a private school. One of them actually has 2 schools, private schools, and 2 of those counties have no private schools. The largest city of the district is Amarillo. Amarillo is split between 2 counties, Potter and Randall. Potter County has 1 private school, and Randall County has 5. So, Rural District 87 will benefit not that much from this bill. What the state of Texas needs to do for House District 87 is to send money to the public schools, which we dearly love in the panhandle of Texas. Friday night lights, some of these school districts, the school is where everything emanates around. Everyone in this town loves their school district, and we need to protect those school districts now. In closing, I would just like to say District 87 needs tax dollars to go to public schools. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Syed.
My name is Sara Sayed. I serve as the policy manager for Woody Juntos, a community-led advocacy group serving multilingual communities. We urge you to oppose House Bill 3 as it currently stands. House Bill 3 would expand the power of the state attorney general and the state comptroller in determining which vendors can fund private schools through education saving accounts, giving them significant discretion over which vendors can receive funding. This concentration of authority without clear, independent oversight or safeguards raises serious concerns about the fairness and transparency. These officials could potentially make decisions based on their own preferences rather than the needs of local communities, reducing local accountability and possibly introducing biases into the selection process. This risks limiting the educational choices of families. House Bill 3 does not explicitly address the conditions on funding eligibility, specifically for institutions' compliance with anti-BDS policies. Because the requirements are not clear, this could disproportionately impact religious and minority communities who do support freedom of speech of boycott, divestment sanctions. And this legislation would potentially restrict their access to funding and resources, especially when schools engage in contracts with outside organizations like for educational materials or services. We are seeing similar restrictions being applied in private universities, and there is precedent for state-funded entities, including private schools and contractors, being instructed to sign an anti-BDS pledge or adhering to regulatory requirements as conditions for receiving state funding or engaging in state contracts. I want to also point out to this body that the data presented today by so many individuals did not reflect ethnicities that are often grouped into ethnic classifications that does not represent them. Most commonly, Arabs and people of Middle Eastern descent are often listed as white. Asians are sometimes listed as Hispanic. We recommend further discovery and an audit into more data disaggregation regarding studies specific to student scores or outcomes to better inform your decisions. Lastly, as I close, we ask you to reconsider the approach proposed in House Bill 3 to ensure that we continue to invest in our
Please wrap
public
up your
schools
testimony.
and the future of all Texas children and students. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Bryant.
Ms. Gostley, welcome to Austin. Two Dallasites here have known each other for a long time.
Yep.
Did you identify the organization that you're representing when you began your testimony?
I'm speaking for myself today.
Okay.
I am, and there's something else I'd really like to say, and that is that I would really like for you to increase the basic allotment to $1,300 minimum or more. We're talking about school funding, actually, and if we don't have funding, we won't have an intellectual, moral, and physical development. We won't have civic responsibility for the next generation. So increasing that allotment means that we educate them to think critically on everything so they can make better decisions of what they're going to do in their lives. So I appreciate your taking that very seriously. Thank you.
Members, any more questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here.
Thank
Good
you.
morning. I guess instead of goodbye.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
All right, please work, please work. Chair calls Karen Marshall. Chair calls Rob Black. Chair calls Caitlin Cash. Okay. Rob Black. We're going to show Rob Black registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Caitlin Cash. Caitlin Cash. We'll show Caitlin Cash registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Amber Punkowicz. Amber Punkowicz. We'll show Amber Punkowicz registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Elva Mendoza.
Maybe it's something I said.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so Elva's here. Yeah. Chair calls Ben Suddaby. All right. All right, I show you registered as Karen Marshall, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as Elva Mendoza, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I show you registered as Ben Suddaby, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Marshall, you can begin.
All
2
right.
minutes.
My name is Karen Marshall, and I'm from San Antonio, and I live 1 block from Vice Chairman Bernal's district. And I am testifying for HB3, and I am testifying on behalf of myself, and I serve on the SREC. And I convey thanks from the Republican Party of Texas for the sake of the kids of Texas for HB3. The Constitution of Texas mandates a dissemination of knowledge, but does not stipulate that it must be by a government-run system. There is nothing to be afraid of. School choice has ruined the public schools in 0 states where it has been implemented. And education savings accounts are no more a threat to public school funding than allocations for highway maintenance threaten hospitals funding. They are separate programs, separate funds. I'd like to address some of the arguments which were brought up against the program early in this hearing. I've heard the argument that there shouldn't be alternatives, but that public schools should be fully funded. This committee has been creating and funding new programs to help solve public schools' problems since its inception. But nothing has been the solution for any of these independent school districts, not even money. Meanwhile, competition has improved the quality of every industry, every field, every area where it has ever been applied. When choices are made available, innovation, motivation, and improvements in quality follow. I also heard the assumption that parents who are less well off won't catch on and apply for the program as quickly and effectively as wealthy parents, which is insulting. Parents who have not been able to provide their children with a better situation until now have twice the motivation. Instead of the likelihood of too many rich people will get to use the program, I see a far greater number of positive outcomes, such as this program enabling teachers with a passion for children with special needs, opening or expanding exceptional schools. HB3 has every likelihood of producing happier, healthier, better educated Texas children with more hope for success.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Mendoza.
Thank you all so much for staying here all night to listen to us. I am a product of San Antonio Public Schools and also a public school mom. My kids, though, did go to a private preschool, and they were happy there, so we left them there until 1st grade when we noticed that my youngest son was not learning to read at the same rate of the other kids in the class. We were told, it's fine, don't worry about it, he'll be fine. A year later, after pressuring them over and over, like, hey, this isn't okay, he was finally diagnosed with dyslexia. And the reason that he was diagnosed late, a year late, was because private school teachers don't have to be trained in how to early identify learning disabilities the way public school teachers do. And so my son lost a year of this early specialized instruction that is life-changing. And then once he was diagnosed, we were told we had to pay for those services. And it was like twice the tuition, basically. So we ended up the next year going to public school because we couldn't bear that cost, and the services weren't great that we were paying for. And in public school, he was given services that were exceptional, and now he is thriving freshman in high school, reads at grade level, although it's still difficult for him. So public school, it was private school that let our kiddo down. I just want to say that Earlier today, one member gave the impression that it doesn't matter that private schools can legally discriminate against kids with disabilities, and that it doesn't matter that they're not mandated to provide accommodations to kids with disabilities, because parents will have choice, and they can sit down with private schools and they can find out if their child will be welcomed and what services would be provided. But what about the parents who aren't yet aware that their child has a disability? What about those parents? Every child, no matter their zip code, religion, sexual orientation, family income, or other factor, deserves to have a free, high-quality education that meets their needs, and public schools are the only system open to all children and mandated to meet special needs. If public schools aren't meeting the needs of all kids, fix them. Start by funding them fully, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Sotheby.
Hi, my name is Ben Sotheby. I'm speaking against this. Thank you for being here, especially to my rep, Talarico. Thank you. My wife and I don't have kids, but we do pay local taxes, property taxes, over 6 figures this January, and over half of that are school taxes. I want that money to stay under the direction of a school board that's elected locally. Half of what we send doesn't even stay with our local school board, but I want that money staying under the direction of a school board that I elect, not going to some private school that I have no say over. That is taxation without representation. That's tyranny. I'm proud to pay my property taxes, not a cent more than what I owe, but I'm proud to pay them. And I view it as paying it forward and really paying back a system that benefited me. I was one of those kids who went to a rural school in Texas, in an area where there's not even there's just a stop sign. There's not even a traffic light. The fire department is volunteer. There's no private schools out there. I married a girl from the big city, and we live here in Austin now. But when I looked over the fiscal note, I had some grave concerns about the way they were doing the math there. In the methodology section, they mentioned that there's an assumption of 350,000 students enrolled in private schools, and that the private school capacity should increase by 10% of current enrollment each year. They're imagining, pulling a rabbit out of a hat, imagining limitations on that growth and the cost impacts along with that there's no basis. There's no explaining on where they decided those. I share what Paul Colbert said several hours ago about the fears of seeing what we saw in 40 years ago, 1985, 87. I also share with what Coach Knight from Lufkin said. This bill is a skunk being passed off as a kitty cat. Finally, I'd like to also underscore what the Constitution says, to make a suitable provision for the support and maintenance of an efficient system of public free schools. We've not made suitable provision. I'd like to leave you with a challenge and offer solutions.
Real quick challenge and solutions. Real fast.
Solutions, because I don't want to just complain. Solutions. Do some of the things that they've mentioned about making public school funding tied to enrollment, not just attendance. And challenge, put it to a vote. Do a ballot measure across the state and see if people really feel the way you're saying that they do feel. I bet you it'll fail.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here. Whoa, sorry. Representative Leo Wilson.
That's okay. Ms. Marshall, do you know how long school choice has been in our RPT platform?
It has been a ballot measure which has passed for at least the last 12 years, every other year. And it was first starting to be a Republican issue back in the early 90s.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony from the other people that said that they were Republicans and this was a central issue?
That's not pertinent to the
okay.
bill.
Okay.
That's a political question. We'll move on.
But
Let's
with
move on.
regards
It's
to voting
5
for the
o'clock in the
bill-
morning.
With regards to voting for the bill, there's not a snowball's chance in Lotus that you can get censured for voting for it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Chair calls Mandy Moore. Mandy Moore. We'll show Mandy Moore, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Dorothy Doolittle. Dorothy Doolittle. What?
I think these are jokes.
We'll show Dorothy Doolittle. Registered on behalf of HJAN and herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Melly McHugh. Chair calls Jennifer Margulies. Jennifer Margulies. We'll show Jennifer Margulies registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Lisa Day. Lisa Day. We'll show Lisa Day registered on behalf of herself, registered on the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Christopher Harvey. We'll show Christopher Harvey, registered on behalf of Americans for Prosperity, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Monique Rencones. Monique Rencones. Okay, Chair, we'll show Monique Rencones registered on behalf of herself, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Henry Bonnert. Henry Bonnert, B-O-H-N-E-R-T. We'll show Henry Bonnert registered on behalf of himself, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Alejo Salazar. Chair calls Liz Case Pickens. Liz Case Pickens.
We'll have menudo after this. If y'all like that.
I show you registered as Melly McHugh, testifying on behalf of yourself and testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I show you registered as Liz Case Pickens, and you're testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying on the bill. Is that correct? That's correct. All right. And I show you registered as Dr. Alejo Salazar, testifying on behalf of La Salle ISD and yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if you could please add also South Texas Association of Schools. As La Salle ISD and South Texas Association of Schools. I'm superintendent of La Salle. I'm president of South Texas Association of Schools.
Okay, we're going to add that, South Texas Association of Schools.
Please, thank you.
Okay. I show you registered as Dr. Alejo Salazar, testifying on behalf of La Salle ISD and South Texas Association of Schools and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
All right. Ms. McHugh, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman. Committee members, thank you so much for extending the time to allow me to testify. I was pretty believing that this wasn't going to happen. I wanted to cover 3 points, hopefully within my 120 seconds. I wanted to just make light of Representative Bernal's continuing question about accountability and transparency, or at least that's what I took from your questions. Private school accountability and transparency definitely does not exist now prior to this voucher being passed. My kids are a product of that. My 3 children who are in an amazing private school once we finally found it. That is school choice. We left our district during COVID because we did not agree with our district's handling of COVID. So we exercised our school choice to put initially our 2 daughters into a private school that was the only school in Fort Worth that instituted a mask policy because my pediatric intensivist father-in-law whom I would trust on his deathbed with his medical advice. He told us our daughters absolutely have to be in school. They need to go back to school, but they need to be in a school that had a mask policy. We sent them there. My husband was always against private school, but he listened to his father, hoping that we just had to have them there momentarily. But unfortunately, our daughters had a great experience. We were at that private school for 2 years, and then my youngest son, who is a COVID child, meaning he was at home until close to 4 years old before we decided and felt safe enough to send him to school, and he was denied from our private school because they didn't take the time to actually assess him correctly, and somebody who did not have the professional title said he had a IQ of 76. He does not. We proved that wrong.
Okay.
She said he
Please
has
wrap up your
serious
testimony.
learning issues and he would not fit into this school. They actually eventually accepted him after I advocated for him. I convinced our head of school, you're wrong about my son. Give him a chance. But after that, I was done because that was wrong how they treated him. And that's their right. They are a private institution. I can't take
Okay.
it too personally.
All right. Please wrap up your testimony.
I'm
Okay,
done.
thank you very much. Ms. Pickens?
Good morning. Thank you, committee, for staying here and for being so attentive to everyone. My name is Liz Case. I'm a mother of 4 grown children. I was an educator for over a decade. I'm a product of Texas Public School, as are all 4 of my children. I believe that the key element in our discussion is the protection of homeschool and our private schools, because I really believe that we need the ability to preserve our education so that our children, we're able to educate them in the way that we think is the best. And for many of us, that is the model that our founding fathers set apart based on our Christian principles. I think it's vital for us to be able to preserve that last bastion of educational freedom. And I think we need to be extremely cautious that we don't sacrifice that freedom as we look for school choice alternatives. There's one specific area of concern that I do have in this bill. It's the section 29.370, and it's titled Gifts, Grants, and Donations. It says the comptroller and the educational assistance organization can solicit and accept gifts, grants, and donations from any public-private source for expenses related to the administration of the program. I think this has a real potential to be exploited by bad actors. There's a provision that says that the reporting annual requirements of 29.3718 that they need to report their donations, but I think we need an amendment to that saying that we need to know where those funds come from, the source of them, the purpose, and exactly how that money is being spent. Thank you for your time and your
All
consideration.
right, thank you for your testimony. Dr. Salazar?
Yes, thank you all for waiting up with us. It's important that I included South Texas Association of Schools because South Texas Association of Schools is 50 school districts from Laredo to the Coastal Bend area down to Brownsville, and I represent them as well aside from my small rural school in La Sara in deep South Texas. And so, I saw your TikTok yesterday and it said, share your story. So I just jotted down some notes, so I'm going to share my story. I'm a dad, right? I have 4 kids. My oldest daughter did phenomenally well in Catholic school. Then comes my son, and my son and my middle daughter were in Catholic school at the same time. Well, he wasn't doing well, and he needed speech therapy. So they said, nope, we don't offer that here. And I think I had just finished college, and didn't know any better. So we started looking for help, and so no help was around, and so we took him to public school. We took him to Harlingen. That's where we lived. And he flourished. He did well. He did really, really well. And so he was in special education till 5th grade, caught up with his peers, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, graduated number 8 out of 500 kids. I know. I know. We did that. A public school did that. I do that every day. Day in and day out.
It's all right. Finish up.
What I want to say is, we look at those kids as if they were our own. And we're good people. We're not a bunch of pagans. And I know that nobody's accusing us of that, but I just want people to understand that public school teachers, we go to church. You know, I'm a member of the Diocese of Brownsville. I go to church in Harlingen, proud Catholic. But I'm also a firm believer in our Constitution and the separation of church and state. And there are freedoms, and we do provide choices. My school district has 350 kids, but I've partnered with 5 other small schools within a 20-mile radius to be able to offer up to 18 CTE courses between the 6 of us. So there is choice. And if they don't like that, then guess what? Idea's right down the road. And if they don't like that, Harlingen is 30 minutes this way, Westlake goes 30 minutes that way, Edinburgh's 30 minutes that way. Or you can go to Raymondville. There are choices. There are plenty of choices for free. And you all do a great job of providing us with plenty of grant money so we can have the extra counselors, so we can have the extra help. I was a special education teacher, and I guarantee you that we provide what you all have as law, that when an IEP is passed, we provide that. A free and appropriate public education with tax dollars. And everybody's held accountable because that is what you all dictate to us, and we wouldn't have it any other way. So for that, we thank you, and I apologize for getting emotional.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you so much for staying up late with us.
Thank you. Be safe.
Chair calls Samprathana Kongdara. Chair calls Maria del Carmen Needham. Maria del Carmen Needham. We'll show Maria del Carmen Needham registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Stephanie Castillo. Stephanie Castillo. We'll show Stephanie Castillo registered on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Vatana Kongdara. Chair calls John Litzler. John Litzler. We'll show John Litzler registered on behalf of the Baptist General Convention of Texas Christian Life Commission, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Nathaniel Reed. Nathaniel Reed. All right, I'll show you registered as Nathaniel Reed. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Testifying against the bill.
Okay. I'll show you registered as Vatana Kongdara. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, sir.
And you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself and testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I show you registered as Samprathana.
Yes.
That,
Sampatana.
Samprathana, right?
Oh,
Is that kind?
yeah, close enough.
Well, thank you. I'm trying. Kangdara.
It's early.
Yeah, I'll show you. Register Samprathana, Kangdara, registered on behalf of yourself and your registered on behalf of yourself, and you'll testify against the bill.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll start with Mr. Reed.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
As I say, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Nathaniel Reed. I am from San Antonio. I come from a low-income background. I have autism, and I am the son of a military veteran, my father. And also, I am at UT Austin. I study economics. I went to James Madison High School, one of the schools in the Northeast Independent School District. It is projected that over $23 million will be cut from NEISD if House Bill 3 passes. This major cut of funding will affect resources available for students and faculty, teacher salaries, advanced and dual enrollment programs, magnet programs, sports, and especially special education. This bill will de-incentivize teachers from continuing their careers and discourage people aspiring to pursue a career in teaching at public schools. NEISD already has a severe teacher and faculty shortage. I know this firsthand. And to make it worse, we'll have severe consequences on academic performance and character development among our students. I've seen this firsthand. I've seen how it affects our students. This bill does not fix issues in our public schools. It only makes them worse. This bill punches down on our most vulnerable in society, that is low income and disabled. Remember, I said earlier, I am low income and I am disabled. During my time attending NEISD schools, I was in their special education program, and their speech therapy and mentorship program helped me succeed not only in academics, but also in my career prospects. That's why I'm here. To cripple NEISD's special education program it's not school choice. It is simply cruel. And for people to use my disability as justification to pass House Bill 3 is incredibly insulting. So I just want to let you know, when you vote on House Bill 3, think about me and think about the thousands of other students that this will harm. And lastly, thank you, James Tallarico, for providing access to don'tdefundmyschool.com. That's where I found out about that horrible statistic. So.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Kangdara.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Vatana Akili Kandara, but my friends call me Kiwi, like the fruit. I'm a freshman at Elgin High School. Elgin ISD is a growing community 25 miles east of Austin. Today, I am here to testify against House Bill 3. Despite only being at Elgin for 2 months, I'm in journalism and the early college program. Before, I attended Ranchview High School, where I was involved in volleyball, culinary arts, orchestra, and the head of freshman exec. But just like any other high schooler, I enjoy showing school spirit. In comparison to my old school, Elgin has significantly fewer student programs. It is projected that Elgin will lose $2 million in funding if the ESAs are implemented. As a student who is always seeking new involvement, I know ESAs will only hurt public schools like mine. By providing fewer in programs, I enjoy school, but my electives are what keep me going. I'm grateful for these opportunities, but public schools are already underfunded. Just last week, at my old school district, Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD, the school board voted to shut down 4 schools. On the flip side, Elgin ISD is growing rapidly, but there is a teacher shortage, resulting in classes of over 30 students. How am I expected to learn in a packed classroom? How are teachers expected to teach under these conditions while being underpaid? While the Austin growth has reached Elgin, there are few private schools in our area. And traveling into Austin for public schools and it's early. And traveling into Austin for school would take at least an hour. Like my family and many of my friends' families, we do not have the time or resources to send our kids to those schools, even if we had an ESA. There are bigger problems in public education, and ESAs should not be a priority. ESAs would take money away from public schools, and students like me will face the repercussions. Schools will close, classes will get bigger, and we will have fewer options. Public schools are the backbone of our society, and I urge you to treat them as such. And yes, I will be at school at 9 a.m. this morning because my school's fundings depend if I'm there. Vamos Gatos.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Mine's not going to be as good, but I do want to acknowledge this is my younger sister, and that this is our second time getting to testify upon a legislative board together. Hi everyone, my name is Akila Kundara, and I'm a proud product of MRIC. I'm testifying today on behalf of against House Bill 3 and the proposed implementations of an educational savings account or a school voucher program. I come before you not as a concern, or not only as a concerned citizen, but as the partner of an educator deeply invested in the well-being of our students and the future of our community. My partner and I have lived in Elgin, within Elgin ISD, which serves about 5,000 students in our counties. In the 5 years my partner has been an educator, we've seen multiple students grow into amazing young adults and have been welcomed into families who have entrusted us with their children. And I mean we, because those who have loved ones who are in the education system know that it's a team effort. If you asked me for my unbiased opinion, I would say my partner is an amazing educator and an even greater person. Many of his students have reaped the repercussions of the pandemic and historically under-resourced education system and district. Like all educators, my partner is dedicated to his students' success with little resources. He spends hours before and after schools getting students invested in learning. For a few, he's the only trusted adult in their lives. Protecting our students in our small town is our life. It's what motivates us as a family. And as a family, we spend hours putting together resources for his students, ranging from college application assistance to in-language materials for students who fear getting deported. Just last week, we watched a group of our seniors play their last soccer game. Amongst both the boys and girls teams, we mentored many students through the college application process, including those who never knew college was an option and will become the first generation college students this fall. By 2034, Elgin ISD is expected to serve almost 15,000 students. We're at 5,000 right now, 15,000 students in 10 years. Okay. However, if a large-scale ESA program is implemented, Elgin ISD is expected to lose just over $2 million. How can we expect our educators, school support staff, and school administrators to do more with less? This is the state of Texas public education, and it's in your committee name. And we have educators and school staff, like my partner, putting all their time and energy towards getting our students to succeed with scarce resources and little compensation.
Please wrap up your testimony.
Yes, one more sentence.
One more.
I know that ESAs will hurt a community like Elgin, but I also know that ESAs will hurt public school educators even more because eventually the well will run dry.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Aaron James. Aaron James. We'll show Aaron James registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Keely Barrow. Keely Barrow. Yeah. Chair calls Kim Stutz.
She's not here.
Okay. We'll show Kim Stutz, registered on behalf of herself, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Jackie Cunningham. That's okay. All right. Chair calls Joel Inge, or Ing, E-N-G-E. Joel Ing. And we'll show Joe Ing, registered on behalf of Kingdom Life Academy and himself, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Rocio Fierro Perez. Okay, you'll have to correct me. Yeah. All right, I show you registered as Keely Barrow.
Yes.
You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself.
Yes, I will.
And you're testifying for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'll show you registered as, pronounce your name for me and I'll get it right.
Rocio Fierro Perez.
All right, Rocio Fierro Perez. I'll show you registered Rocio Fierro Perez, testifying on behalf of the Texas Freedom Network and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'll show you registered as Jackie Cunningham, and you're testifying on behalf of the Texas Counseling Association and yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Barrow.
Well, good morning, Chairman Buckley and members. My name is Keely Barrow, and I'm from Centerville, District 13. I'd like to thank you all for your time as I talk about my support for HB3. As a parent of 3 children that tried all types of education, we homeschooled, did Christian school, charter schools, public schools. I think we have a unique perspective on school choice. Outside of the public school system, there's a high financial cost. Choice is limited for those without deep pockets. However, there are often non-financial costs for remaining in a school that doesn't fit your child's needs. As my oldest entered high school, we chose to enroll him in a private school. It challenged him academically, and it allowed him opportunities like sports that he wouldn't have been able to do in a public school. And he benefited from that greatly. However, I lost my job in the middle of that, and our finances tanked. So when my other kids came up, they didn't get that opportunity. My daughter ended up in a large public high school in Humble ISD, where she was tormented by the mean girls and the bullies. That resulted in mental health issues, anxiety so bad she was passing out, and several attempts at taking her own life. So for us and many others, universal school choice, financial help, that could have changed the whole trajectory of the lives of our children. And even now, my family's still making the tough choices. I have a granddaughter. She is actually on the spectrum, and she's attending a Christian school, but her brother can't because they can't afford it. And my other 2 grandchildren are also homeschooled because of finances. Once again, their future depends on the choices that are made. So I support HB3. I think that parents and not the government should be making the choices that support our children the best way, because our children matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. All right, you may begin.
Good morning, members. My name is Rocio Fierro Perez. I'm the political director at the Texas Freedom Network. Thank you. An organization of parents, young people, faith leaders, and other Texans who support public education. I'm here today to testify in strong opposition to HB3. We have many concerns about this voucher bill, but especially the following. First, this legislature should be focused on funding neighborhood public schools, which the Texas Constitution requires. It should not be diverting tax dollars to private and religious schools that are not held to the same standards and are unaccountable to taxpayers. Second, this bill would undermine the religious freedom of taxpayers. Religious schools, whether Christian, Jewish, Muslim, and others, by definition, teach the tenets of their particular faiths. That's why they exist. But taxpayers should not be forced to subsidize religious teachings that are not their own. Third, this bill would force rural taxpayers to subsidize exclusive private schools elsewhere in the state. And it would force taxpayers to subsidize private schools that can and do discriminate against them. Public schools take all children from all families, but private schools pick and choose which students they admit. They could, for example, refuse to take students whose families are headed by unmarried parents or LGBTQ couples. In short, they could discriminate against the families that subsidize those very schools with their tax dollars. Fourth, we have the concerns of the educational assistance organizations authorized under this bill, that they would be able to play favorites. Those organizations and their wealthy financial backers would funnel tax dollars to certain private schools by guiding families towards those schools and away from others. This legislature should be focused on fully funding our public schools where millions of Texas children are educated, not subsidizing tuition for wealthy families and private and religious schools. Our public dollars belong in public schools, period.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Cunningham.
Let me apologize if I stumble over my words. I've had a migraine since about midnight. But I'm here and I'm gonna do my best. Okay.
Honorable members of the legislature, I chose spending the day here to start my spring break as a fourth-generation educator with 19 years of experience in public education, 5 as a school counselor. I reside in the Stockdale community in Wilson County, where my husband is the high school principal and my daughter is an 8th grader, and I currently serve as an elementary school counselor in Nixon Smiley in Gonzales County. I'm also testifying as a member of the Texas Counseling Association, where I'm a member and on the Public Policy Committee. I strongly urge you to oppose HB3 as it poses significant threats to the stability and quality of our public schools, particularly in rural areas like mine. Stockdale, like many small Texas communities, already struggles to pay their teachers, administrators, and staff, as well as to provide the numerous resources needed to serve the students. Any additional funding for critical programs must be raised through fundraising efforts. Unlike wealthier districts, we do not have access to oil revenue or major industries to supplement our budgets. One of the most alarming aspects of HB3 is that it diverts public funds to private education, despite the fact that public schools are held to strict accountability measures. Unlike private schools, which can select their students and operate with limited oversight, public schools must adhere to state-mandated testing, funding restrictions, and rigorous reporting requirements. Instead of increasing support for these schools, HB3 proposes that more be taken away from what can at best be described as limited resources, further weakening our ability to serve students. Okay. Let me tell you this about counselors. Private schools are not required to have school counselors on staff, yet mental health support is essential for our students. As someone deeply passionate about mental health, I ask, how much more could we accomplish if we invested in counseling and mental health support instead of subsidizing private education? That's one thing that I really feel like has been mentioned but not really talked about today was mental health. So I have other stuff, but I'll leave it.
Well, thank you for your testimony.
Welcome.
Ms. Sparrow, I'm going to ask you a question here just to make sure the record's correct, because I'm tired and I don't remember if I said it. Okay, so I'll just put it that way. I show you registered as Keely Barrow, testifying on behalf of yourself and AFP?
Yeah,
Okay,
I was.
all right, and you testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Yes,
all right,
that was
thank you very much. All right, members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Justin Hauk. Chair calls Dale Story. Dale Story. We'll show Dale Story registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Jolene Sanders. Jolene Sanders. We'll show Jolene Sanders testifying, registered on behalf of CTD and herself as the advocacy director, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Joanne Gill. Yeah, all right, got one. Chair calls Jack Finger. Jack Finger. We'll show Jack Finger registered on behalf of AFP and himself, testifying for the bill, but, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Nancy Getman. Nancy Getman. No.
She's not here.
Yeah. I've lost him. What was I saying? Okay, Nancy Getman. Chair calls Nancy Getman. We'll show Nancy Getman, registered, representing, registered for Americans for Prosperity and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Okay, Chair calls James Gallagher. James Gallagher. We'll show James Gallagher, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls David Purdy. David Purdy. We'll show David Purdy, registered on behalf of AFP Texas and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Nick Cavanis. Nick Cavanis. We'll show Nick Cavanis registered on behalf of Community Transformation Church and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Richard Vega. Richard Vega. We'll show Richard Vega registered on behalf of At His Feet Ministries and Community Transformation Church and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Craig Campbell. Craig Campbell. We'll show Craig Campbell registered on behalf of ARTA and himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Michelle Davis. Michelle Davis. We'll show Michelle Davis registered on behalf of Christian Covenant Academy and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. The chair calls Natividad Sosa. She's not here. Okay, thank you. We'll show Natividad Sosa, registered on behalf of the Libre Initiative and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Dr. Ruby Massey. Dr. Ruby Massey. We'll show Dr. Ruby Massey, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Arif Panju. Arif Panju. We'll show Arif Panju, registered on behalf of the Institute for Justice and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Zenobia Joseph. Okay, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. All right, I'll show you registered as Zenobia Joseph, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
thank you. I show you registered as, we have you registered as Joanne Gill,
Yes.
and you'll
may
be
I add-
testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, and may I add, in behalf of Americans for Prosperity also?
Yes, with your permission, we'll add Joanne Gill
Thank you.
on behalf of herself and Americans for Prosperity. All right, I'll show you registered as Joanne Gill. You're testifying on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct? All right, I'll show you registered as Justin Hauk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself and be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Joseph, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Zenobia Joseph. My comments, as they always are, in the context of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. I know you had a comment about that earlier, so I'm just going to read into the record. Title VI covers all of the operations of covered entities without regard to whether specific portions of the covered program or activity are federally funded. Mr. Chair, I would just ask you to get clarification before you pass the bill, just to make sure whether or not Title VI is applicable. I just want to respond to Dr. Allen and give an example specifically earlier about 10:30 a.m. yesterday. She asked about the application of programs, so I put the language specifically in front of you. I just wanted to give you a billion-dollar example. Specifically, in Austin, we have St. Andrew's Episcopal School, And there was actually a $3 million donor that gave some funding, but Brokeback Mountain was one of the books that was going to be read. And the donor, his father was a billionaire. He actually was the Texans' owner, and his son actually withdrew the $3 million, and so the school actually didn't allow them to renew the contract. So I just want you to recognize that it's not guaranteed that a student is going to be able to stay at that school if there's a difference of opinion as it relates to the way that they're being treated there, or even with the literature. I just want to call to your attention specifically the State of the State address from our governor, and to ask you to prohibit the use of funding to schools that actually have diversity, equity, and inclusion. And specifically, we have here in Austin, we have St. Stephen's Episcopal School. If you Google it, you'll see they have diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging. And then lastly, I just ask that if you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them. But there are a number of recommendations that I put before you. If you look at number 2, you'll see that I'm just asking that if by chance it's not a good match between the student and the school, that money be refunded back to the education savings account for that student. And I don't think there's any language in the bill that specifies that. If you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Ms. Gill?
My name is Joanne Gill. Thank you, Chairman Buckley and committee, for this opportunity to testify in favor of HB3. I'm a recently retired teacher that taught in an inner city public school district in San Antonio. My daughter attended public schools, attended UT Austin, excelled, and is a very successful adult. So I definitely support all 3, public, private, and homeschooling. However, it's been my experience that some parents need help to have their child attend a private school or to be homeschooled. I understand that the proposed education savings accounts will be funded by Texas state overage funds and not compete for funds from our property taxes that fund public school districts. I also understand students on ESA would receive only $10,500, whereas if I'm correct, the districts receive a total of $15,500 per student. The first year at the high school I taught at, I learned that some districts focus their funding on pep squads, cheerleading, and sports as opposed to content education. You see, I received an $800 stipend to co-chair the special education department for about 450 students, to schedule their annual ARDs throughout the school year, and to assign the 18 special education teachers to manage those students. And very interestingly, that same school year, I received a $5,500 stipend as the director of the pep squad. This inner city district in San Antonio was very large, and I taught in a high school, a middle school, and 3 elementary schools, some school years as a general education teacher and some years as a special education teacher. I heard earlier today that not all private schools are created equal, and what I've experienced is that not all public schools are created equal either. And here are 2 compelling examples. The second year I taught at the high school, I was the National Honor Society director. Each 90-plus GPA student that applied was required to submit a contract signed by them and their parents and an essay with their implication. You can imagine how I felt when not one of those essays were written above a 5th grade level in grammar and syntax, and they were written by our 90-plus GPA juniors and seniors.
Okay. Please finish your testimony.
Okay. There was just no comparison. Clearly, some families, such as those in this low socioeconomic area, need school choice and funding help. Just one more thing I wanted to add is that the English department director received a phone call while I was with her from a parent of a salutatorian from one of the other high schools in our district, and she was very angry because she was failing college due to her limited skills and in danger of losing her scholarship. So please consider giving parents a choice with the essays. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Houck?
Well, howdy, everybody. My name is Justin Houck, and I'm a dad. I've heard people decry the money schools will lose if HB3 passes. Yet I've not heard anyone ask the simple question of why would parents want to leave a public school if given a choice? I had the privilege of speaking to the Senate Education Committee in 2003, where I was awarded the title of shortest testimony on record, which I'll now reiterate. My children are spending way too much time on screens. That is not an education. Since that time, my wife and I have pulled our children out of public schools, and thanks to her Herculean effort, My children advanced 2 grade levels in less than a year. I'm proud to say my kids can easily identify the animals and fossils in the Natural History Museum at the University of Texas, even though I'm an Aggie. And my daughter routinely questions me about the Baroque period and current seismic conditions at Pompeii. I would ask you to consider one thing. Could you think about adding type of program enrolled or a little bit more nuance to the data that you're collecting in section 29.371 or 29.3715? That way we can identify the best programs that our students are succeeding in. And the last point that I'll make is I was in the Marine Corps for a while, and I've done some marathons and all kinds of other stuff, and what you guys have pulled off today is a testament of endurance. So thank you for your service to Texas, and God bless you.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here. You've got some endurance yourself.
Right.
Let's see here. Chair calls Ana Blanco. Ana Blanco. We'll show Ana Blanco, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Jennifer Drabant. Jennifer Drabant. We'll show Jennifer Drabant, registered on behalf of herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Munib Aslam. Munib Aslam. We'll show Munib Aslam, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls John McKerna Gonzalez. John McKerna Gonzalez. All right. Chair calls Jennifer Espy. Jennifer Espy. We'll show Jennifer Espy, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Damon Hoyle. Damon Hoyle. We'll show Damon Hoyle, registered on behalf of AFP and Libre, and himself, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Nick Machado. Nick Machado. We'll show Nick Machado, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Nancy Thompson. Nancy Thompson. We'll show Nancy Thompson, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Dan Schmidt. Dan Schmidt. We'll show Dan Schmidt, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Damon Linehan. All right. Chair calls David Cano. David Cano. Okay, we'll show David Cano, registered on behalf of AFP and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Carrie King. Carrie King. We'll show Carrie King, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Okay. You skipped one. Oh, I'm sorry. I got the wrong name. Okay. Chair calls Carly Paget. Carly Paget. We'll show Carly Paget, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Miles Lopez Cepero. Miles Lopez Cepero. All right.
Good job, by the way.
Did I get it?
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, I do better tired. I'm wide awake, I can't do it. All right. Thanks.
Gotta wear 'em out.
I show you registered to Miles Lopez Cepero, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you.
I show you registered as Damon Linehan, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. I show you registered as Dr. John McKerna Gonzalez. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Morning.
Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Miles, and I am a proud Texas citizen. But I was raised in Oklahoma, a state which passed its own school choice program not too long ago. To put it mildly, this school choice program has been catastrophic for the state's education system. As we speak, Oklahoma currently ranks 49th in the country in education, and thousands of students have been robbed of an adequate education. I have friends, neighbors, even family members who will not go to college because the money they saved for college is now going to private schools, which they've essentially been forced to attend. One of my local high schools had to shut down because of budget cuts that resulted in the schools from the school's choice program. And consequently, several families have pulled their kids from high school to get their GED because they cannot afford to graduate high school. By passing House Bill 3, we are condemning thousands, if not millions, of Texas children and families to a similar fate. We are condemning our fellow Texans to a future without a future. And I would also be remiss if I did not discuss the political ramifications of this bill. When you have thousands, potentially tens of thousands of Texans who have been robbed of an education, a public service which has nourished our society for generations, they're going to respond accordingly during next year's midterms. I've taken a look at last year's primaries, and many of your districts, let me tell you, y'all don't have tens of thousands of votes to spare. I believe for many of you, for many members of the House, passing this bill will be political suicide.
All right, please wrap up your testimony.
Thank you very much. You know, I think everyone in this room knows what the right thing is to do, so let's just do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Lenahan.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the committee staying here. All of you stayed. We really appreciate that. We appreciate your service. I wanted to actually take a different angle at this. We seem to be talking a lot about where we're at, which the people that are for it seem to, they want to focus on that. Actually, the people that are for it want to focus on the things that have happened, and the people that are against it want to focus on where we're at and just moving forward. What I'd like to offer you is a paradigm of the world that you're about to enter. I'm in technology. I'm advanced technology. And I can tell you that we are not prepared at a college level, and certainly not at grade school and high school level, for the world that your kids are about to inherit. My kids are already inheriting it. But what I would say is this, is that competing against the free market in education is probably one of the most ridiculous things that you could possibly do, and here's why. My technology saves lives. That's what I do. I have AI technology that detects weapons. Could you imagine my job being to save lives, that some entity would come in and tell me, I'm sorry, you're no longer allowed to do business and compete in the market for that anymore because we've chosen this other system. It doesn't work as well. It's broken. It's been broken for a very long time, but we're going to keep it. And we're going to keep on dumping money in it. Sorry. And that's essentially what you're doing with education. So our money is important to us because of our economy. Aren't our kids just as important as the money right now? Here's what I say. I say let the free market do what it does best, right? Let it bring the very best to the table, and then let's pick some things. Vouchers now. Vouchers tomorrow? We don't know. We don't know if vouchers tomorrow. We can make different decisions as we go along. But we've made the same decision for so long. We have. And yes, vouchers have failed, but public education is failing. You just said it. It's failing in every state. And what's really sad is it's failing the most oppressed people groups and the most vulnerable people groups already. And all I have to say is let's all of us think about trying something different. All of us, on all sides of the board. Let's think about the future, not where we're at now, not what happened. Let's think about where we want to be. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Dr. McKerna Gonzalez?
It's funny, most people get the Irish side of my name wrong than the Spanish side. So, here we are, McKiernan, sir.
McKiernan.
And thank you all for being up and so amazingly attentive. Anyways, I'm a faculty member at Texas State University, but I'm here as a private citizen, a public university graduate, a parent, a scholarship kid, a child of teachers, and a beneficiary of public schools. For the record, I'm a fan of public schools. That is, they are democratically run education institutions that are accountable to national standards, statewide agencies, district-wide referenda, district school boards, bond markets, financial oversight, PTA initiatives, regular elections, and student eye rolls. Places that are bound by the Texas Constitution, federal law, and the Supreme Court to educate everyone in their district. A place where students have rights, not noblesse oblige. A great thing between all of us here. So let it be said that our public schools should be fully funded, at the very least with a $1,300 increase in the basic allotment to meet 2019 standards. Staff and teachers need to be fairly compensated for the subsidy they give the rest of us. Special ed needs to be made whole, and as it stands, HB3 bill will not get us there. The challenges public schools face in educating everyone and the most vulnerable among us are part and parcel of what we as a state, a society, and a country are. This is my HB3 proposal. Make funding Texas schools boring. Right now, public school funding is high drama, a showdown at the gates of everyone's local middle school. Will Tim Dunn's $6 million campaign get Governor Abbott to spend all his political capital on public schools? Will the news of Jeff Yass's $12 million donation to Abbott's campaign convince people to give up on their constitutional mandate to make suitable provisions for the support and maintenance of a system of public free schools? I've sent all of this to you, so I basically want to conclude. My no drama is educational savings accounts are too expensive, will help bankrupt our public schools, will cut the pensions to our teachers who've devoted their lives to our students. Please keep it up. Your commitment to our democracy in our state is impressive. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all for being here, for sticking it out a while.
Thank you.
His alarm just went off to wake him up.
Chair calls Alice Linehan. Alice Linehan. We'll show Alice Linehan on behalf of Women on the Wall and herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls William Ramirez. William Ramirez. We'll show William Ramirez, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Brian Guthrie. Brian Guthrie. We'll show Brian Guthrie, registered on behalf of teacher. Different one. Yeah. No, this close. That's Gunther. I know that. This is like if we did a third one. This is Twilight Zone. Chair calls Brian Guthrie. Brian Guthrie. We'll show Brian Guthrie on behalf of the Teacher Retirement System of Texas, registered on the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Annalee Rodriguez. Annalee Rodriguez. We'll show Annalee Rodriguez, registered on behalf of herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Julie Love. Julie Love. We'll show Julie Love, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Stephen Deline, or Stephen Deline. Stephen Deline. We'll show Stephen Deline, registered on behalf of himself, and registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Donald Garner. Donald Garner. We'll show Donald Garner, registered on behalf of Texas Faith and Freedom Coalition, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Elaine Shaw. Elaine Shaw. We'll show Elaine Shaw, registered on behalf of the Libre Initiative and herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Corey DeAngelis. Corey DeAngelis. We'll show Corey DeAngelis, registered on behalf of himself, registered for the bill but not testifying.
Stephen DeLine?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're Stephen DeLine?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was.
Oh, no worries.
I've got to go back and correct it. Hang on just one second. Can I keep going here? Chair calls Claudia Torres Yanez. Chair calls Jamie McDonald. Is that okay? We'll show Jamie McDonald registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Faith Chatham. Faith Chatham. We'll show Faith Chatham registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Michael Lawson. Michael Lawson. We'll show Michael Lawson registered on behalf of TAMRA or Tamara Learning Academy and himself registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Wendy Davis. Wendy Davis. We'll show Wendy Davis registered on behalf of herself, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Carrie Craner. Carrie Craner. We'll show Carrie Craner registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Francesca Leahy. Francesca Leahy. We'll show Francesca Leahy testifying on behalf of, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Jeffrey Ware. All right, I show you registered as Jeffrey Ware on behalf of Americans for Prosperity and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I show you registered as Claudia Torres Yanez, registered on behalf of yourself. You'd be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I show you registered as Stephen DeLine and testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying against the bill as well.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Ware, you may begin. 2 minutes, please.
Chairman and committee, I'm so excited today that I've seen so much civics going on. We need more civics, and that's exactly what I'm seeing that's happening today. Speaker of the House Burroughs has put together an outstanding committee that has, I got to emphasize that I am supporting school choice. I am supporting the House Bill 3, and that I'm so excited that all of you are coming together and building this House Bill 3 that is dynamically bringing the community together to design an opportunity for a community across Central Texas, where I have traveled over 25 counties, and we are very active in 12 of those. And we've been very active when we talk about the outcome of voters who are interested in the House Bill 3 being successful, in having 2 races we weren't supposed to win, and we won, and 3 other races that were significantly impacting the outcome, and school choice was a part of that. Also, I want to thank everyone that's building the team when it comes time to do implementation. That it's going to be amazing, because everyone that's been here today on both sides of how to make it a better education program for our students out there, that when we get to the implementation stage, it's going to be amazing, and Texas is going to be leading the way, and we're not going to be hearing about another state. And I want to thank Representative Schoolcraft for, once again, let's talk about what we have inside the state of Texas of making it a better program, and that we're doing it a Texas way, and that we have the skill sets and capabilities to do that. So one of our children, our families, we've come together for that family that has a special needs requirement. These 100,000 students that we're identifying right up front to prove that ESAs are a positive way forward is going to significantly help this family. They're a homeschool family, and we have not talked enough about the homeschool families that are going to benefit from this, and also the private schools that will also be partnering a part of that. We are a community that have come around, and that we believe that the state, the government, is not necessarily the answer to everything, and that at the grassroots, it begins at the family level with that education opportunities, and this will significantly help.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Yanez.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Buckley, Vice Chair Bernal, committee. My name is Claudia Torres Yanez from Pflugerville, Texas. I'm a product of public schools as an emerging English learner, a former drum major, since we were talking about band so much, mom of public school students, and a current candidate for Pflugerville School Board, speaking on behalf of myself against HB3. I was born and raised in Del Rio, Texas, and grew up with my abuelitos. We were low income, but rich with love. When I was a child, they would say to me, estudia, porque una educación nadie te puede quitar. Study, because an education is something no one can take away from you. I believe that opening the door to use public funds for private schools with HB3 will in fact begin to erode access to quality public education to many more students than those it purports to benefit. In my professional life in the tech industry, working with engineers, I learned the theory of Occam's razor, a problem-solving principle that states that the simplest solution is often the most likely to be correct. The framers of the Texas Constitution created that simple solution for us in Article 7 that states that the state legislature is responsible for establishing and maintaining a system of free public schools, period, full stop. Texas has a public education system, and HB3 will create a separate system, bureaucracy, and government monitoring that will add complexity and split attention, focus, and siphon money away from its obligation under Article 7 to the detriment of Texans. I believe in my heart that parents want the best for their children, like I do, and diverting public funds for private schools that are not accountable or even available across our large state will only erode public education, cripple communities, and the connections that create well-being and economic prosperity in our great state at a time that the challenge of preparing our kids for the future is only getting more daunting. Public dollars belong in public schools. I urge you to vote against HB3. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. DeLine.
Hi, my name is Stephen DeLine. I'm here to advocate on behalf of myself, and I would like you to vote no on HB3, please. I am worried about the current state of funding for our schools in Texas. Right now, about 22% of the funding that is received is from federal, and with the Department of Education closing down, or at least half of the people being fired, the amount of funding that could be coming to the state could be reduced, and when we're already at a point when 65% of all the teachers are debating whether or not they want to leave either the field or this state, I'm worried about a brain drain situation where we're having a whole bunch of investment that's going to be bringing a lot into Texas. But if we don't support the public education system by allowing for the sciences and these other things to be taught in a way that's going to allow our workforce to be generated through the public school system, we're going to waste all of that money that's coming in here. So I think that that is a huge issue, and when you try to look at the differences between private and public education, for the most part, with the private schools, on average, there's about 11 students per teacher, and there's about 20 students per teacher in public. But if you look at that compared to salary, there's about $3,000 per student that a teacher will get paid versus $3,800 that'll get paid to a private school teacher. So actually, public school teachers are about 27% more efficient. It's a more efficient system that because there's so much funding into it, we're able to reduce costs by injecting more money into that system. So I don't understand why we're putting money into the private school system when we already have something that isn't working as well as we want it to. I think that on both sides of the aisle, there are people that want it to be better, but not supporting the public school system is going to be to our detriment. Another thing that I have a huge issue with, I used to run a school for intellectually and or developmentally disabled adults, or not a school, a home, and with,
It's all right, just make your point.
in Texas, there's only 65 schools that are listed that are able to do schooling for disabled children that are able to meet standards for what we want. And there's no access there. So we're putting money into something to where we need something. There's 365,000 kids in Texas that have a disability. We're not providing for them with this bill.
All right. All right, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all so much for sticking around.
Thank you.
Sorry it was last on the list nearly. Arwen H. Arwen H. We'll show Arwen H. On behalf of her, registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, not testifying. Chair calls Simon Neild. Simon Neild. We'll show Simon Neild, registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Brian Page. Brian Page. We'll show Brian Page, registered on behalf of himself, registered on the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Grace Ford. Chair calls Brian Gunther. Chair calls Reese Armstrong. We'll show Reese Armstrong, registered on behalf of Students United and herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Gary Bledsoe. Gary Bledsoe. We'll show Gary Bledsoe, registered on behalf of Texas NAACP and himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Luca Sims. All right, I'll show you registered as Dr. Brian Gunther on behalf of the Accreditation Commission for the Texas Association of Baptist Schools, a member of TEPSAC, and yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. I show you registered as Luca Sims, registered on behalf of Student Advocacy Alliance and yourself, testifying against the bill, is that correct?
This is correct.
All right, and I show you registered as Grace Ford, testifying on behalf of yourself and testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Dr. Gunther, take it away. 2 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman and committee. Your 100% attendance has been noticed. Thank you for that. My name is Brian Gunther. I'm the board president and of the Accreditation Commission of the Texas Association of Baptist Schools and a TEPSAC member. My full-time job is the 15th president of San Marcos Baptist Academy, which was founded in 1907, and I speak for House Bill 3. I spent the last 20 years in education as a certified classroom teacher, certified principal, and a certified Texas superintendent. Our school currently educates students from 3 years old to the 12th grade. 13.5% of our students have come with an IEP, a 504, or require accommodations that we serve. 85% of our students are on financial aid or on a sliding scale tuition discount based upon need. Since 1967, the TEPSAC has partnered with over 800 schools across Texas. This organization has been granted the responsibility to accredit non-public schools on behalf of the state of Texas since 1989. As an accreditation commissioner, I've inspected schools if they've gone through a rigorous process. I have served on teams that have both approved and denied accreditation based on standards approved through TEPSAC. Through ACTABS, our schools must report to the Accreditation Commission biannually with a check-in visit within 5 years and a complete accreditation visit within 10 years. At any time, an accredited school may come under review, and the 5 or 10-year cycle may be adjusted for site-based inspection. According to TEPSAC guidelines and policies, it is impossible for a pop-up or fly-by-night school to be accredited quickly. Schools must be under the auspices of an approved accreditation commission to complete the accreditation process. According to TEPSAC records, 3 schools were denied accreditation in 2022-2023 school year, and 2 were denied in the 23-24 year. In 22-23, 14 schools were flagged with warnings and are placed under accreditation probation, and additionally 17 schools were warned or placed on probation.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Sims.
Good evening, or at this point, good morning, chairs, members, and esteemed guests. My name is Luca Sims, and I'm representing myself, testifying against HB3. I believe it was Representative Frank who said that virtually every one of the forces that are trying to stop this bill are getting paid by money that would go into students or would go to staff. Well, here I am, and I sure wish I was getting paid to be here. Alas, I am here of my own volition and without compensation to show this dais that students care. We care about our public schools. I attend a school ranked 32nd in the nation, yet we have asbestos in our walls. Why? Our school district is in a $110 million deficit, so we can't afford to remove the carcinogens in our facilities. I would encourage all of the members of this committee to consider this. Would you support firefighters' choice? Can I use my taxpayer dollars for my own private security because I think the police aren't doing their jobs well enough? Absolutely not. Yes, our public schools are failing some Texas kids, but the solution isn't to let the lucky few who win the voucher lottery jump ship. It's to help the schools that are in desperate need of funding, in need of the $7 billion that this program would cost taxpayers. I encourage all members of this committee to vote against this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Ford.
Hello, my name is Grace Ford, and I am a high school student at a public school here in Austin testifying against HB3. I want to start off by telling you why I am here. Even though it is 6:19 a.m. and I have school in 2 hours, I am here because I believe in our public schools. I am here because every day I experience the reality of going to an underfunded school, and I know that students all over the state can relate. I am here because passing this voucher bill will not help a majority of Texas public school students. I strongly believe that instead of spending our efforts on passing this voucher bill, we should be properly investing in our public schools so that they are not a place that people want to escape, but instead thoroughly funded schools that support the dedicated students, teachers, and staff members in our public schools. I don't have very much time, but I'd like to give a couple of examples of the impacts of underfunding that I have experienced at my public school. For example, I have one class that has 50 people in it, and because of this, we have to have class in the theater. Now, one of the problems at our school is that our heating and cooling doesn't really work very well. So during the winter months, I have to bring an extra coat to school with me for that class because it's so cold in the theater. And by the end of class sometimes, my hands are so cold that I can't even write down notes anymore. And this has happened in other classes as well. But despite all of these problems that we see in our schools, I also know that our Texas schools are filled with tons of hardworking, dedicated young Texans who are the future of our state. I completely agree with the idea that our state should do its best to support our students, but this is not the way to do it. This voucher bill would help a very small number of students and ignores the vast majority of students who will remain in public schools. If you want to support Texas students, do that by increasing funding for our public schools, not by passing voucher bills. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for hanging in there. Appreciate it. Chair calls Belinda Bennett. Belinda Bennett. We'll show Belinda Bennett registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Grayson Horde. Grayson Horde. We'll show Grayson Horde registered on behalf of himself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Tori Herrera. Tori Herrera. We'll show Tori Herrera registered on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Shanara Morrison. Shanara Morrison. We'll show Shanara Morrison registered on behalf of herself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Trinity Irwin. Trinity Irwin. Chair calls Jen Cost. Jen Cost. All right, I show you registered as Trinity Irwin. Testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I show you registered as Jen Cost. Registered on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Jennifer is my full first name, but most people call me Jen.
Okay, so that's how it's registered on our system, is Jen, so.
Either one's good.
Okay, all right. I thought that was right. All right, Ms. Irwin, you may begin.
Greetings, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Trinity Irwin, and I'm a senior at O'Connor High School, a proud product of Northside Independent School District. I stand in opposition to House Bill 3, which threatens the integrity of our public education system and proposes harmful consequences for our Texas parents, teachers, and students. HB 3 proposes a school choice. However, it is a private funding choice. This is a private funding bill. Parents already have the choice of sending their kids to public, charter, or private schools, and NISD provides multiple magnet schools. A San Antonian before me stated that competition makes any area better. We already have competition. This bill would cut funding from public schools, reducing competition. While this bill is supposedly for low-income students, you are pulling funds from public schools. This ESA program would only cover a portion of this private tuition, leaving families to scramble to pay the remainder. Passing HB 3 would lead to cuts in essential programs like band, theater, advanced placement courses, spec ed services, and sports. As an attendee of public school, I have been provided with unlimited opportunities to succeed. Theater has improved my public speaking skills. My AP courses have allowed me to start college as a sophomore next fall. And lastly, my school's independent study mentorship program has allowed me to mentor an elected office, inspiring me to pursue a career in government. According to don'tfundmydischool.com, NISD would lose $41.5 million. Schools would cut these programs in order to make a difference of losing taxpayer dollars, reducing opportunities for students. Finally, I urge the committee to reflect on their own educational journeys. Chairman Buckley attended Ellison High School. Representative Leo Wilson was a former spec ed teacher, and Representative Tallarico was a former middle school teacher. Almost all of you worked or attended public schools. As you review HB 3, consider how this bill would have impacted your former peers, students, and/or districts. Texas students deserve a strong public education system that serves everyone, not an ESA serving one and hurting hundreds of students. As I conclude, I want to leave you with this. The saying goes, don't mess with Texas. But I am here to tell you today, don't mess with public education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Cost.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. I'm so impressed that everybody's here tonight. Thank you for all your efforts on behalf of our students in public education in Texas, not the least of which this marathon session. Good news, I'm here, so it's the end. Last Thursday, I was also the last one to give testimony. My name's Jennifer Cost, and I'm the proud parent of a public high school senior and a longtime volunteer in public schools. As far as ESA bills go, I did read this one in great detail and make lots of notes, which I sent and written testimony online. I hope you'll read them and consider them in the hopes of contributing to the best possible bill. However, this misses the main point. In my opinion, spending tax dollars to send students to private schools is bad policy, fiscally and ethically, especially when public schools that serve over 5.5 billion Texas students are shamefully underfunded. I said billion, that's million. I ask that you guard against this new entitlement and do not pass any ESA out of committee. I agree with the testimony and concerns that public schools are not doing all that they should for all of our students, and we cannot do the same thing that we have been doing. Public schools do, however, accept and serve all students, and they need more funding, because what we have been doing consistently has been funding at a per student rate, per pupil rate that is near the bottom in the nation, and this has been going on for decades. So when we say that, or when we hear that public schools have been failing our students, we need to do something different. What we need to do differently is fund them so that they can excel and serve all students well. And I've heard too testimony about wonderful private teachers who care so much in private schools. If you've been in public schools, those teachers care too. They are just overstressed with classes that are too large. Finally, some of the testimony I've heard that's been very touching, and because 2/3 of private schools in Texas provide faith-based education and mostly Christian, I just wanted to share that as a Christian, I do support Christian education, whether that's in school or in Sunday school, Wednesday evenings, a variety of ways. And I support the choices that families make. But I also support and rely on the protections afforded to me and to believers of all faiths by the separation of church and state. And I echo the sentiment of the Apostle Paul, who paid his own way through his missionary journeys. I do not support spending tax dollars for faith-based education. Please do not pass this bill out of committee. Instead, fully fund public education by raising the basic allotment, indexing it to inflation, and funding based on enrollment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3? If not, I will close on the bill, and I close. If there is no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Members, I appreciate your attention tonight, your diligence. It really means a lot. This is the best of the Texas House. We stick through this and hear from so many people. Thank you all. Members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned, subject to call of the chair.